president to ever serve our nation from the state of Georgia. All of it has come down to this final day as the national service takes place in D.C., as the former president makes the final journey back home to Plains to be buried next to his beloved wife, Rosalind. And we have team coverage for you this morning as the casket moves from D.C. We are taking a live look over a very cold and blistery D.C. this morning, the Capitol building, where the body will be moved to the National Cathedral for the national funeral services this morning, and then he will head back home to Plains, Georgia. We do understand that President Joe Biden has declared today a national day of mourning as former President Carter is laid to rest. And what does that mean? It means that all post offices, federal offices, and the stock market will all be closed today. And here in the nation's capital, we do understand that even though it is a blustery 4 degrees there, or feels like temp, we do expect for multiple people and dignitaries to come out and celebrate and honor the 39th president. So just giving you a little lineup today of the services, a rundown here. We were going to have a departure ceremony there at the U.S. Capitol, the national funeral service at the Washington National Cathedral, and then a departure ceremony for Joint Base Andrews in Maryland, and then the arrival ceremony happening at Lawson Army Airfield, Fort Moore, Georgia, and then there will be a motorcade headed to Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains before Mr. Carter goes home to be buried next to his wife, Rosalind, at the Carter's longtime residence. Joining us from the nation's capital this morning, my co-anchor, Cheryl Preheim. Cheryl, it has been such a great sacrifice for journalists all over the country to be in D.C. You guys arrived there to a winter storm, now battling the cold temperatures, but it is a man that is deserving of such an honor, and for the full presidential rollout to be laid out for his final burials.
Absolutely. You feel the honor that people feel being here, whether it's journalists from all over the world or people who've made the trip who've just wanted to be part of this ceremony as well. You know, here we're on a riser that stretches all across the front lawn here of the Washington National Cathedral, and there's journalists from all over the world. You'll hear different languages, and I think that's very fitting for a president who not only made a mark in his country, but for so many parts of the rest of the world as well. The funeral service will start here at 10 o'clock right now. Very busy Secret Service in the area, people starting to arrive. The casket will arrive here at 9:30 ahead of that service at 10. Inside the sanctuary, there are 3,000 seats inside. There'll be dignitaries, former presidents will be here. The Supreme Court will be inside along with family and friends, people from all over the world. This is not an open public service, of course, because of security, limited to whom the Carters selected themselves to be here. We will hear from his grandsons, Jason and Joshua Carter. President Biden will give the eulogy. Interesting that we're also going to hear from the son of former President Gerald Ford, who of course lost the presidency to President Carter. Former President Ford left some remarks for this moment before his passing, and his son will read them inside the cathedral today. It's been an incredible outpouring of love and respect from Plains to the Carter Center in Atlanta, then here to Washington, D.C. over the course of a week. And in each of those stops has been the large Carter family, a tight-knit group of many generations who had been anticipating this day for the past 2 years since President Carter shared with the world that he was going into hospice, but still taking an emotional toll nonetheless. They said they've been very impacted by being inside a car, looking out to the people lining the motorcades with signs of thanks, signs that read, "You're one of us," signs that say, "Thank you, President Carter, for making each person feel like they count." They've been seeing that from their perspective, and they've talked about about how meaningful that is. We expect people, despite a brutally cold and windy morning here in the nation's capital, to line the motorcade today, as well as that casket leaves the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, makes one final trip past the White House, where he served from 1977 to 1981, and make its final stop here at the National Cathedral. We talked with Congresswoman Nikema Williams. She represents the 6th District there in Georgia. Interestingly enough, she is the congresswoman for 2 of President Carter's children, Chip and Amy. She's been spending time with the Carter family since their arrival here in Washington, D.C., and we had a chance to talk to her about that.
The little touches and the sentiments that have connected them to the man that they call Dad and Pop meant so much to them.
I think the personal perspective is so important as we think about the Carter family mourning the loss of their longtime patriarch and someone who was such a family man to his core. They're a very close family, and here they are together in Washington, D.C. It was a really poignant moment when the horse-drawn caisson carried President Carter from the United States Naval Memorial down Pennsylvania Avenue after he arrived here for the first time, and the entire Carter family walked behind it. We were standing on Pennsylvania Avenue for that moment, and something that stuck out to me, there was a little boy in the back, maybe 4 or 5 years old, and he ran up to the front, and it just really struck me the many generations of the Carters, and that was mirrored in the crowd. We saw children to grandparents lining Pennsylvania Avenue as the casket made its way to the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. It will make its way here to the National Cathedral here in about an hour and a half ahead of the funeral services. Some details to keep in mind for the services today. Music will be a big part of it. You've probably heard President Carter referred to as the rock and roll president before, and music is such a big part of his life, and he chose so many hymns for today, but also some secular music too. Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood will sing Imagine as part of the services today, and Amazing Grace will also be one of the songs shared, of course, his personal favorite, along with Rosalind Carter, and we remember that was a part of her funeral services as well. So again, we're outside the National Cathedral here in Washington, D.C. There are so many people starting to file in. I had to turn around for a moment just to see more Secret Service. There's a flag and half staff behind me, and it is windy and cold, but it's not stopping anyone from being a part of this. Zach Merchant is live in Plains this morning. Zach, you know, there's so many parallels, I think, and so many contrasts. A parallel, of course, the cold that is hitting the nation's capital and the small town of Plains, but the contrast to how the grandeur of the National Cathedral and the simplicity of how this day will end there in the Carter's hometown.
I think it's really fitting. You take a look at the National Cathedral behind you, and then you take a look at this iconic shot of downtown Plains here. Architecturally, of course, very different what we're seeing. But at a deeper level, and I think the past almost 2 weeks have really brought this to the fore, both of these places are special American sites. There's obviously the grandeur, the majesty of Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, the National Cathedral, the height of power, so much of America's history written in that city. And you look at Plains, this small community of fewer than 1,000 residents, and they feel like opposites. But President Carter and his life, and so many people you talk to here in Plains will tell you this, President Carter showed that both of those things don't have to stand in contrast. They can be part of one whole. President Carter's life showed that. He started from as humble beginnings as somebody can in our country. He was born not even here in Plains, but actually a few miles outside of the city limits. And growing up, he thought that Plains was the big city when he would come in the few miles from Archery, where he was born and where his boyhood home was. When he'd come into Plains, this was the big city. To go from there, then on to the governor's mansion in Georgia, and then on to the White House. And then after a somewhat challenging presidency in some ways. He saw, of course, remarkable strides toward world peace, but also serious conflict as well internationally and challenges domestically, particularly with the economy. He leaves the Oval Office and immediately says, okay, what's next? And he goes on to this second act of worldwide humanitarian work through the Carter Center, working to eradicate disease, working to promote free elections. He rolls up his sleeves literally alongside First Lady Rosalind Carter and builds countless homes through Habitat for Humanity. And he's able to show that you can do all of this together. Someone born in a small town can rise to these enormous world-changing levels. And what, if that's not enough, what makes President Carter so special, so many people here will tell you, is that he always came home. He did all this. He ascended through the political hierarchy, and he always came back to his roots here in Plains. And of course, as we have worked our way through these multiple days of state funeral, the question of legacy is on so many minds of how President Carter will be remembered. Cheryl, you mentioned that Jason Carter, one of President Carter's grandchildren, will be speaking at the National Cathedral service just a short time from now. We had a chance to speak with him in late September for our Sunday show, The Georgia Vote, and we asked him that question. This is what he said. What do you hope President Carter's legacy will be?
You know, I think he has a complicated legacy, but it really boils down to me, and I think for him, that he lived out his faith and the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself in a way that made him respect people. And he used that respect to tell the truth. He used that respect to promote human rights. He used that respect to work with the least of these all over the world in a way that gave him partners in the poorest places in the world to do remarkable things.
And that respect is a theme that we have heard just so frequently over and over again over the past nearly 2 weeks here in Plains, not only from people who experienced it firsthand. So many people you bump into, particularly here, have real deep personal connections and personal memories with the former president and former first lady. But even people who never directly met President Carter but saw him, saw the way he lived his life and the way he acted in public, they pick up on that too. Just yesterday we spoke with one of the Navy pilots who will be a part of the missing man flyover that'll take place in the skies over Plains later today as a part of President Carter's burial ceremony. And when we asked him what was going through his mind as he got the assignment and what he's thinking about as he gets ready for the flyover later today, one of the stories he pointed to, he said, you know, we just before our conversation, our interview, he said, we were just talking here on the flight line about an old TV clip where you can see President Carter. He's about to board a plane to go somewhere, but he takes the time to shake every single person's hand who was there before he boards that flight. And this Navy pilot, Lieutenant Commander Brandon Allgood, he just said that is living out a life of service in public and doing it so consistently. Talk about respect, really just a remarkable part of a remarkable life and legacy. Cheryl.
No doubt. I was fortunate enough to be on a flight when he did that very thing. So many people talk about how he had this way of making whoever was in front of him feel like the most important person in that moment. President Carter once said that there are two directions your love must go: to God and to whoever is in front of you. And that was very telling, a way he felt like he would live his life, more than 100 years of his life, and faith certainly the bedrock and the centerpiece of what we will experience today at the national funeral here at the Washington National Cathedral. Right now, the casket is still in the United States Capitol Rotunda. There will be a service there, a departure ceremony, and the family will be part of that. There will be a 21-gun salute. They will play Hail to the Chief. Then that motorcade will make its way from the Capitol past the White House for a final time and here to the National Cathedral. The National Cathedral has had services for a number of presidents who have passed away. Presidents Eisenhower, Reagan, and Ford. Most recently, President Bush Sr.'s services were here, and today a funeral for the 39th President of the United States, the only president from Georgia, Jimmy Carter. I have to tell you, one of the most special parts of being part of what's happened here in the last couple days in Washington, D.C. is just hearing that everyone has a story, whether they met him personally or just was inspired by something he did. And it's been wonderful to hear from people of all different ages, all different backgrounds, and of political affiliations about a shared respect for someone who had integrity and character, and whether people believed with maybe the moves he made politically or not, there was something that connected and brought people together, and that was just the humanity of this man who lived his life, especially after his presidency, serving other people. One of his favorite verses in the Bible is about serving the least of these, and he said every day he tried to do that in every way, and we saw that in neighborhoods in Atlanta, in small town Plains and South Georgia, and in remote places all around the world. And many of the Carter Center staff is here. Had a chance to talk to some of them inside the Capitol grounds yesterday. They've been part of the services, and they feel very committed and incredibly inspired to continue the work that he started. You know, when he built the Presidential Library in Atlanta, that was really something that felt like against the odds. Here he was, a one-term president, trying to raise money for a library that would cost many millions of dollars, $26 million at the time. But now it is a treasure to the city of Atlanta, to the country, and a place where his work continues and his legacy continues. The sun is starting to come up here over the National Cathedral, and there's a lot of activity. What you cannot see from this perspective is what I see, and that is a line of journalists from all over the world. There are risers set up here on the front lawn of the National Cathedral. Secret Service is working the area. There is a perimeter in this area keeping everything secure. Think about what will happen inside this building. Dignitaries from all over the world will descend here. Former presidents, the current president, the president-elect expected to be here as well. And each has a special connection to the man that they honor here today. I had a chance to talk to someone named Betty Rainwater. She lives in Atlanta. She made the trip here to Washington, D.C. She is going to be inside the funeral services today. Betty worked with President Carter for many years, first in his campaign to governor. Then she came with him to the White House, worked within the White House administration, and she was one of the key negotiators of the Panama Canal Treaty. That, of course, is in the news again today, but that a very significant marker in the Carter presidency. She told me when we talked, she said, so many people are talking about the Middle East treaty that he was able to bring together Israel and Egypt for that historic treaty, a high watermark even to this day in diplomacy. And she said so many people talk about that as the crowning achievement. She said, I know I'm a little biased because I worked on it, but to her, she felt like the Panama Canal Treaty was right up there as well today. Today, a chance to look back on so much history, so much converging here in Washington, D.C., as we are just about a week away from the inauguration of President-elect Trump. Again, he is expected to be here. We do know that President-elect Trump and Melania Trump were inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda paying their respects last night as well. President Biden is scheduled to give the eulogy here at the National Cathedral. President Carter planned each detail of what you'll see happen here today. I think it's an important thing to keep in the back of our minds, knowing that what we experience watching here together will be exactly what he wanted us to see and to feel in remembrance of his life. And a lot of it is centered around music. A lot of hymns, Amazing Grace will be one of them, but there's also a couple of others that stood out to me, Aisha. One was Let There Be Peace on Earth, is one of the songs we're going to hear inside of the sanctuary. Peace, of course, a driving factor in his presidency and his life after. And another song is Climb Every Mountain from the Sound of Music musical. So kind of a wide range of music we'll hear even inside the sanctuary here at the National Cathedral for a man who loved all genres of music. Famously, he would bring rock bands up from Atlanta during his presidency, and he'd throw a good old Southern barbecue on the lawn of the White House and wear his jeans and his plaid shirt and eat barbecue, and always tied to his Southern roots. Georgia was always very close, whether he was in the capital city here or all over the world.
In Georgia on My Mind will be one of those songs as well. Yeah. That's always a very emotional moment, especially, you know, when you think about Ray Charles and the original meaning behind that song. It's always so special. Mm-hmm. And Cheryl, as I'm going through sort of the sequence of events today, it is so remarkable to see just how the Carter family, they're just always building on that legacy even now in this space. At every turn, it says the Carter family has invited members of the military to be a part of this moment, and their spouses and their children. They've invited the Secret Service members. At 100 years old, President Carter was the longest president to receive Secret Service care until his final days. And so making sure that the current Secret Service members who watched over him are a part of these moments. Cheryl, talk more about some of those special little intricate details that even tie the president to the National Cathedral and just who he was during that time in D.C., sort of bringing the Plains roots and feelings to the nation's capital. Mm-hmm. So many of these special places where you've been over the last couple of days just have little touches and special meanings to President Carter and his family.
Well, you know, one thing you can look out for as we're watching the coverage together today, Aisha and everybody at home, is when they show an image of any of the Carter family members, see if you can see a little pin that they'll be wearing. Secret Service gave each of the Carter family members, from the smallest to the oldest, a special pin to wear specifically designed for this moment. The inside is a gold oval, and that signifies the Oval Office, and outside is a green circle. And the reason for that is green was the color of his campaign. So those little details, I think, are really significant. And each of the Carter family members is wearing one, so the Secret Service knows exactly which person they need to protect, and keeps all of them together and easily identifiable. I thought that was such a touching tribute, even in the smallest ways. And something else that really stood out to me, talking to one of his close friends, is she said, you mentioned it, Aisha, that everything is, the public is invited. People are welcome to come, and that is very intentional. And she said that she had wanted to, beyond the pomp and circumstance that we'll see a lot of today in the ceremonies, she made a special effort to make sure that she would walk out and watch the motorcade go by and be with the public, because she knew that those were the moments that would mean the most to President Jimmy Carter. He wanted to always be accessible, and that was made in a statement here in the capital city on his inauguration day. A famous image of he and Rosalind getting out of the limousine and walking behind the limousine on inauguration day. We've seen it in all the years since, so now we're accustomed to seeing that, but the Carters were the first to do it, and their son was the one that suggested it, and they did that because they wanted to make a visual statement to the American people that they were going to be of the people, that they were going to be accessible, that they wanted to be down to earth, even though he was holding the highest office in the land and the most powerful position in the world, that he was still going to hold on to his humility and try to always be accessible to the people. And we're going to see that sentiment in so much of what happens here today. This morning, starting with that departure from the U.S. Capitol Rotunda down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's going to be a beautiful morning as I'm watching the sun come up. There's not a cloud in the sky, so even though it's very cold and windy, it will be a beautiful backdrop for this final trip past the White House and a final trip to the National Cathedral. We've talked so much about how faith is the centerpiece of the Carters' life, and that will be displayed here inside the National Cathedral. But Aisha, it was really interesting to be able to go to the Carter's home church when they were here in Washington, D.C. They picked a Baptist church just a few blocks from the White House. And to this day, there is a placard on the pew where they'd sit each Sunday morning together as a family. And the membership card that they signed up just like everybody else right after Inauguration Day. And there's a stained glass window in the sanctuary of another peanut farmer, and they would always sit in that one pew so they could see that stained glass. And of course, as only Jimmy Carter would do, right, even though he was president of the United States, during his term here in the Capitol, he'd teach Sunday school there just like he did at Maranatha Baptist Church for so many years in Plains, Georgia as well.
All right, the honor for George Washington Carver there, Cheryl. So many little special details that just make everything come together, especially on this very special day. All right, Cheryl, we're going to check back in with you coming up in a little bit as we await the former president to leave the Capitol Rotunda and make the final journey there to the National Cathedral. We'll check back in soon. Well, throughout our 11 Alive Plus stream, we're going to bring in a lot of special people with very close ties to the former president, just giving very personal perspective. And joining me this morning is Mr. James Dyke Jr. We are so grateful for you being here with us this morning. You had a very interesting perspective here during President Carter's presidency. Even as a one-term president, you held the distinct honor of being the senior advisor to his VP, Mr. Mondale. So, Mr. Carter, or please tell us more, Mr. Dyke Jr., about your time servicing the Carter administration.
Well, I'm very honored to have been a part of the Carter administration. I served as domestic policy advisor to Vice President Walter Mondale, and I see that there's going to be a eulogy read on his behalf at the services today. Vice President Mondale, as you know, obviously had a chance to serve with President Carter, and I served as his domestic policy advisor and got a chance to meet President Carter during the 1976 campaign. When I traveled with Vice President Mondale as his policy and issues advisor. And we had a lot of interaction with President, then Governor nominee Carter. And he was such a warm, personal, down-to-earth individual that exuded what it was like to have public service. And I was really honored to have the opportunity to work with him and to get to know him. And I recall literally, the election was on Tuesday when he and Mondale were elected. And that following Thursday, the vice president-elect and I, along with the rest of the staff, flew down to Plains, Georgia, to meet with Jimmy Carter, to talk about the new administration. And I recall that Mondale and Carter were meeting during the day, and some of us were off doing various and sundry things. And I spent part of the day in Plains, actually talking with the president's brother, Billy Carter, and a number of other folks in Plains. And that evening we had a reception, and I went up to the president and president-elect and shook his hand and say how much I enjoyed being in his hometown, that how much I enjoyed the opportunity to work with him and look forward to working with him in the White House. And I mentioned to him that I had spent a lot of time with his brother, Billy, and he got this big grin on his face and started laughing and slapped himself and said, "My goodness, what did Billy do this time?" Which I thought was a very interesting observation. And I then said, "Well, I also had a chance to meet your mother, Miss Lillian." And he began to talk about how much he loved her and how much she meant to him and to help shape his life and his belief, his faith in God, his public service. And the thing that I remember most about that whole administration was something that Vice President Mondale shared with me. And I asked him, "What would you like the legacy of the administration to be?" And he says he would like people to remember that we kept the peace, we told the truth, and we obeyed the law. And listening to some of the remarks that you mentioned earlier, you could see a theme running through there, that there was a real commitment to public service, to serving the people, to doing what was right. I also had the opportunity to work with him very closely, and this is something that has been talked about a lot over the past year, and that is in the creation of the Federal Department of Education. That was one of the prime campaign promises that Jimmy Carter made when he ran for president in 1976, to create a Department of Education so that the federal government would have an active and unified role in making sure that education was available to every American citizen, that it was provided in an equitable manner, and that the federal government knew what its role was. I mean, it's obviously up to the states to actually run the day-to-day operations, but the federal government has a key role to play to make sure that there's research done to show how we can make our education system better, and that there is equity in the system. And the irony for me was, having worked very personally on helping to create that department, was after I left the White House and went back to the Commonwealth of Virginia, where I am now, I became the first Black Secretary of Education for the Commonwealth of Virginia, the state that had given rise to massive resistance, which basically meant they closed the public schools rather than integrate them after the 1954 Brown decision. And in that capacity as State Secretary of Education, I was able to implement some of the theories and concepts that we talked about at the federal level. In other words, there was, for example, an action brought by the federal government because Virginia had a college. It was called, it still is, in fact, the Virginia Military Institute, which obviously prepares folks to go into the military and with a military type education. But it had an admissions policy that said there were no women to be admitted. And that was the policy for a number of years at that institution. Well, the federal government, because of the Department of Education, brought an action to say that that admissions policy was not fair and it was not constitutional. At the time, Governor Doug Wilder, who was the first Black governor elected in this country, and I was his Secretary of Education, we took the position that that admission policy was wrong, and we sided with the federal government and said that they needed to change that policy. That particular issue went to the United States Supreme Court, which subsequently ruled that, in fact, the VMI had to admit women, and that is now the policy. And that is a direct result of some of the work that was done at the federal level by the Carter administration. And I've heard some folks talk today about, a failed administration. Well, I don't see it as failed at all. I think they accomplished quite a bit. I've heard some references made to the Panama Canal Treaty, to the peace treaty between Egypt and Israel, the fact that Jimmy Carter appointed more Black federal judges than all the other previous presidents combined while he was in office, and the same thing for generals, more generals appointed than all the other presidents put together. I think he accomplished a lot as far as making sure that people understood that public service was something we should be proud of. He clearly set the standard for what a former president should do as far as carrying on the traditions of our country and being an ambassador to the rest of the world. I think he did a tremendous job, and I look at it as a success. And it's a sad day, obviously, to see him laid to rest, but it's also a celebration of what he did and what he stood for.
And certainly a celebration for you, because just listening to you there, it seems like your role was historic in its own right for you to be a Black man having such a high level in that administration in the 1970s, knowing what was going on, and just to sort of start building your seat at the table and really laying the groundwork for the rest of your career. So certainly not a failed administration for you, and just sort of how that, really shaped the future of what you will go on to do in your life as well. And just really talking about, former President Carter, the amount of Black judges that he appointed. And there's a story from Ambassador Young that he tells here in Georgia of someone asking President Carter, well, how many Black people are in your administration? And he was the only president who's just said, I honestly don't know. Because for everyone else, the answer was typically one or two. You could name them, right? You could count them on your hand. But President Carter had no idea how many Black people were serving in his administration. And speaking of his mom, we've heard stories about Miss Lillian and just how inclusive she was, even there in Plains. And for you to have that experience with them during your time, I think that really reflects the feeling that we're seeing here, even in this time of mourning, that is to be celebrated, that even as a one-term president, that feeling transcends generations of inclusivity. And it seems like we are at a point in our history where we still need to be reminded of that. Would you agree?
I would totally agree. And that's a fight we're having right here in the Commonwealth of Virginia is that if you're going to tell history, you need to tell the whole story, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And people need to understand that because I think I heard someone say recently, if you want to uh, uh, write the future, you're going to have to write the past. And that means understanding what you may have done in the past that was not your best performance, and that you need to correct the consequences of that as you go forward. And it was, as you said, a impact that he had on the Black community. People felt that they were involved, they were included. He had a number of people that obviously you're familiar with. For example, one of your former mayors, Andy Young, was our ambassador to the United Nations. And I had a chance to work with Andy, not only when he was the ambassador, but subsequently as mayor of Atlanta. Ernie Green was a part of that administration. Ernie was part of the Little Rock Nine, who integrated the schools in Little Rock, Arkansas. And there were a number of other minorities, Drew Days at the Justice Department. Also, women and minorities were part of that administration. And that sort of set a trend. And as you said, it had not happened to that degree before. And people need to remember that. And that needs to be part of his history, that he set a tone that our government at the federal level, just as we try to do at the state level, needs to reflect the people that it serves. And that means everybody has to be a part of it, and that we need to treat people fairly, and that to the extent we've done things in the past that have deprived people of their rights and their property, that we need to take steps to correct them. And we see that a lot, for example, in the area of housing, where the history of this country has been that how minorities have not had access to housing, and that is something that impacts their ability to be economically viable, that has created the wealth gap between Black and white in this nation, and that we need to be taking steps to correct that history and to tell the history and to do the things that are necessary to give everybody a level playing field. And that's one of the things that this president, former president, was able to do, was to try to establish a level playing field.
Mr. Dykes Jr., what would you want current generations to know and to take on in their own lives of President Carter?
Well, I think public service is one. The fact that I think you've heard several people mention here that he was concerned not only about doing right for God, but whoever's in front of you, that there has to be a commitment to public service and to care about our brothers and sisters and to try to make their lives the best that they can be, and to make sure that we try to, as I said earlier, keep the peace, tell the truth, and to obey the law. Those are basic tenets. And if we could just do that alone, we'd be a much better world. But I think people need to recognize that he was such a decent, honorable man, a humble man. One other incident I recall was I had a chance to fly with President Carter, at the time former president, out to the state of Oregon for a Carter Center program that was focused on the Department of Education and how we created it. And I was giving a keynote address because, having served as a state secretary of education, I had a unique perspective on that. And as we were flying out to Washington, President Carter was walking down the plane, talking to people individually. And I remember saying to him, well, just wanted to remind him that I'm Jim Dyke and I work for Walter Mondale. And he looked at me and smiled and says, yeah, I worked for Walter Mondale too. But that's sort of the attitude that he has, is that we're all working together to try to make this a better place. And we saw him at his highs. I had a chance to see him, quite frankly, at a low point. As it turns out, as you recall, there was an effort made when we had the hostages in Iran, and there was an effort made to rescue them, and it was not successful. Well, as it turns out, I was actually in a meeting with the president immediately following his getting word that had happened. And you could see the impact that it had on him, that this effort to try to end that horrible hostage situation had not been successful, at least in that military operation. And you could tell that just how personally he felt about it and how much he wanted to end that and to bring those hostages home. And his emotions were right up front. You could tell just how committed he was to doing what was right for the country and for the people of the United States.
Mr. Dyke Jr., we thank you so much for joining us and just really giving us that personal perspective and just really how working with that administration shaped your life and shaped your career path. And we thank you for your service as well. And thanks for being here with us this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. And may God rest and take care of Jimmy Carter. And we look forward to seeing him in the future.
All right, thank you. Turning now back to Plains, Georgia, where we find our Zach Merchant, who's sort of become a honorary Plains resident. You have set up shop there since the moment we heard the news of the former president's passing, really sort of taking on the spirit of the community and the people there. Zach, we know later on this afternoon, President Carter will return there for that hometown burial. Let's talk more about his legacy there in Plains. It's much different than the stories you get from people who knew him starting in the D.C. years or even at the Georgia State Capitol, but just really all around the world. But everyone agrees on 3 words: faith, family, and humility.
They really do, and I should be really clear to say, if anybody's watching this, that at most I qualify as a long-term visitor here in Plains, because the roots here for so many people go so deep for generations. It's not just the Carters. Many people who are in this community have called this place home for so many years, and part of those roots get down to a sense of character, a sense of who Plains people are. There is a sign over where a makeshift growing memorial is building here right in the town square that says, "Plains takes care of her own." You see lots of flowers being placed there in honor of President Carter. Hard hats in honor of his work with Habitat for Humanity. I thought it was so notable. Our guest who was just with us, who provided such wonderful insight into the presidential years in particular, one of the stories that he highlighted was one of his very first meetings. It may have been his very, very first meeting with President Carter that happened here in Plains, and he got to spend part of the day with Billy Carter, President Carter's larger-than-life brother, and you saw that unbridled joy come out of Jimmy Carter when he's talking about his brother who he loved so much, and you heard the story go on and heard just how much love President Carter had for his mother, Lillian. President Carter took family seriously, his obligations to family, but also the joy that comes from a family that loves each other and that gives love to the world as well. And you see that when you talk to people here in Plains too. They felt that. They saw that. They saw President Carter and his family grow up here. They saw President Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter and the way they attacked life as a team sport. The presidential couple for more than 70 years, the vast majority of President Carter's century on this earth was spent walking hand in hand with Rosalind. And when you talk to people here in Plains, especially over the last roughly 10 days that we've been here, there are a lot of emotional moments. There's certainly plenty of grief, many bittersweet memories, but you see people smile too as they get a chance to think back on all that President Carter accomplished. And in particular, you see a lot of that emotion and a lot of that joy and those bittersweet smiles come out when people talk about Rosalind. Because inevitably, anybody who knew President Carter here, they will tell you, and it's almost verbatim, when you talk to them, they'll interrupt you and say, look, you can't talk about President Carter without talking about Rosalind, because they were a package deal. They did so much together through the highs, through the lows, through rising through politics, to getting to Washington, D.C., to humanitarian work around the world, and always finding their way back here to Plains. And through all of that big, enormous change, the way they lived their life here in Plains stayed remarkably the same. We spoke with one woman, Jill Stuckey. She is the superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park here in Plains. She's a close friend of the Carters as well. She said she's known the family, known President Carter, First Lady Rosalind Carter for about 3 decades, and she says she took the job as superintendent here because about 6 years ago, President Carter personally asked her to take over the job. And what she told us gave real insight into just how President Carter and First Lady Rosalind lived their day-to-day lives here in Plains.
It's hard to speak of President Carter without talking about Mrs. Carter, because they were so one. They were married for 77 and a half years. They built their house here in Plains in 1961. And they didn't remodel. They didn't, they didn't need the granite countertops. They didn't need to knock out a wall. It was good enough for them. They weren't showy individuals, and they would rather spend their money on helping others.
You hear these stories and you come to Plains and there's so many stories like that. You hear them, and no matter how many times you do, there's still this little part of your brain that just thinks, boy, this is so surreal. Anybody in any life, to live in the same home for 60 plus years without remodeling at all would be unusual for many folks. For somebody who is President of the United States, who does worldwide humanitarian work, who has written multiple best-selling books, to still say it's good enough for me. They'd rather spend their money helping others is such a remarkable and understated way that President Carter lived out his faith, lived out his values, and something that I don't think he was ever showy about, but people here in Plains who saw him live this way and live this life for so many years absolutely picked up on and appreciated. Guys.
All right, Zach, thank you. We're going to join you back here coming up a little later this morning as we await the former president to make that final journey back home to Plains where it all began. Here in the studio, we are covering the final burial services for former President Carter. But if you are joining us here on 11 Alive Plus, we want to make sure you are covered across the board with what is going on here today. We are talking about this weather impact alert for some winter weather headed our way. Meteorologist Chessie McNeil. It is cold, and I have to apologize for the blanket that the viewers may see on my lap. It feels like outside inside, and so wherever you have to go to escape this cold and what's to come, we advise you to do that.
I think the viewers will want you to be warm.
Thank you.
So they excuse the blanket. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah. I just had on a hat and gloves.
You did.
It is cold in here. It's cold outside as well. And you look outside, you're probably thinking, okay, winter storm, what are you talking about? Plenty of blue sky. It looks beautiful. This is our Decatur camera looking at the city, and it looks very, very nice. Not even barely a cloud in the sky. Some high, thin clouds, that's about it. But it is very cold out there. Temperatures down into the 20s, and it feels like the teens out there, even with the light winds that we have going on. But we got to warn you, this is going to change, folks. Starting tonight, we're going to see those clouds begin to build in, and we're anticipating winter weather coming our way by tomorrow morning in the form of snow, sleet, and freezing rain, which is why we have our 11 Live weather impact alert for Friday all day into Saturday morning. There could be some lingering effects. We do think the precipitation will end at least by Friday night. But when you wake up on Saturday morning, there still could be some slick roads out there, so you got to be careful. We are anticipating sunshine to come back to us on Sunday, but it still will be a cold day as high temperatures will only be in the 30s. So we're talking snow, we're talking sleet, we're talking freezing rain. I think we'll get a mixture in the metro area of all of that. Maybe even some rain at times mixing in, which will help to keep the totals low when it comes to snow. But any ice accumulation could be very, very dangerous for us. And you're talking about power outages by then. And of course, the roads get very greasy, as we like to say, when you got any kind of a mix taking place. And so you have to be very careful, especially on the roadways tomorrow. So we'll be monitoring that as well. But Friday is going to be the day for us. I would say go ahead and make plans if you can to just stay inside, watch us. We'll let you know, keep you updated on what's happening outside before you have to go out, if you have to go out. This morning, we're looking at sunshine, as I just showed you on that live shot there. We're looking at sunshine all day long today, but it's those temperatures that will get you, all right? So you got to bundle up. You got to put on a coat, hat, scarf, gloves, all that to combat this cold weather that has been in place really all week long. It's 17 degrees. This is not a feel-like temperature. This is the actual air temperature right now in Carrollton. You're at 17 degrees. Canton, you're at 17 as well. 12 right now. 12 in Blairsville. 19 up toward Dalton. Everywhere else we're in the 20s. And we have a wind out there that's very light, 10 miles per hour or less. All right. Just yesterday, those winds were up to 15 miles per hour, and it felt pretty bitter on the outside. The lighter winds still make it feel a bit frigid. Temperatures feels like 9. It feels like 9 in Marietta. Feels like 9 in Carrollton. Feels like 5 in Canton. Feels like 10 up toward Clayton. Feels like 12 in Blairsville. Feels like 13 right now in George's Rome. So that wind, even though it's light, still making the temperature feel much colder. So you have to bundle up. The kids as well. Bring your pets inside. You don't want to be outside in conditions like this, even though we'll have the sunshine around. Throughout the southeast, it looks pretty good. so far, but we're tracking an area of low pressure that's moving into the Gulf. Now, as it does, it's drawing on that Gulf moisture. You can already start to see some of the rainfall down toward Houston. You look up towards Dallas, and that's where you have some mixing taking place. Got a little snow there. Headed up toward Oklahoma City, all snow, and then the mixing taking place in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. All that, as the area of low pressure continues to slide to the east and builds in some of this Gulf moisture, will start to slide a lot of that up to the north. And so on the northern fringes of this is where you're going to have the snow. The further south you go, that's where you're going to have that rain. That same area of low pressure will track right on through the Gulf and then eventually up toward our area and bring in that mix that we were talking about, especially to the metro area. I do think it'll be mostly snow to the far North Georgia mountains, but that won't be until tomorrow. So the storm will be building and begin to slide over toward the east. We have high pressure just to the west of us now. So that northerly flow coming in with that light wind that I was telling you about, 10 miles per hour or less for this afternoon. So looking good in that regard. Now, you also notice, even though there's not snow in Memphis, for example, right now, or Birmingham, or even into parts of Mississippi, they've already put out winter storm warnings. So we know that the storm is there and it is starting to build. And so that's what's going to spread the snow this way. So you're looking at Dallas, Memphis, Birmingham. Under this pink shade here is a winter storm warning. We have a winter storm watch right now, which means we're watching for the potential of this system. They're looking more and more like snow in a mix. All right. And so it's looking a little more likely for us. So I do anticipate at least some of those warnings to start to move in our direction. You see this almost purple color here. That would be a winter weather advisory. Some of those will impact some of our southern counties, our southern fringe counties down to the south, where we're expecting to see rain and some sleet or freezing rain mixing in with that. That could be messy as well down to the south. And so right now we're looking at snow on the onset coming in, and then that snow mixing with sleet and freezing rain at times, and then maybe changing back up to all snow before it begins to taper off. So with the mixing taking place, we'll see some lower totals around. But look at the models here that we've been looking at. We look at models to see them come into agreement to see exactly what we've been happening. We've been showing you this over the last couple of days, and you'll notice that the blue, which indicates all snow, the pink indicates mixing taking place, and the green would just be all rain. This blue and pink line has been fluctuating up and down almost every day, maybe hour to hour on these models. The American model now showing that some warmer air could be making its way a little bit further to the north, which indicates the mixing taking place in the Atlanta metro area up toward Duluth and up toward Marietta. On the European model, it shows some green getting up this far. So the models have been trending a little bit more warmer. So for the Atlanta metro area, that means more of a mix taking place. And so that means lower snow totals. Your heaviest amounts of snow would be up here to the far North Georgia mountains, where let's say 2 to 4 inches is certainly possible. Mostly snow up there, say Gainesville, Rome, northward. And then once you get down toward North Fulton County into the metro area, so you're talking about Gwinnett County, Cobb County, Paulding County, down into Douglas County, South Fulton County, these areas in here would see the snow and then that snow mixing with sleet or freezing rain. And then you go a little further south. Once you pass I-20, you get down to what we would call a wintry mix, where you get some ice and rain. So you would get some sleet and freezing rain mixed with rain at times. And then once you get further down toward the Macon area, talking about all rain at that particular point. And because of this mixing, those totals will be a little bit lower in the metro area. So now we're looking at, and this is our third call for snowfall, where we had it a little bit higher. Now it's a little bit lower because we think it's going to be more of a mix. You're looking at 1 to 2 inches of snow. But look at that. The ice has gone up. So we go from 1/10 of an inch now to be talking closer to 1/4 of an inch. And that's what we really don't want, because that ice can really do some damage. Not only the thickness on the roads, right, but also weighing down the power lines and also the trees, which could snap some of those power lines, and that would lead to power outages. And so we really don't want that, especially with the cold air that's in place. And so that's something that we'll have to really watch out for as we head through the afternoon. But again, the snowiest parts would be further off to the north. We're still looking at 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches in some localized spots. Let's talk about the timing of the system coming in. Today, we don't have to worry about that. We do have the sunshine in place, mostly sunny skies pretty much all day long. You notice the northerly flow of those arrows indicating lighter winds this afternoon, but still enough to cut that temperature down just a little bit. As we head into the night, that's when we're going to see the clouds begin to overtake the area. So I'm thinking right around 10 or 11 o'clock, mostly cloudy skies. Now, I kind of wish these clouds would come in a little bit earlier, right? Because the clouds sometimes for us act as a blanket, so it hold on to some of those temperatures, may keep the temperatures up just a little bit, but it comes in a little bit later. So you have the precipitation, at least the onset of it, coming into our westernmost counties very early in the morning. So between 5 and 7 o'clock, we're expecting that to happen, and it will quickly spread over much of the metro area. So you're looking at a lot of snow on the onset, right? And you see the mixing taking place just to the south of us, down toward Peachtree City, LaGrange, Thomaston. This will be during the mid-morning hours. So between 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, expecting it to be snow first in the metro, and then expecting that mixing to take place once we get to the afternoon. We'll have to see. Now, this is just one particular model, but we'll have to see how much of that warm air begins to spread to the north. It could go all the way up, like this model is showing, all the way up towards Blairsville. That would reduce the amount of snow that would take place because it will start to mix with liquid, more so freezing rain or sleet. And so that'll keep those snow totals down, but we'll also have to watch out for the icing, which, again, could be very, very bad. So we'll watch that for you. If that is the case, again, we'll see some lower totals. Now, once we get toward the late evening, you're talking about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, a lot of this will be tapering off. So we'll just have a few flurries left over, and then it'll start to go away as the air pressure continues to pull away from our area. So Saturday morning when you wake up, we'll have mostly cloudy skies on the outside. Roads could still be slick because the cold air is in place, and so some refreezing could take place. And then once we get to the afternoon, that's when the sunshine will start to break out. That will help melt some of that icing that's left over, but we'll still see those very cold temperatures around the area even after the system leaves. So you're still looking at 37 degrees for the high temperature on Saturday. Sunday and Monday, we'll get back into the 40s. We'll hold on to that sunshine, but temperatures still starting off in the 20s as we begin each day. Aisha, back to you.
All right, Chesley, thank you. As we continue our coverage of the burial and funeral services in the nation's capital for former President Jimmy Carter, we join now by our not our meteorologist, that was Chesley, my co-anchor, Cheryl Preheim, joining us. Cheryl, maybe you've made me think about meteorology because I'm thinking about how cold it is in D.C. You are braving the elements for what is sure to be a very historic day. What are we seeing right now behind you in the National Cathedral?
Weather is on everyone's minds in Washington, D.C. and in Atlanta, no doubt about it today. Aisha, the feels-like temperature is about 9 degrees now that the sun's come up. We started the morning at 4 degrees. A lot of snow still on the ground from the snowstorm that hit the nation's capital on Monday, just as the funeral services were transitioning from Georgia here to Washington, D.C. A beautiful sunrise over the Washington National Cathedral, where there's a lot of activity inside right now. We see a lot of people in and out as they are placing flowers and making final arrangements. They're putting name cards on all the seats. Everyone has assigned seating, dignitaries and family alike. We're seeing Secret Service continue to move about the area and journalists from all over the world here to cover an event not only about a United States president, but a man who impacted nations all over the world, more than 120 nations he was intimately involved with through his work at the Carter Center. Diplomacy, democracy, and peace always at the forefront of his work. And even after he left this city here in Washington, D.C., who is closely connected to almost every administration after his, he was almost an unofficial Secretary of State, because there were so many times where, because he wasn't an official part of the United States government any longer, he could go in and negotiate with other parts of the world, even organizations that democracies wouldn't really be able to negotiate with, and he did. So he was working behind the scenes through many administrations after he left office. We're going to see that respect and gratitude here as all the living former presidents will be here. President Biden will give the eulogy. We expect President-elect Donald Trump to be here as well. And the honorary pallbearers for the National Funeral Service, the Carter grandchildren. So keep a close eye out for that as well. Music will be a central theme here in the cathedral, as will faith, always the center of President Carter's life. And he spoke of that so much. Also why he didn't see a day like today after his passing as to be something to necessarily be sad about, because he said it's just the end of one life and the beginning of another. But we are thinking of the Carter Carter family as they absolutely miss his presence here on Earth. There's such a contrast when you think of the nation's capital and the hometown of Plains, Georgia, right? And that is really magnified behind me with the National Cathedral. Think about the majesty of this National Cathedral that holds 3,000 that will begin our morning of funeral services here in Washington, D.C., and then the simplicity of Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia that seats 300 as the final private funeral service that will end the day back home in Georgia. And inside the sanctuary of that Baptist church in Georgia, a simple wooden cross that President Carter, also Carpenter Carter, constructed himself out of wood. You know, his was a story of beating all odds. A Renaissance man, a peanut farmer, we hear that a lot, also a naval submarinist, a carpenter, a father, a grandfather who would hold the most powerful position in the world. He liked to talk about how he would like people to think about him in his time in office.
Jimmy Carter, as president, projected his self-image. His hope to be like a biblical David, serving the people and defeating one Goliath after another. Carter felt even getting to the White House, an unknown peanut farmer from a southern state, was an example of a Goliath victory. Another came in September of 1978. History at Camp David. Against all odds, Carter convinced once longtime enemies in the Middle East, Egypt's Sadat and Israel's Begin, to agree to seek a peace treaty. This is still a diplomatic high watermark in the world. But the next week, it was just Jimmy once again. On the south lawn of the White House, he hosted a South Georgia barbecue. He welcomed a favorite hometown band, and he couldn't help but share with everyone there that he connected with the musicians about the tough, long journey ahead and the skepticism they'd faced.
But I remember when they first started that all the critics and commentators said they didn't have a chance. And they said the same thing about me.
Some are saying that again about his legacy, at least concerning his 4 years in the White House.
And NBC News now makes its projection for the presidency. Reagan is our projected winner.
I promised you 4 years ago that I would never lie to you. So I can't stand here tonight and say it doesn't hurt.
But it's hard to find many who argue about his legacy in all the years after.
And it's a sentiment we've heard as we've talked to people here in Washington, D.C., people on both sides of the aisle. We've talked to our Georgia delegation from both sides of the aisle. And while they may not agree on political policy, they absolutely agree on the impact of the 39th President of the United States, his character, his integrity, how proud Georgia is to call him a favorite son, and how much they feel the meaning and the importance in this moment here in Washington, D.C. Jimmy Carter would travel the world, and one time he said, I would know where I am depending on how people would greet me. If he was here in Washington, D.C., they'd call him Mr. President. If he was home in Georgia, sometimes they'd call him Governor. And if he was in his small town of Plains, they'd just call him Jimmy or brother. And you can't think of Jimmy without Rosalind, married 77 years. And when they were here for 4 years in the nation's capital, she was such an integral part of his life here and his presidency. We talk about so many things that were kind of groundbreaking, and that was true for the way that he saw Rosalind as his not only confidant as his wife, but his closest advisor in the White House. She was part of all of his cabinet meetings. She was the first lady to have an official office, and she would bring her briefcase in every morning because she was intricately involved in the politics and the policy, and she would advise closely on all of the most important issues, all while they were raising Amy, who was a fourth grader at the time they moved into the White House. So a working mom all the way to the highest role in the country. So we're feeling her presence today. She passed away 13 months ago, and so many of the details that we saw in her final farewell services will be echoed and mirrored in what we'll see today, maybe first and foremost in a hymn that they both said was among their favorite, and that is Amazing Grace. So we feel her presence as the family will make their way here in just a matter of hours now from the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. The family will come alongside the casket as it makes its way one final time past the White House to the National Cathedral, where the services here will start. We should mention, as we've talked about, so many people who've made the trip from Atlanta to come here. Honorable Ambassador Andrew Young is on the list, and we will hear from him today. Also here, Martin Luther King III and his family will be here. So a big presence from Georgia for Georgia's only president of the United States. Aisha, it's feeling like a little warmth is coming, not just in the temperature, but kind of overall as the sun comes up and we're getting closer to receiving the casket of the president and receiving his entire family here at the Washington National Cathedral.
Cheryl, I kind of want to go back to the David and Goliath analogy you sort of weaved in and out of that story. I think it speaks to just across the board. A lot of people, when they hear the story of David and Goliath, they think about a giant falling, but they also think about people with big titles like president in a sort of giant way. President Carter was the total opposite of that. He even took that aura home with him, and how he honored his marriage and having his wife to be more so a partner with him in the presidency. We continue to see that as we look out the layout of this service. His children took that humble spirit on as well, making sure that the community is very much a part of this celebration, as all of the dignitaries and everyone with the big giant titles as well.
Yeah, you make a really important point, because I think what was most important to Jimmy Carter, as we've been talking to his closest confidants about all of these ceremonies, is that the public would feel very much a part of it. So it's interesting that what we're about ready to see happen inside the National Cathedral is really one of the only times that the public can't be a part of that for security reasons, because every other part of it has been an invitation for people to line the street, for people to go into the Capitol Rotunda, for 23,000 people to go into the Carter Center, despite weather and traffic. That was an issue in Atlanta at the time, and sure enough, when they were invited, they showed up, because they felt what you're saying, Aisha, is that this is a man in his presidency and in all of his work after that was really committed to feeling a connection to the people that he touched. It was really interesting. I was talking to Congresswoman Nakima Williams from the 6th District. She named her son, who's 9 now, Carter, after Jimmy Carter. She admires him so much. And she had a chance to connect her son to President Carter at the Carter Center, and they were talking, and she told the story of how President Carter had a bottom drawer where he collected Happy Meal toys, so that if he was around kids, he'd have something to connect with kids about. And so he pulled out a Happy Meal pig, and her son, who was very young at the time, was asking the former president to oink with him, and President Carter obliged. So here they are on the floor of the Carter Center oinking like pigs. She said that just shows you that no matter who was in front of him, no matter what their age or what was important to them, it became important to President Carter as well. I think that story to me just kind of summed it up.
And Cheryl, to see how the former president, really connected with children is so special. A couple of little guys, including Congresswoman Nakima Williams, her son, a namesake of former President Carter, and then a few people that Caitlin Ross saw lining up on the shuttle buses to go to the Carter Center. It's a very popular name, and I feel like it will start to take on new meaning for generations to come. So I'm sort of looking forward to some of those stories coming out as well.
No doubt about it. You know, so many people have a story, Aisha. I think that says a lot. People will say, I met him once. I wasn't on an airplane once where he came by and shook everyone's hand. Or I just remember a moment in time where I saw a photograph of him in a remote place in the world or read one of his quotes. I'll try to remember it best I can, but there's a quote inside the Capitol Rotunda as people walked in, and it essentially said, we are obligated to do whatever we can for as long as we can with whatever we have to make a difference in this life. And that was the mission by which President Jimmy Carter lived by, and we saw that carry as long as he could. Part of that quote said, for as long as I can. And here's someone who late into his 90s would show up on a Habitat for Humanity build and be setting the pace for people to do that. We saw him go to the build in Nashville after he had a terrible fall, 13 stitches and a black eye, and still he showed up. He wanted to always show up as long as he had the energy in his body to do that. But even in his time in hospice, when his body was frail, his mind was strong, and we would hear from Jason Carter and others about he was still on the phone or communicating by email with world leaders, still being an integral part of diplomacy in the way he could, still reaching out to people in his hometown of Plains. We saw him frail but strong in some ways, even at that final service of his beloved wife, Rosalind Carter. We saw him in a convertible at one point alongside his wife for the peanut parade in Plains. So for as long as he could, he was out and about with the people, and I think that says a lot too. And it's interesting in this city with all the history and how regal some places are, and just the massive monuments and how, you know, grandeur of the cathedral. It's such a contrast to the simplicity of his life and his impact, and I think maybe both sides of that really speak to people to say you can have the highest position in all of the world, but never be above connecting with people. And he said that was his favorite part of being a former president, because it was the springboard to do what he called his life's work, to make a difference. And it's interesting, the Carter Center had said at one point, instead of, you know, gifts, what we'd like for people to do in honor of the late president is to just put some good out in the world in his honor, in the places and with the people that mean the most to you. And we feel a lot of that as we have conversations with people along the path. You know, the day that they took his body from the United States Naval Memorial to the Capitol, and it was that beautiful moment on that horse-drawn caisson with the whole family walking along, and here people were lining Pennsylvania Avenue. And what are the odds that it happened to be a snow day in Washington, D.C., but the roads were clear enough for people to come through. So many kids who were not in school because of the snow day actually bundled up in their snow gear and lined the street. And we heard so many grandparents and parents talking to them about President Carter, not as much about his presidency, but stories about all the work he did after as they lined there. So they were having a school lesson, just maybe of a different nature. They're experiencing history in real time. And I know what it would mean to the Carter family for these younger generations to carry his legacy of moral character, thinking of others above yourself, and putting good out into the world as we remember him on a day of his funeral here at the National Cathedral. And then, of course, he'll make that final journey back home to Plains for a private service, and then the burial on the family property under that willow tree right off the front porch where he and Rosalind would have coffee every morning together, their final resting place there together, side by side. Aisha.
And that just speaks to the humble man that he was, to go home and to Plains and not at a big national cemetery and not a lot of to do, even though he had a huge hand in the details that we're seeing play out here today. Still such a very hometown personal feel. And that is where we find 11 Alive Zach Merchant. Cheryl, we're going to check back in with you in a second. Zach has been in Plains for about a week and a half now, just really becoming a part of the community and talking to people about the Carter family and just what they mean It's going to be a huge void there to know that you won't have that slim chance of seeing the former president in a parade or just around town, but the family really living on and kind of letting that legacy live on there in the community, knowing how much their father and their mother really wanted to just be a part of the people and not politics, Zach.
Well, President Carter, First Lady Rosalind Carter, they walked the walk. That's a phrase we've heard so much of the past few weeks. They were a part of this community for 100 years in President Carter's case. He was born here, he left, he traveled all over the world, accomplished remarkable things, but he never lost touch with his roots here in Plains. And I think some of the stories that Cheryl was just sharing are so indicative. You look back and President Carter, while he's in the White House, gets a world-changing peace deal, a peace agreement between Egypt and Israel. This is unprecedented, world-changing news. A week later, they're having a South Georgia barbecue on the White House lawn. You hear this story about President Carter. He's at the Carter Center, surely hard at work doing some of the humanitarian work that he became a staple of his life after leaving the Oval Office. And he's happy to take time to get down on the floor and play with the child and bring a smile to his face. That's the person, when you talk to people here in Plains, that folks remember and that they smile about. We spoke with one woman last week. Her name is Andy Walker, and she's a close friend of the Carter family. She actually, for a long time, was backyard neighbors, if that makes sense. Her backyard butted up onto the backyard of the Carter family, and she said it was just like any regular good neighbor relationship, except, of course, the Secret Service was there. But she said it was common for Rosalind and President Jimmy Carter to just stick their heads over the fence or walk into the backyard and say, hey, what are you up to? Hey, how's your family doing? Hey, do you want to go for a walk? That was the neighbor that she knew and that so many people knew. Andy loves to cook, and she tells this great story that I think gets at the heart of how the Carters were both here in Plains and around the world and in the White House. She said they were hosting a dinner party one night, and Andy's family from out of town, they're from Pennsylvania, they were visiting, and Andy prepared a low country boil. And of course, President Carter, First Lady Rosalind Carter, they come over and they're laying out all the food on the table, and Andy's granddad sort of leans over and whispers to her and says, hey, I don't know how exactly I'm supposed to eat this. And President Carter overheard it, and he looked around the table, looked right at him and said, look, I don't know how you guys do it up north, but here in the South, we just pick it up and eat it with our hands. And everybody laughed and they smiled and it broke the tension, and they had this wonderful person-to-person human experience with a man who rose to such great heights but always insisted on being a good neighbor first and foremost. And we had an opportunity to talk with President Carter's grandson, Jason Carter, a few months ago. He will be speaking at the National Funeral Service in just a few hours in the nation's capital. We talked to Jason back in late September for our Sunday show, the Georgia Vote. We asked him what memories stick out to him as he looks back on his grandfather's legacy, and he pointed to many of the same memories that so many other people here in Plains have indicated.
Of course, there are moments where you're struck by different parts of my relationship with him. I mean, one of the great joys for me, not everybody gets to experience their grandfather until they're almost 50 years old. My children are 18 and 15. They have really long, deep memories of their great grandfather, right? Those personal relationships are real and impactful just in that way. The things that I think about that stop me in my tracks about my grandfather are not about public legacy, but they're about the going fishing, or this is him teaching my kids how to shoot a gun or how to clean a catfish. Those are the things that are the personal side for me that stop me.
You can pick up on that when you're here, too. We stepped into one of the cafes along Main Street a few days ago, and it was, as you can imagine, it was packed with visitors, with members of the press as well. And the woman who was running the cafe was working so hard to just make sure that everybody had a wonderful experience in there. And I got the chance to speak with her for a moment, and I talked about how busy they were and asked her how she was doing, and she had the most earnest, heartfelt look in her eyes, and she said, we want to make sure that everybody gets to experience the Plains that we know. And President Carter, First Lady Rosalind Carter, they were such an integral part of making this place what it was. Aisha?
All right, Zach, thank you so much. And one of the people closest to the Carter family is Miss Jill Stuckey, the superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park. Jill, we thank you so much for being with us this morning. It all comes back home to Plains today. What have the past couple of weeks just been like for you?
Very busy. I received the news when I was on vacation in Ohio, so drove straight back, and it's just been a whirlwind. We want to get this right. We want to celebrate President Carter, so we have been working very hard to prepare for this day.
And what does it mean for you to sort of be in charge of the lasting legacy? Do you feel the weight of that, or is it just a sense of pride and joy to be over this mark in history?
And unfortunately, I'm having a little trouble understanding you, but President Carter means the world to this town. And, as you can see, President Carter and Rosalind are looking over my shoulder this day. And I hope history will look favorable on both of them, and I'm sure it will.
All right, can you hear me now? Let's do a little check. Can you hear me clearly, or is it still a little bit muffled for you?
And unfortunately, I can't understand you.
All right, so we're going to try to check here the audio that we're having with Jill. We know she is a big part of the celebrations happening today. And so we're going to try to see if we can get that fixed and come back to her here coming up in a little bit. But this is indeed a very special day for the people of Plains. You know, a lot of people born and raised in Plains, much like the Carters. And so they're not used to a lot of the pomp and circumstance. And so they're just glad to have this ceremony ending there, where they can continue to honor the Carter family at that burial site that I'm sure will become a historic marker there in Plains. Another big story we are following for you here is the forecast. Here at home, we are bracing for winter weather. Meteorologist Chessie McNeil joining me now while we try to get Jill all fixed up to talk about just the impact we're bracing for. It could be devastating if we don't heed these warnings.
That's absolutely right. And mainly the roads, because of slickness on the roads, and also if it becomes more of an icing event, if it becomes more of a matter where we're seeing more freezing rain in the area, that's going to lead to power outages. And so you got to be aware of that, folks. And it's looking like we're going to get more warmer air in here, which means that it looks more like a sleet and freezing rain event, less snow. That's the way it is right now. Can that change? Absolutely. With winter systems, that's what happens. Even as the system is moving through, it fluctuates on us a bit. And so that's one thing we do know. We're talking about Friday, not today. Friday is our day where we're going to see that winter weather begin to push in. And I'm thinking Friday morning. Timing for that would be between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. Right here toward the metro area. It'll start in our west first and then begin to spread over toward the east. And so that's the time frame that we're looking at. What are we talking about? Well, snow on the onset. I think it'll be cold enough that we'll see snow initially, even here in the metro area and up north. And then it'll start to mix with some sleet, maybe some freezing rain as we head toward mid-morning, so around the 9 o'clock hour, 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour, a lot of mixing taking place. And then could change over to rain briefly, right, depending on how far north that warm air goes. Something to monitor. Either way, when you're talking about mixing, you're talking about a mess. And that is going to be the case for our roads. And so that's what we'll monitor. Sidewalks as well. So even think about putting on your boots and getting out there walking. It could be dangerous for you either way. And so if you can make plans to just stay at home, that's what I would do. Just stay inside, hunker down, watching 11 Alive, let you know exactly what's taking place, keeping your family safe for you. You're looking at fair skies on the outside right now. We got the sunshine. It's coming up. And it's going to look like a beautiful day. In fact, from a warm window, it looked mighty nice, of course. But when you step outside, you're going to feel that bite, if you will. I don't think the winds will be as strong as we saw them yesterday. Yesterday, we saw those winds in excess of 15 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour. Today, around 10 or less. 10 or less. And so you see these temperatures right here, even some teens, especially over here to the west. You got 18 degrees right now in Carrollton, 18 in Georgia's Rome, 19 up toward Dalton, 13. These are actual air temperatures up into Blairsville. Now, our winds, again, on the light side, even calm winds over into Rome, but you still have that temperature reduced because of that. These are the actual wind chills. And you see those wind chills down in the single digits in a lot of spots. Like Carrollton, you're at 6. You're at 9 in Marietta, 8 in Canton. These are your wind chills. This is the way it feels on your exposed skin, which is why we tell you all the time, bundle up, put on layers. You got to layer up, folks. You got to layer up. Not a whole lot going on throughout the southeast. We're fine for now. This is the common cold before the storm itself. And we're starting to see things really start to get underway in northeastern portions of Texas going into Oklahoma. You can see going up toward Oklahoma City, some of that snow beginning to push to the north. Also, a little bit of a mix over toward the Dallas-Fort Worth area. No doubt there'll be delays there if you happen to be flying out west. And then you see the rain down toward Houston. Now, this will become a little bit more widespread as that area of low pressure continues to push toward the Gulf. Tapping in on that moisture and will continue to spread it up to the north. So conditions will deteriorate in places like Louisiana and Arkansas today, even further up into the Missouri area. Memphis, Jackson will start to deteriorate today. And this, as this spreads over toward the east and becomes a little bit more widespread. High pressure right now in the vicinity, and so looking pretty good. We got that northerly flow again, and so on the light side, 10 miles per hour or less as we head through the afternoon. Notice now the pink shaded area. You got it in Dallas, extends over to Memphis, down through Birmingham. That's where we have a winter storm warning that's in effect. Just south of that, this is kind of like a purple area here. In fact, as we go in, you can see it a little bit better in contrast to what we have. That is where we have a winter weather advisory. I suspect some of those advisories will push into some of our southernmost counties, and expect some of that pink to start lightening up some of our counties as well as the storm system starts to get a little closer. Right now, we're under a watch, which means we're watching for the potential for that sleet, freezing rain, and also rain mixing in at times as we head through the day. Again, a watch. We watch the models. Speaking of watch, we watch the models to see if they come into agreement. And what we have been seeing consistently over the last week and even into now, this line where between the pink and the blue, pink would indicate the mixing, blue would indicate snow. It's been consistently snow up to the north, so we're still believing that, about 2 to 4 inches of that. But the line itself has been fluctuating a bit. And I think that's what we're going to see as we head through the day. At times we'll have some snow. At times we'll have a mix taking place. At times we'll have some freezing rain, maybe mixing with some rain if that warm air gets a little bit higher to the north, or comes up a little bit higher to the north. Mostly snow up here into our northernmost counties. How much are we talking? Maybe 2 to 4 inches, but some localized areas may get a little bit more than that. Down toward the metro area, you're talking 1 to 2 inches and some locally higher amounts, maybe up to 3 in some spots, okay? But that 1 to 2 inch is a little bit different than what we were looking at on our first call or even on our second call as far as totals go, because we think we'll see that mixing. That keeps the totals a little bit lower when it comes to snow. But notice what has gone up a little bit is that ice, and that's what we really do not want to see. All right. And so if it starts to get up to maybe a 1/4 inch in ice, then you're talking about really weighing down some of those power lines and those trees. Further south you go, you're really talking about that rain mixing in. And so you're really not talking about much in the way of totals down to the south. Here it is, our forecast track model. When we talk about timing of the system, you can follow along with me with the time right there at the top of the screen. It shows the sunshine around for this afternoon. We're sitting pretty, except for the fact that it's really cold outside. So definitely grab the big coat if you're going to be going out. Stopped it here at 4:30 in the morning on Friday. Now, you notice the clouds in place, and those clouds will start to move in here later on tonight. I'm thinking around the 10, 11 o'clock hour, we'll start to see mostly cloudy skies. And then the snow starting to move in. And I think it will be snow on the onset. It'll be cold enough that it'll all snow moving into the area. Our westernmost counties first, and then it'll start to spread a little bit further over to the east. So we start off with that snow, all snow up here towards Blairsville, Canton, and into Marietta. A little further down to the south of I-20, we'll say that's where some mixing could start to take place. Places like LaGrange, Thomaston, Covington, Peachtree City, you can be seeing some sleet mixing in with some of that snow. And then as we head through mid-morning, so after we get toward 9, 10 o'clock, a lot of that mixing will start to lift to the north. Our model here now showing that even some of that rain will start to push up toward the metro area, maybe mixing with some of that sleet and freezing rain. Notice the snow line further up to the north, and this particular model has that mixing all the way up here to the north. Will that be the case? There's still a lot of things that we continue to look at as far as the temperature goes. Where are the temperatures when this precipitation is moving through? We'll be looking at the actual path of the storm. Where's that area of low pressure? Is it now a little bit further to the north? All right, pushing again that snow line further off to the north. If it stays further to the south, we're talking about that snow line being a little bit further down to the south. So a lot of things that we have to look at as the system moves closer. You saw the system is still back off to the west of us, haven't even, or just now approaching the Gulf. And so we got some time with this, but these are our best indicators as to what we think will be taking place, and the impacts itself will be really the roadways. All right, so when you talk about a mix, you're talking about the roadways becoming very slick, especially untreated roads that are in your neighborhood. Trying to get to the main roads, once you get to the main roads, you may be okay, but trying to get there may be the issue. A lot of slipping and sliding in your back neighborhoods trying to get out. And so if you don't have to go out, that's why we're saying don't worry about it. Now, again, with the icing that could be taking place, when you talk about that pink area there, the more we see of that, the worse the conditions will be. All right? You really can't drive on ice. I don't care how big your truck is. I don't care how big your tires are. Ice, you're gonna slip and slide on that. So you really don't want that. We'd rather have all snow because we can actually make some traction through that. But it looks like more and more this is becoming more of a mixing event that we'll be watching for. It'll be with us right on through the day on Friday. All day Friday, we'll be looking at this precipitation around. Again, starting between 5 and 7 a.m. and lasting at least through about 10 p.m. That's when we'll start to see things begin to wrap up. It's still very cold outside, and now we'll see those temperatures falling back off into the 20s once again. And so whatever is left over has the opportunity to freeze, especially on bridges and overpasses. You have to be on the lookout for that, especially in those back neighborhoods as well. So we're going to keep our weather, 11 Live weather impact alert through Saturday morning. Even though the precipitation has ended and pushed a little bit further over toward the east, we're going to hold on to our 11 Live weather impact because I think even on Saturday morning, there could be some issues for us. The precipitation is gone. We have the clouds in place, but those roads could still be a bit treacherous. Or if some trees have fallen over due to that thick ice, then that could be an issue for you if you're trying to drive around. And we really don't want that at all. As we get toward the afternoon on Saturday, you notice the clouds start to break up a little bit. And so we will get some sunshine in. And once that sun hits the pavement, hits the asphalt, the roadways, that really starts to warm it up a little bit. And so you'll see some melting taking place at that point. So we'll get better as we head through the afternoon. And we're expecting that temperature to be above the freezing mark, even though the cold air is in place and temperatures will only be in the 30s, and we'll continue to dry it out as we head through the latter half of the weekend going into much of next week. So let's take a look at the 7-day outlook, and it shows today we're fine. 42 degrees for your afternoon high temperature. Really the only thing you have to be concerned about today is that cold air, but we've had it in place for a while, so hopefully you're getting used to putting on the coat and the layers that you need in order to combat that cold air. Now, the cold air stays in place for tomorrow as well. Again, the rain moving in, we got it at 100%, or I shouldn't say rain, but precipitation moving in at 100%. So snow first, then some mixing taking place. Some rain could begin to mix in briefly, but we're looking at a snow, sleet, freezing rain mix to be around. It clears out as we head into Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures will slowly start to creep back up, looking at 45 degrees by Monday. And then those temperatures back down into the low 40s as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday. And you'll notice the overnight lows don't change much. We'll be starting off the day in the 20s. Aisha, back to you.
All right, Chesley, thank you. Well, from the Oval Office to his humble roots, his journey will come full circle. Back to the place where it all began, Plains, Georgia. The impact and the legacy he leaves behind. We're talking about President Jimmy Carter. Rebecca Lindstrom has more.
And he loved the natural beauty of this place.
A springboard for the dreams he would soon chase, using lessons learned from the farm fields, a tiny town, and the haunts of segregation.
He had such a grit and determination.
There is no question, as flags fly at half-staff, he is beloved as one of the greats.
This is a person that was from humble background that went on to lead the United States.
But Sumter County is a community that knew Jimmy Carter before he led the nation.
His first political job was Sumter County Board of Education.
They watched the great love story as for 77 years, when possible, each day together they would start.
They said whenever it was not required, we never slept apart.
Jimmy and Rosalind Carter were a part of this community. Those about town would constantly see.
They would talk about running into her shopping at Walmart or Dollar Tree.
That he is beloved is a simple fact.
There are just so many things here that you see that are his impact.
The hospital, tourism, a national park, just a few more ways that he has left his mark. At Southwestern State University, a Carter leadership program will thrive.
And we'll continue to keep those principles that he lived by and those values alive.
Oh my gosh, Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains.
Carter's Bible studies drew people, whether sunshine or rains.
Always people.
They came curious about the man.
Always, every Sunday.
But learned instead about God's way.
He talked the talk and he walked the walk.
As governor, he changed the course of Georgia's race relations, declaring the Jim Crow South over and done.
There was not an African-American state trooper. He was the first person to hire one.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
A race he clearly won. From Washington to the world, those small-town values would prevail. From foreign affairs to hammer and nail.
It wasn't for show at all.
He actually worked.
A president who did such remarkable things.
So much benefit now all of it brings. The guinea worm, peace treaties, and environmental protection. It is a lofty list, but don't miss this.
Everybody is somebody.
There's the intangible lessons Mr. Carter also leaves behind.
The grave is only getting the body. His spirit will live on forever.
And so it seems this peanut farmer turned president has more to endeavor. An unspoken challenge for me and you.
If I can just capture a microcosm of the difference he has made, then I can say that I had a life well lived too.
Rebecca Lindstrom, 11 Alive News.
And we are a little more than 20 minutes from Mr. Carter being moved from the U.S. Capitol Rotunda as that Lion State period comes to an end and he is moved to the National Cathedral for services today. That is where we find 11 Alive Cheryl Preheim there. Cheryl, we see the sun is coming up in D.C. You said not a cloud in the sky, just really making way for a beautiful day to say a final farewell there to the 39th president in D.C.
You know, in the last 20 minutes or so, Aisha, I would tell you there's been a real shift in the activity here around the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. We saw people starting to actually go into the sanctuary. A lot of military members who are here that will be part of the proceedings here throughout the rest of the morning. And we see a lot of activity. We feel that it's happening now. A lot of people walking into the church even as I speak. What's going to happen first is inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, there will be a closing ceremony there. The family is there with the casket. They're all there as there will be a special service, a 21-gun salute, and the playing of Hail to the Chief. Then there will be the motorcade from the U.S. Capitol Rotunda past the White House for one final time here to the National Cathedral. This National Cathedral has been the site of many presidential funerals, including Presidents Bush Sr. most recently, President Reagan, Eisenhower as well, President Ford too. Interesting that with President Ford, he actually left some remarks before his passing in anticipation of Mr. Carter's eventual passing as well, and his son will read those remarks. Significant as these are two greats, two former presidents representing two different political parties who had such a shared respect for each other, so much so that one's words today will honor another. President Carter's grandchildren will be the ceremonial pallbearers today. His family will be sitting in the front of the church, and around them, former presidents, the entire Supreme Court will be here as well, and dignitaries that have traveled from all over the world. Many of them came in the last couple of days because they wanted to be part of the viewing at the U.S. Rotunda as well. It's interesting as thousands of people from the public went to say a final goodbye and a final thank you in the Rotunda. There were moments where they would pause and just let groups come in together. For example, a big group from the Carter Center traveled from Atlanta, and last evening about 6 p.m., they were able to have a moment with that group themselves, to have a moment at the casket to say goodbye, as they have committed to carry on President Carter's work based in Atlanta, but reaching to all parts of the world. President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump came through the Rotunda last night as well. They are expected to be here at today's service. President Joe Biden will give the eulogy. President Biden, President Carter, longtime colleagues in Washington and very close friends. There's that famous picture of the Bidens and the Carters in the Carter living room in Plains, Georgia, with some wood paneling in the back in the humble home that the Carters chose to make their home base. Funny stories about how that all came to be. Outside the United States Capitol, you see military from all the branches of the military there to be part of this final procession from the U.S. Capitol to the National Cathedral, of course, honoring a military veteran himself. President Carter served in the Navy. He was a submarinist. He worked on nuclear submarines and worked his way up through the ranks to become a naval officer, and only gave up his commission when his father passed away, and he made what would be a very life-changing decision to leave his service in the Navy, where they were traveling the world. He was already married to Rosalind at the time, and they together went back to his hometown of Plains after his father's passing. But he was always very connected to the military and held those times very dear. In fact, one of his lasting gifts that he gave after leaving office was to push through the construction of the U.S. military and Naval Visitors Center, along with the Visitor Center on Pennsylvania Avenue, that millions of people have visited over the last few years. And there was a very important part of that procession that happened when his casket arrived here to the Capitol, where they started at the Naval Memorial in honor of his service in the military. So you'll see a strong military presence as a nod to Mr. Carter, the veteran, today as well, along with Mr. Carter, the former president, the 39th president of the United States. We have a long line of vans coming in right now. We're starting to see family members, extended family that might be coming in. We've seen some people from the Carter Center already arriving here at the National Cathedral. They will be part of today's funeral services. Many friends have traveled as well. We mentioned that Ambassador and former Mayor Andrew Young will be here, and Martin Luther King III, both very closely connected over many decades with former President Carter through his time in Washington and also his work based out of Georgia as well. A flurry of activity here with Secret Service, journalists from all over the world, a lot of people coming through on a very cold and windy morning here in the nation's capital. All things pointing back to Mr. Carter as a man as much as a former president, and I think that's very telling as we stand here in front of kind of a majestic cathedral here in the heart of Washington, D.C., that the stories really articulate a simplicity of someone who made whomever was in front of them feel like the most important person. That might have been another president from another country, and it might have been a child along a motorcade route just waving a flag. So a lot of emotion here today. We talked to Congresswoman Nakima Williams here in Washington, D.C., who said that she's been spending time with the Carters, and she said, well, everyone feels connected and the country is pausing together for this moment in history, that she said we don't want to have the fact lost that this is really a hard time for the family. He was 100 years old and he had been in hospice, so they knew the time was drawing near, but nothing changes the fact that they've lost someone very close and dear to them, the patriarch of their family, and they're feeling the emotion of that mixed in with the gratitude of seeing an overwhelming outpouring of respect and love towards him. Aisha, I'll send it back to you, where the winds are really picking up here outside the National Cathedral. It's certainly logistically causing a little bit of trouble maybe for people who are trying to get in here around the city, but you feel a sense that nothing's going to stop anyone from being part of this day, whether it's people lining Pennsylvania Avenue for that final procession or people coming here to be part of this final national funeral service.
All right, Cheryl, thank you so much. It is a moment in history indeed, and the wind and the cold temperatures are not going to keep people away. I'm actually going to have Chesley to check the wind chill in D.C. here coming up in a little bit. I know you said it started at around 4 degrees there this morning. So we're talking about the public visit visitation that's ending of the president lying in state. That concluded at 7 this morning. And then the former president is going to depart the U.S. Capitol here in about 13 minutes at 9 a.m. And that's where we saw the members of the military anticipating that moment as they were lining the steps. You see all of the dignitaries' vehicles and Secret Service getting in place there as we look live over the nation's capital right now. This is very strategic. All things have to be in place before this moment happens. The military mains honor guard in the late president until shortly before that departure ceremony. We see here, this is the moment where the motorcade is arriving to get in position on the Capitol Plaza. Meanwhile, the special honor guard and the honorary pallbearers and their spouses, they're going to be escorted into position there at the base of the U.S. Capitol steps, making sure everyone who has played a role here in this ceremony and including their loved ones, that they are honored and a part of this very special moment. We know that is one thing that former President Carter was sure to include, is making sure that everyone was involved in this process here. Right now, we're going to send things to Plains, Georgia. That is where we find 11 Alive Zach Merchant, where the community there is waiting for the former president to arrive back in his hometown for a special funeral service there before being buried next to the love of his life, Miss Rosalind Carter. Zach, how are things in Plains? I know a lot of preparation is taking place as we see the preps that are already taking place in D.C. A lot happening from coast to coast.
A lot happening indeed. The state funeral service began a week ago here in Plains. It will conclude here in Plains later today. And this is going to be arguably the busiest day of this multi-day state funeral. Obviously, it begins in the nation's capital in Washington, D.C., where Cheryl has been reporting for the past few days. We know we're just a few moments away from President Carter's casket being moved from the nation's capital to the National Cathedral, where the national funeral service will begin in short order this morning. I want to take a moment now, though, to walk you through what will happen after that national funeral service and that final leg of this long journey as it comes our way here to Plains. And this is how the afternoon is going to play out. At around 2 o'clock, a flight carrying President Carter's casket and the Carter family will land in the Columbus area at Fort Moore, and then they will travel by motorcade here to Plains. They'll arrive at Maranatha Baptist Church at about 3:30 in the afternoon for a private family funeral service. Once that service is completed, the motorcade will travel right through here, right through downtown Plains around 4:45 this afternoon. Members of the public, they are invited to come out to line the streets to pay their respects. And it will make its way just through here, Highway 280, through this iconic shot of downtown Plains towards the Carter residence, where a private family interment ceremony, a burial ceremony, will take place. And that will be accompanied by a Navy flyover at around 5:20 this afternoon. Now, obviously, there's a lot of moving parts here. There has been a lot of work that has gone in to making sure that President Carter's state funeral, his send-off, is an appropriate one for the legacy that he leaves behind. And many hundreds, if not thousands, of people have been involved in this work. We spoke with one man, Mike Litterst. He is with the National Park Service in his day job. He is a spokesman for the National Mall, but he has also been a part of a group that for years has been working in the background to make sure that when this moment comes, all parties involved are prepared. And he said one of the things that got him through so many long days of work was thinking about President Carter, the way he lived his life fearlessly and tirelessly.
In true President Carter fashion, went to D.C., attended the funeral, flew back that afternoon, and moderated the panel discussion at the Carter Center as anticipated.
And he would have been 94 years old.
I was going to say he was in his early 90s at that point. Yeah, 94 probably. I got winded walking up the stairs of the hotel that afternoon, and he's, crisscrossing the globe and making sure that he attends his original plans. And then when it was over, he, just walked down the aisles and, shook hands, thanked me for coming, of all things.
Litter's talking about a memory he had from a few years ago when he was set to attend an event at the Carter Center. President Carter had to go attend another funeral out of town, and of course he made the trip and came back and lived up to his obligations like he always did. Aisha?
All right, Zach, thank you. The community there is waiting and ready for what is to be a somber moment for sure, but a morning and an afternoon of celebration. All right, we are getting ready for winter weather headed our way. Meteorologist Chesley McNeil has been tracking this system for us that is sure to bring some disruption to the metro, to say the least, Chesley.
That's absolutely right. Air travel, road travel, walking will be disrupted when winter weather moves into our area by tomorrow. We have an 11 Live weather impact alert for Friday into Saturday morning. All right, the precipitation should be out of the way by the time we get to Friday evening, but we are looking at the impacts lasting through Saturday morning, certainly possible. Sleet, freezing rain, mixing with snow at times, maybe even some rain mixing in as well, something I have to be on the lookout for. We have to monitor those roads because any type of wintry mix will certainly disrupt your travel. But if it's more of a freezing rain, that will certainly have an impact on power. All right, that ice gets onto power lines, it weighs it down, trees weighs down, snaps those power lines, and we're pretty much out of power at that particular point. So that's something I would be on the lookout for. Nothing to worry about today, at least other than the cold weather that we have in place. We'll have sunshine around pretty much all day long. Temperatures are in the 20s starting off this morning. Our winds are on the light side, but it's enough to make those temperatures in the 20s this morning feel like the teens and single digits. It feels like 9 right now in Marietta. It feels like 9 in Dalton. It feels like 8 up there in Blairsville. So it's a very cold morning for you. And it will be cold right on through the afternoon. As highs will only make it up into the low 40s. Where is that system right now? Well, it's just entering into our southeast region. So you can see over toward Houston, Dallas, Texas, getting in on some of that mix. Houston has all the rain. All that will spread over here toward the east and eventually make it into our neck of the woods. But I don't think it will happen until Friday morning. I'm going to give it a time frame between 5 and 7 a.m. that'll start to move in and it'll be with us through the day. You can already start to see some of the warnings indicated by the pink from Dallas to Memphis over into Birmingham. Doesn't extend to our state as of yet, but I am anticipating to see winter weather advisories like what you see down there toward Montgomery to move over toward the east. And also some of that pink will start to highlight some of our counties as well later on this afternoon. But again, we're talking snow, and mainly up here to the north is where you're going to find that. You look at the models, it shows you that mainly snow up here to the north, and then that mixing, we'll say from Duluth southward. You'll start to see some of that mixing through the day. This model indicating that some rain could even get in when we talk about the mixing. Any kind of mixing that we talk about means lower snow totals. All right. I think the bulk of the snow will stay up to the north. Here in the metro area, we'll get the snow mixing with sleet and freezing rain at times. It'll be with us off and on as we head through the day on Friday. So go ahead and make your plans to hanker down and just watch us. We'll be there. Hey, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with a few updates as we head through the
Never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here.
Where we're standing right now is covered in water.
Part of our continued reporting.
Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here.
Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
Jimmy Carter was that all too rare example of a gifted man who also walks with humility, modesty, and grace.
His journey began in a small town called Plains, Georgia, where the soil beneath his feet would shape the destiny of a nation. Today, as the sun sets over the land he called home, President Jimmy Carter leaves Washington one final time and returns to the heart of a city where his legacy of peace, grace, and service to humanity will forever live on.
He was the first president I got to vote for in 1980. And I was living in South Georgia, going to Georgia Southwestern, which is where he and Rosalind went to school.
For a man whose name became synonymous with hope, he will return to his roots next to his beloved Rosalind. Together in the soil that first nurtured their dreams, they will rest.
He never stopped serving others until his final day. America was lucky to have him as a citizen, as a president, and as a moral compass of our time.
A farmer, a senator, a Georgia governor, a Sunday school teacher, and the 39th President of the United States. His mark is felt not just in the halls of the White House, but in every corner of the world where peace was sought and humanity honored.
I've had a wonderful life. I've had thousands of friends, and I've had an exciting and adventurous and gratifying existence. So I was surprisingly at ease, much more so than my wife was. But now I feel, that it's in the hands of God, whom I worship, and I'll be prepared for anything that comes.
And so, the sun sets on his final chapter, a legacy that transcends time, echoing in every life he touched and every act of kindness he inspired. Today, the nation bids farewell to its 39th president, Jimmy Carter. Good morning, and thank you for joining us here for this special edition of 11 Alive Morning News as we honor the life of former President Jimmy Carter. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Jeff Hullinger, and this is going to be quite a day. It's a day that begins in Washington, D.C. as we take a live view right now outside the U.S. Capitol as the casket is brought down to the hearse and will make its way to the U.S. National Cathedral this morning, Aisha.
Service members from all branches of the U.S. Armed Forces aligning the steps there. The honor guard here with a very distinguished role here as we see this happening down the steps of the United States Capitol, being lined by the men and women who have served our country and continue to serve. And what is a very special moment as the Carter family, dignitaries, loved ones, people who worked for the Carter Center, past and present, are here in D.C. marking this moment in time.
We really have seen a lot of crowds, a very diverse group of people, whether racially or gender or age. There has been a great, really, reaction to the death of President Carter and what he accomplished in this country, not only politically, but certainly in the years after the White House. But you really got a sense of that. I think there was a bit of a curiosity about what would that look like, given it's very cold in D.C. We're talking about January, and not easy to get out, certainly in inclement weather, and there's snow on the ground and all, but the crowds have been very large and very passionate in their love for President Carter.
And talking about what the crowds look like and who is among them, as we look at the schedule of events today, I highlighted several times in which the Carter family personally invited members of the military and their family to participate in special moments that they otherwise may not have been a part of. So even the presence of equality and inclusivity living on through the Carter family, and it's what President Carter was all about, Jeff, and I think that really speaks to the crowds that we're seeing. Despite when we started this morning, our Cheryl Preheim there in D.C. reported it was 4 degrees with a feels like temperature of far less as we saw the wind gusts through multiple shots from the nation's capital. So a man worth this honor and sacrifice.
We've talked about this over the course of the last week, but what goes on here in Georgia as it relates to President Carter's funeral and what goes on in Washington, D.C. has a very different look about it and a different feel. The federal government's involvement here is much more structured, minute by minute by minute, and certainly by all of, you see the ceremony and the pomp and circumstance. Here in Georgia, it has a little bit of a different feel, and certainly President Carter's involvement in preparation for his own funeral is the stuff of legend, where he had been tinkering with it for many years at various times, and certainly his fingerprints are all over this funeral service as well, particularly here in Georgia.
Yeah, and as we see the casket being loaded now into the vehicle to begin the motorcade there to the Washington National Cathedral, the motorcade will arrive there for an arrival ceremony that is set to take place at 9:30. And so with the flags flying in the wind there, several people, including dignitaries and several members of the clergy there, marking this moment as we begin a long mourning to the journey back home to Plains.
I guess as I look at these live pictures right now, I'm thinking about an interview that I saw with President Carter from 1985, where he was being interviewed by Mike Wallace of 60 Minutes. And this was at a time when the Carters were still formulating essentially what they were going to do post the White House. They had been out about 4 years. And Jimmy Carter had taken Mike Wallace to the Carter family cemetery, the plot where his mother, Miss Lillian, was buried, and she had died within the course of the last year or so. And he was very reflective, very, very misty-eyed about missing his mother and about how he liked to begin days in the mornings with her in planes before the sun came up, and they would watch the sun rise and they would talk about sports or they would talk about politics. And he says, his words, she was always exciting company and he missed her so. And I was just sort of thinking about that this morning as he is taken back to Plains, about the meaning of his family, the meaning of his roots, the meaning of the soil in Plains, where he will now rest along with his beloved wife, Rosalind.
Yeah, bringing in our Cheryl Preheim now, who is in the nation's capital following this story from us from D.C. Cheryl, I think that is a phrase that a lot of mothers would love to hear, for their children to refer to them as very exciting company. It just really speaks to the type of family man that he was, as a son, as a politician, as a father, and as the 39th president.
No question about it. And you see how that has gone from generation to generation, that closeness and that intent to keep family at the forefront with the Carters. And that's such a beautiful story as we think about this big family of many generations now at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, as we saw making its way here to the Washington National Cathedral for the national funeral services here for President Jimmy Carter. And here on the grounds of the National Cathedral, we can feel the care and the love in the details. A plan in which President Carter detailed himself. All of his wishes we will see displayed here today in these moments inside the National Cathedral, and we feel the care in the way people are trying to carry out that plan in his honor, wanting everything to be perfect. There's a lot of Secret Service right now. We've heard helicopters flying overhead, Capitol Police on site. We have seen a lot of people walking into the sanctuary already, members of the military here already and going inside. About 3,000 people will be inside the sanctuary. I want to show you a look at the Capitol, or rather at the Cathedral live. It is a place of majesty. It has been the place of funeral services for other presidents as well, including Presidents Eisenhower, Ford, Reagan, and most recently President Bush Sr. Today, the funeral services of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. One thing that stands out is a moment you will hear in the service, and that will be of the son of President Gerald Ford, of course. President Carter won the election over Gerald Ford, two men serving different political parties but sharing a deep respect for each other, so much so that President Ford left some remarks for this day, and his son will read them in his honor. I think that will be a poignant moment. Also here today will be the Honorable Ambassador Andrew Young and Martin Luther King III, among many people who have traveled from Atlanta. A big group from the Atlanta Carter Center will be here at the service supporting the family as well. As we've seen incredible outpourings of love and respect from the public towards President Carter, we wanted to take a moment to think about the family as they are saying goodbye to a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather. I talked to Congresswoman Nikema Williams, representing the 6th District, representing Chip and Amy's district, Chip and Amy Carter's district, and she's been spending some time with the Carter family since their arrival in Washington, D.C., and we asked her about that time.
President Carter meant a lot for everyone, but there's a real life grieving family that is going through this in a very public way.
Can you share a little bit of the sentiment from the family about what it's meant to see the outpouring of respect and love through this process?
I talked with Chip last night, and he was saying how beautifully done the ceremony in the Capitol was, and at the very end they played Georgia on My Mind, and so that was quite fitting. The little touches and the sentiments that have connected them to the man that they call Dad and Pop meant so much to them.
Mm-hmm. Georgia on My Mind there in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, and music will be an integral part of the services today. Amazing Grace, one of former President Carter's favorite hymns, will be sung towards the beginning of the funeral. We'll also hear from Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood singing a John Lennon song, Imagine. Music throughout many of his favorite hymns will be part of today's service inside the National Cathedral. And as we heard about the experience of the Carter family, we've been hearing about what it's meant to them to be either walking along a route like on Pennsylvania Avenue behind the horse John Kaysen, or in a motorcade looking out the window at the crowds lined up. And we understand it's just been incredibly impactful for them to see so many people come to be a part of it, whether it's single-digit temperatures, snow, which we saw here in Washington, D.C., or wind like today. Nothing's keeping people away. Many ages, all different backgrounds, wanting to say thank you. Jeff, I think that's really stood out and impactful to think about what that means to the family, maybe seeing it from the inside out.
Cheryl, I was struck by you talking about Gerald Ford's son is going to read a eulogy written by President Ford, who died in 2006. And I suppose there's a great irony here, given their connection and their tie in American history and their great friendship and all, that President Ford died December 26th and President Carter died December 29th. And these two men that are linked together in many ways are linked in death as well.
Yeah, isn't that incredible? And to think that so many years later, nearly 20 years later, we will hear President Ford's words toward President Carter. I think that will be a really impactful moment within this service. We're also going to hear from the Carter grandsons, Joshua and Jason Carter, inside today. And I just think back on a day like today, thinking back 13 months ago or so to Rosalind Carter's services as well, and how we felt such sweet and personal stories in that service, and knowing that that will be something we'll experience here together today as well. Such an interesting contrast. There's such grandeur around these events at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda and in the motorcade, and certainly the majesty of this National Cathedral, in contrast to just the down-to-earth and simple way that the Carters connected with people, and that as the sun came up over this grand cathedral where the service will be held, the sun will go down over Plains, Georgia, in the simplicity of southern small town America, where they'll be laid to rest.
And you know, Cheryl, when you think about presidential funerals like this in the cathedral in D.C., the late president, the decedent, always is surrounded in large part by members from his administration or contemporaries of his life. This is different with President Carter, who dies at the age of 100. There are not many contemporaries that are with us any longer, and those from the late 70s who served in Washington and Georgia are no longer with us. So it takes on certainly a different meaning that, you know, President Carter outlived everyone, all of his contemporaries.
You know, it's really interesting. I talked to a woman named Betty Rainwater, and she was part of his second campaign for governor in Georgia, and then came with him to the White House and was very integral as they worked on the Panama Canal Treaty. We spoke at length yesterday. She traveled here from Atlanta. She said she was so young going into the White House then. So many of his youngest staff are here today, and her hope and desire that the work they did so long ago would carry on, because she talked about the very point that you just made, that so many of the closest people around him at that time are no longer with us either.
I think your point also about the Panama Canal is an illustration of how American politics is just one big wheel that is ever turning. And here we are again talking about the Panama Canal here in 2025 and what its connection may or may not be to the new administration coming forward. But yeah, it is so interesting to think just about all of these connections, all of these ties to the past, and how many of the issues that President Carter dealt with during his his term in the White House certainly are relevant today, whether it's inflation or it's Iran or it's the Panama Canal. It is an illustration of how, yes, our politics change, but the circumstances in which we operate do not.
And politics can be so dicey. So it's interesting, to see that this is transcending generations here. Not only will Steve Ford there give a letter that was written by President Ford as well, but we're actually going to hear, we don't hear too much of this name, Jeff. We're going to hear from President Carter's vice president. His son will actually give reflections on behalf of his father, Walter Mondale, who served as VP to President Carter. We had Mondale's senior advisor on the show, on our streaming show on 11 Live Plus earlier this morning, and he just gave such great detail about how these two men were so unafraid to welcome inclusivity. A black man, a lawyer, he went on to serve as the first state of education there in Virginia. We know the stories, of Virginia dealing with education and just saying, I was very much a part of that administration, and I think the legacy is great for what it leaves behind. It literally mapped out his entire career post DC. The fact that Mondale and Carter welcomed all races, all hues into their administration, and just really kind of shaped his life. And so it's going to be interesting to hear from Ted Mondale, who is the son of Vice President Walter Mondale there to President Carter. Another eye on the ground for us there in D.C., 11 Live News anchor Faith Jesse joining us this morning. Faith, good to have you here. This is a day that leads back to Georgia, but you are keeping eyes on things in D.C. Tell us about your location as the motorcade has officially left the state capitol.
Well, I will tell you, right at 9 o'clock on the dot, we heard those cannons. We saw that smoke go in the air. That salute to the nation's 39th president, who's been lying in state for the past couple of days. We were there the night the gates opened. We're talking below freezing temperatures, snow on the ground, slush on the ground. People from all over the nation, our home state in Georgia, and across the world, thousands of people waiting for their chance to walk into that rotunda and see that flag draped over that casket to say their final goodbye. They didn't care about the winter weather. They said that they were here for a reason, and they felt so honored to be a part of this. It is that honor that we are hearing, that proudness that we are hearing from a man who, a common theme that I'm hearing from people that I've spoken with, those who were alive during the presidency and those who were not alive during the presidency, hearing about the memories from their parents or their grandparents, is that Jimmy Carter was just a really cool guy. He was really down to earth. He cared about people. He was passionate. He put politics aside, and he did what he thought was best for the American people. Another common theme that I hear is when you mention President Carter, you can't mention him without Mrs. Rosalind Carter, who was not your typical first lady. She came to work every single day in the White House, just like her husband. The two were partners in everything that they did, and that was evident in the work that they did in the White House and beyond that with the Carter Center and their humanitarian work around the world. We've spoken to several people. One interesting thing that I wanted to talk to you all about, we spoke with the CEO of the Carter Center, Paige Alexander, and she said that all of the events that you all are seeing today, everything that's happening right now, everything that we've seen in Plains to Atlanta to here, back to Plains, it has been planned and detailed by Mr. and Mrs. Carter. They started this planning back in 1986 with one of the task force here in D.C., and they have planned everything from the music to the locations to the people. One of Mr. Carter's dying wishes was, I'm going to honor the tradition of having a state funeral here in D.C., but by the time sun goes down, I want to be buried back home in Plains. And that is part of the reason why we are seeing the funeral services being held early this morning. They've really been sticking to a timeline here. He's going to be back on that plane and then taken to Georgia to make sure that they have time to have the services at Maranatha Baptist Church, his home church, the place where he taught Sunday school, and then making sure that they have that internment before the sun goes down. We also spoke to Terry Adamson, who's a longtime friend of the Carters. He used to work for the AJC back in the day, and he was just telling us the stories about how he met when he was 18, and then once again when he was covering Mr. Carter. And the fact that he was just, from the moment he met him when he was 18 to when he was a journalist to later in life, he remembered him. He was a people person. He looked him in the eye, listened, and was not just the typical politician. He was a friend. We spoke with Jack Watson, who was Mr. Carter's chief of staff the last year of the White House. He served in many roles. We had a sit-down conversation with him. And once again, he said he listened. He did not just think about what he wanted to do and make that decision. He listened to both opinions, whether he liked them or not. He really tried to put politics aside and did what was right for the American people, what he felt was right for the American people, even if there were some political consequences in his decisions. He said, you know what, I believe that this is right, and that is what we want to do. So once again, we are here in D.C. I loved what Cheryl Preheim was saying, mentioning the sun. When we came here, the sun was not up. It was the day before the plane was supposed to leave Georgia to come here. A huge snowstorm came. It was really dreary. Snow covered the streets. It was really hard to walk around. But when I tell you, the day that Mr. Carter's plane landed here in D.C., that sun came out, and it has been up since he's here. And I really think that's a symbol of just the light that he has been shining down across our nation and across the world, with his smile, with his heart, with his warmth. And as that sun sets in plains, that is, I think, a sign of him and just his legacy and his presidency that we've seen for so many years. Those like me who were not alive and have learned so much about him and just growing to love him more than those who were here to witness what he did as president and beyond. And of course, during his time in Georgia, when he was a state senator and Georgia governor and just a resident of Plains, a Navy member, a Naval Academy graduate, taking over the peanut farm from his dad. So just so many incredible memories, and we will continue to see that as the service is set to start here not too long from now. We'll send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Faith, thank you. And you know what, Jeff, I don't know if you feel this way or not, but when you have someone that's like kind of high-powered and, kind of high-powered like the president, to remember you, your title, what you do, where they met you, that just really makes you feel valued for what you're doing, right? I think so many people have stories like that about President Carter, just remembering them from such what they may have perceived as, small interactions.
Those who were great campaigners for national office always had that unique skill, that unique ability. Bill Clinton had it as well, that he could remember people's names that he had met years prior in a small environment. And Jimmy Carter was like that too. His ability to bounce off people, I mean, that is a God-given gift.
For sure.
To be able to...
I don't have it.
To connect with people, to remember names, to remember circumstances and places, and make people feel as though they are certainly congruent to your life.
Ambassador Young also has that.
He has that as well.
He
has many other skills as well. And you bring up Ambassador Young. It is impossible to think of Ambassador Young and President Carter without each other, and how their lives were really linked together here in our city and certainly in Washington, D.C. And in the last 5 to 8 years, they gathered together at the Baptist Church in Plains, and they spoke about their life and times together, which was really an unforgettable moment. If you Google it, you will see their interaction and their discussion of their faith in America and their times together. It is quite a connection. We are better for it, not only in this country, but certainly in our region and in our city, that these two men had this sort of symbiotic relationship that really was able to leap above race, where race became such a language of which they were able to help and understand each other.
And we'll see Ambassador Young, on the guest list today. But what I think about, Jeff, is just how they continue to serve and to serve the people, through their faith and politics. I interviewed Ambassador Young last year, and he was rushing off to preach, and he preached 2 sermons at 2 different churches, different parts of the metro the previous Sunday. It was a Tuesday, and he was giving a speech at a luncheon, and then he was going to do, I think, a funeral service, do a eulogy for someone that same day. And much like President Carter, I mean, people were still lining up outside of Maranatha Baptist Church to hear him teach Sunday school. So the faith wasn't just this display of, convenience.
Right.
It was truly the way, you live your life. And I think that speaks volumes to people when you see them doing that to the very, very end. They just keep going.
I always have people that ask me, what's the coolest thing about, working 40 years in television and radio in Atlanta? And I always say, well, at the top of the list is, I actually know Andrew Young. I've actually known him. I've interacted with him. And this life, like Jimmy Carter's, of which we will not see again, and its influence on America in the 20th century and above and beyond is just impossible to really frame. And Jimmy Carter's life is like that, but Andrew Young's life is so complicated and so full and so impactful. I mean, where do you begin? And there is no easy answer to that.
And I wonder, Cheryl, we are talking about the grandchildren serving as, honorary pallbearers, and they have had, some instrumental roles in this service too. And we see the children, and especially, the grandson Jason, in the role that he's taken on with being the chair of the Carter Center. I wonder what the grandchildren and great-grandchildren are thinking of this moment. With their grandfather no longer being in D.C., I don't know if they had, a lot of opportunities to go there and to see his D.C. impact. But right now, they're seeing it up close and personal from a motorcade. Cheryl, what do you think that's going to be like, especially as they are front and center taking a very active part in the services today at the National Cathedral?
Yeah, I think it'll just underscore this other part of his life long before many of them were born. I want to show you, I'm going to step aside because there's some things happening here in front of the Washington National Cathedral as we are getting very close to the arrival of the former president's casket. We see the motorcade, the lights in the distance coming. You see the military and the first cars pulling up here with lights on. Members of the military service lined up at attention. They're holding the flags in a very strong wind right now, and we see the first of the cars coming in front of the Washington National Cathedral on a cold but clear day against a beautiful blue sky as we remember the 39th President of the United States. There are journalists here from all over the world, which is reflective of his impact all over the world, all central and starting from his time here in the White House, but that's certainly just being a jumping off point to work he did for the many decades after he left this city of the nation's capital. But what a incredible sight to see as these first cars arrive, marking the beginning of the transition from the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, where thousands of people went to pay their respects and say a thank you in front of the flag-draped casket with a quote on the wall of what Mr. Carter would often say about he was obligated to do whatever he could for as long as he could and give whatever he had to make a difference. And it was that commitment to reach people that you feel coming back to him in a way of people wanting to be here and be involved, no matter the snow, no matter the wind or the cold. We've seen people here, even in the outskirts of the area we are in the community, wanting to see just a glimpse of the motorcade as it begins to come by. And everyone I can see from my eyesight right now is just paused and locked in to make sure that they take in this moment as we await the arrival of the casket of the former president, followed with all of his family and dignitaries. Many people already seated inside of this sanctuary. It is a gorgeous cathedral that seats 3,000 people. This has been the site of funerals of many former presidents, including most recently President Bush Sr., President Reagan's funeral was here, President Ford, and President Eisenhower as well. And I can think back to images of President Carter being here for those moments as former presidents will come and honor others who sat along in the Oval Office, and we will see former presidents here today as well. President Joe Biden will give the eulogy, and we expect President-elect Donald Trump to be here as well. We are just about a week and a half away from an inauguration in the capital city as well, so a lot of historic events converging all at one time. It is significant that the grandchildren are the honorary pallbearers. It is a weaving together of the life of a family man and a life of a world leader in this one place here in Washington, D.C. before the transition back to Georgia happens after the funeral service. The funeral is going to be a mixture of a lot of personal messages and a lot of music for a man who was known to love music of all genres, but his faith always at the forefront and the center of his life. And you will see a lot of his favorite hymns being sung, a couple by the National Cathedral Choir here inside during the funeral services. I think it always stands to reinforce that what we're going to see together and watch unfold together on this historic day honoring President Carter are his wishes, things that he wanted to make sure happen. As we're shaking a little bit here in the winds are very strong here right now outside the National Cathedral. But Jeff and Aisha, we expect he will arrive any moment for the transition to a ceremony that will start at 10 o'clock this morning.
All right, Cheryl, thank you. We're kind of checking the schedule here. Time is 9:32. We expect that arrival, it was set on the schedule to happen at 9:30, so they're definitely getting close. As we saw the honor guard in front of the National Cathedral getting ready in position there in salute. We are taking a live look here at the motorcade here with the body of former President Jimmy Carter and the Carter family looking on as people are lining the streets there in Washington, D.C. All the dignitaries and those invited to this service have been seated there inside the National Cathedral. I just really think it speaks to the volume of a man who can get someone to line the street in Washington, D.C. at the beginning of January, where the wind chills are probably below zero at this point, Jeff. And you talked about, you know, what would this moment look like with President Carter living to be 100 years old. I think it's a century worth of impact that we're seeing reflected in this moment for sure.
And the National Cathedral is the perfect place for it. The cornerstone was laid in 1907 with a service, a ceremony, including President Teddy Roosevelt. And Cheryl was talking about the history of the National Cathedral from President Eisenhower's body lying there in a service to Ronald Reagan. And certainly one that is not often mentioned is March 31st, 1968. Dr. King gave his final Sunday sermon there 4 days before his assassination at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis on April 4th, 1968. And a memorial service for Dr. King was held at the cathedral a few days later. But that's one of those moments and one of those places when you see those final days of Dr. King, you always see him with the old film of him inside the National Cathedral. And it is a place that certainly has been a measuring point of so much American culture and so much history and so many people of different political persuasions, and certainly it's not just presidents who have been honored here. Helen Keller also there and interned there. Memorial services for U.S. Supreme Court, members of the cabinet. A funeral for Sandra Day O'Connor was held there a year ago. So it is one of those center points of American history and ceremony and this great ritual that we have come to expect when those of great merit and distinction die.
And so many people who are here taking in this moment, they've been here several times before, but each is different. Each person marks a different moment and a different level of significance and interaction in their life. I think it's also special. You mentioned the memorial service there for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. His son, MLK III, will be a part of this ceremony today for former President Carter. And just amongst the list of people here that will be in the crowd as we see the motorcade making its way through a very frostbitten Washington, D.C., where we see they're actually navigating their way through some of the salt trucks there that have been around the nation's capital, digging people out since our crews arrived there to that snowstorm the other day. And, you know, that kind of speaks to it, too, what a lot of people did to get there from Georgia, Jeff, and to be here for this moment, just really marking how important it is for them, bringing their children and letting them know about President Carter. And what has been so significant about this moment is a lot of people have admitted they didn't know a lot about President Carter. And this moment has just resurfaced all that he did, especially post-presidency. I would venture to say one of the best post-U.S. presidents with a great impact worldwide that is still being felt today from so many people from so many different walks of life who have stories about how President Carter impacted them, their careers and their family, equality and justice and healthcare. All of those things just really speaking to this moment. It just kind of makes you think of what you want people to say about you and your legacy, even without you holding a title. What is the weight of your life, even, you know, once the spotlight fades away, once you return to a place like Plains, Georgia, and, you know, no one speaking your name on a daily basis or referring to you as Mr. President? I think his family is seeing the impact of their loved one's life, of Mr. Carter, and so many people here back home at the Carter Center just saying, you know, they made it easy for us to carry on their legacy and to carry on the torch as we see the hearse here arriving in front of the National Cathedral here at 9:37 in Washington, D.C.
We're going to hear the eulogy coming from President Biden, who's in the final days of his service to the country as the President of the United States. And it is a very busy time in Washington, D.C. The inauguration of the new president will proceed on the 20th of January. Cheryl, let's go to you right now outside the cathedral.
So you can see the hearse has just pulled up, and any moment we expect that back door to open. Behind the hearse, military members carrying flags in a strong wind on a clear, cold day here in the nation's capital as the 39th president remains just arriving here in front of the Washington National Cathedral. We expect the honor guard to move towards the hearse here shortly. Again, the pallbearers, honorary pallbearers for this morning's services are the Carter grandchildren. I see the flag-draped casket there in the back of the hearse, just having made that last journey past the White House for one final time down Pennsylvania Avenue from the U.S. Capitol. Really striking to see how many people walked past the casket inside the rotunda in the last 36 hours to say thank you and to pay their respects before it would make this last trip here to the National Cathedral. So many years after he served here as president, but was so connected to many administrations after his one single term, as he was sort of a diplomat to the world through all of those years, working with so many governments in so many places, representing the United States as a former president, and through his work at the Carter Center. So many of the Carter family now coming out of many of the big buses that are here, a big extended family, many generations and close friends, colleagues that the former president knew and worked with closely from the Carter Center and beyond. There we saw Ambassador Andrew Young enter the church just a little bit ago, and also can confirm that Martin Luther King III and his family are inside the sanctuary, already seated now, many people already in place, expecting this moment and being ready for that 10 o'clock service. You see people coming off of the buses. These are some of his closest confidants and family members, people who knew and loved him and wanted to be here for this service. And then we'll also go back to Georgia for the private service this evening in Plains. What a contrast as you look at the magnificent National Cathedral here, to think of this is how the day is beginning and it'll end in a small hometown church in Plains, Georgia, that he taught Sunday school in for so many years, drawn people from all over the world to come and hear his messages. And the message of faith will be front and center through this service today. Hymns that the former president picked out, Amazing Grace, will be one you'll hear towards the beginning of the service. Another will be All Is Well with My Soul. The president also often talked about the fact that this might be the end of his life on this earth, but he felt certain that there was a life beyond where he'd be connected with Rosalind once again. As we see the hearse there and the casket, the flag-draped casket behind. Aisha and Jeff, as I stand here and just look around and see, you just feel such a reverence from everyone here on the lawn of the National Cathedral, a deep respect, a moment of pause to take in history in this moment and this day, but also all of the days leading up to this moment and why it does have such a depth of an impact because of someone's life work that was so far-reaching, yet so connected and personal in each kind of touch he made along the way.
And sure, there is sadness and there is great mourning, especially amongst the family and, you know, close family members and friends. President Carter and Rosalind kept such close ties, such close knits with their network. But there's something to be said about a man that we just saw in previous video, Jeff, who literally had a smile on his face talking about death being imminent for him after that cancer diagnosis. And he was just so peaceful with his God and with his faith and how he'd lived his life and just had a smile on his face. And he said, you know, I think my wife may not feel the same, but this is where I am. And just that personal relationship that he had with God and to know how he felt about it, but still went on to live, 10 or 12 more years beyond that moment.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter never showed any fear of anything, really. I mean, and much has been made of his deep Christian faith and his understanding of Scripture and as it relates to mortality and all of these sorts of issues that we all wrestle with, particularly as we get older. We no longer can put off these thoughts of our own demise, but Jimmy Carter was one that was always out front, more than willing to talk about it, and he framed it within, you know, the accomplishments, the successes, the failures of his life, and it was always stirring to hear him talk about issues of mortality. I was in Plains after the Emory diagnosis that the cancer had spread to his brain almost 10 years ago, and to listen to him that day as he spoke to those inside the church was amazing. He spoke on subjects as diverse as sex, as the Bible, and death, and he joked about all of them, and he did it with great aplomb and great a great sense of humor and a great sense of self. And I mean, that's what's always so amazing about Jimmy Carter, you know, listening to him speak on all of these subjects that have been vexing for all of us, you know, whether it's spirituality or you know, specifics of government or the human condition or any of those kinds of things. And he was able to take on these issues and make some sense out of them and to express them in a way that the rest of us could understand.
We are looking live here at the National Cathedral. This is Walker's Court, which is in front of the cathedral, as we see members of the military awaiting as the motorcade and the hearse carrying the body of former President Jimmy Carter has arrived there in front of the National Cathedral for a national funeral service there that we will bring you live here on 11 Alive as we await for the body to exit the vehicle and to be carried inside what is surely just a national landmark here in such
it's such a beautiful
moment.
Church. I mean, the stained glass
Very
inside.
Beautiful.
And I was looking at a list here as we're seeing these scenes of those who are buried in there or are interned, from President Woodrow Wilson to, I'm seeing Cordell Hull, who was the U.S. Secretary of State during World War II, who was so instrumental in FDR's administration, and Helen Keller, of course, the author, lecturer, advocate for the blind and deaf, and also Matthew Shepard's ashes are interned there. He was the victim of the hate crime in Wyoming, the LGBTQ who was the victim of a hate crime a number of years ago. And it is a very, very diverse group of Americans who have been interned or buried inside this National Cathedral.
I think President Carter would be proud of that, and proud to be among a very diverse and inclusive group of people here. But as we know, the journey will end in Plains, Georgia. It is going to be a long day as we mark this moment from the nation's capital. That is where we find 11 Alive News anchor Faith Jesse there. Faith, what are you seeing from your point of view right now?
Well, as the motorcade left the Capitol, we saw that cannons being blasted out there at the Capitol. We did see some security detail move from this area. We imagine it's going down closer to the cathedral as this area is getting cleared and that motorcade is going that way. What we are also seeing are a lot of people who are hoping to get a glimpse of the cannon salute. Like I said, it happened right at 9 a.m. We saw the blast, and we did have a small group of people here just kind of standing on, looking as the sun came over the Capitol, hoping to get a glimpse of President Carter as the motorcade left this area, going past the White House and down to the cathedral. Right now, it's starting to, like I said, that security detail moving towards the cathedral now as the service is set to begin in just a few minutes here. We do know that there is going to be just a beautiful display of remembrance, a beautiful speeches from his grandson, Jason Carter, as well as President Biden. But right now, once again, the Capitol, where he's been lying in state for the last couple of days, the scene here starting to clear. There are still a couple of onlookers just trying to take in the last little bit, but that has now moved down, transitioned to where Cheryl is over at the National Cathedral.
All right, Faith, thank you from that vantage point there. And people have lined the streets of that motorcade here, making its way here on the National Cathedral, right out in front of the area that's referred to as Walker's Court, where we will see the Carter family, including the grandchildren who will serve as honorary pallbearers. As dignitaries, family members, Carter Center employees, members of the military, Secret Service, and their loved ones have all taken their seats inside ahead of the funeral services for this morning here, Jeff.
If you're just joining us, we are going to have eulogies this morning from President Biden and President Ford's son, Jack, as well as former Minnesota Senator Walter Mondale's son also is going to read. And those are going to be moments that will be to savor. The relationship, and we've talked about that quite a bit during the course of the week, along with former President Ford, was really quite a thing. And the closeness of the two men. I was reading an interview with President Carter from a number of years ago where he was talking about his relationship with Gerald Ford was such that they always got sad and kind of bummed out whenever they were in a car together or a plane together and the journey had come to an end. That their relationship was such that it was professional and deeply personal, that they just had so much respect and so much love for each other. And President Carter was talking about he always updated President Ford on what was going on with the Carter Center. And they were involved with 25 different projects around the world for election monitoring and making health better for countries as well.
As we're looking inside the National Cathedral, we're going to send it back to D.C. with Cheryl Preheim outside of the National Cathedral. Cheryl, were people able to line the streets in that area? We saw them along the motorcade, but what are you seeing as far as community members there?
You know, there's a pretty locked-in Secret Service perimeter around the National Cathedral, so no one from the public is able to be really close, but in the outskirt neighborhoods, we did see people lining up just to see the motorcade come through. But the security, as you can imagine, around the cathedral grounds is extraordinarily tight. Secret Service got out here about 2 in the morning and started sweeps. So this is sort of this this island here where no one can get to except those who are invited guests at this moment. You know, the hearse pulled up about 10 minutes ago now, and when it did, you just felt kind of the weight of the moment and this reverence and respect from everyone here. And what you can't see is this long line of journalists here on the National Cathedral lawn. And one thing that strikes me is you hear a lot of different languages because people have come from all over the world to be part of this moment and to record this history. I'm going to step out of the way as we can just take another look at the hearse here as the wind picks up and the military members are working hard to hold on to the flags. You can see the gusts of wind up to 35 miles an hour right now in the nation's capital. The feels like temperature is still under 10 degrees, yet people are standing still. They don't want to miss a moment of this as we see the hearse and the flag-draped casket of the 39th president there in the back, Aisha.
And we are looking live now. This is President-elect Donald Trump and other family members of the Trump family taking their seats here in the service. Cheryl, as we look at this photo, I just want to ask you, you mentioned the different languages being spoken there by the journalists, and that just speaks to the world humanitarian that Mr. Carter was and what he meant. You traveled with the Carters to Haiti, and for a period of time in your childhood, you actually lived in Haiti with your family. Do you think that was a place that was on the map of needing the world's attention and help before Mr. Carter, you know, sort of came there and put an eye globally on Haiti?
Well, there's no doubt that he recognized that was a place that felt forgotten and I think had been in many ways, and there was a devastating earthquake that happened around 2011 there, and it was the only time that Mr. Carter took a habitat project to the same place 2 consecutive years, for your very point, Aisha, because they went 1 year and they stayed a long time, and he said, I'm not going to forget the need here, we're going to come back another time, and they came back the following year.
You know, with a funeral like this, you see a connection between people that is quite stunning to see. A couple of moments ago, you just saw former Vice President Mike Pence, and that is he on the left, former Vice President Al Gore, front and center, President Obama shaking hands with them right now. But to see Donald Trump, the president-elect, shake hands with Mike Pence, given the circumstances of the last few years, and January 6th, that is the first time that there's been a face-to-face meeting between those two.
And we will see President Obama take his seat next to President-elect Donald Trump. Not many words shared between those two that we do see them having a conversation right now, sort of looking at a program, sharing a brief smirk and a laugh. And what does it say that it is the funeral services of former President Jimmy Carter that has people smiling together, people that we don't anticipate, you know, seeing as we see President Bush II here walking in? Just really speaks to the moment of President Carter, once again, inclusivity and bringing people together. You just see a lot of respect being displayed here at this service right now.
Well, you see an American government here that is always rowdy and rough between partisans, between former presidents, but on issues of gravitas and meaning, certainly it shows that, you know, we do come together on these kinds of things, on funerals, on big events, on inaugurations, and that's what we are seeing now and what the expectation is we will see in a few days.
And that's what's required, and I think this moment is here as we see former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State, his wife Hillary Clinton there, former presidential candidate as well. You know, people standing to greet the Clintons as they enter and as these top dignitaries are taking up the first 4 rows here of this service. And you're right, Jeff, this is the moment to come together and smile. We still see,
but no handshake between Hillary Clinton and
President-elect Trump, for sure. That is notable here as well. But a lot of words being exchanged there between Trump and Obama, who we know Obama as a pretty cool conversationalist. So I think even in the difference of politics, kind of a pretty easy guy to sit next to in a moment like this, where we see President Trump in some of these moments sometimes sort of keep to himself. But I think that was a very notable moment to see him shake hands there with Vice President Pence, for sure, with Pence standing up to greet him as well as a show of respect as president-elect and his former running mate and partner.
The service will get underway here in approximately 5 minutes, according to the schedule. May be running a wee bit late. We will find out about that, but certainly everyone is assembling now in the National Cathedral for this service for the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. There is George W. Bush, former President of the United States, and his wife Laura sitting next to him. We see President Trump, we see President Obama, and we see the Clintons sitting next to the Bushes.
And we do expect President Joe Biden in the final days of his presidency to deliver the eulogy here. A very close friendship in politics. Was it President Biden was one of the first to endorse President Carter, and that's one of the moments that that President Biden really talks about in all of his years, being in D.C. and just really the stark difference between them, with Biden being a career politician, if you will, embracing the guy from Plains as he made his way to D.C., not too much on the D.C. Political scene there. And I think that's a special part of the relationship, and why we'll see that level of involvement from the president.
President Carter and President Clinton mixed it up at various times in the 1990s when President Carter went to North Korea, as we recall, who undertook a number of diplomatic missions that sometimes flew in the face of President Clinton's administration, and they mixed it up a bit as history has shown us. But today it is a moment to remember President Carter.
Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff entering the services here as well. And as we anticipate the hearse to open soon here in about the next 3 minutes, to be carried into the National Cathedral to begin funeral services that are set to begin at 10 a.m. going until at least 11:15, and we will bring that to you here as a way for the entire nation, and especially Georgia, to take part in this moment before this day ends back in Plains, Georgia. Looks like Michelle Obama is the only noticeably absent spouse for the occasion, as we see Melania Trump, Hillary Clinton, and Laura Bush, and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff.
This live video is fascinating.
It is. And I'm just waiting for the social media professional lip readers to sort of especially give the dialogue between Trump and Obama, who have really been chatting it up this entire time. No greetings, though, for Vice President Kamala Harris. I think that was noticeable as well. The Vice President's there on the third row. We're just awaiting, as we saw moments ago, the honor guard getting in place to receive the hearse, which will be a very special moment for the grandchildren of President Carter to serve as honorary pallbearers.
We've made a lot over the course of the week about how everything has run right on time, as President Carter always demanded in life, and certainly now in death as well. So we are at 9:59 right now, so we are coming up on 10 o'clock when all is slated to begin.
Looking live back outside as we see the flags blowing in the wind there in D.C. on a very cold January morning there. The brisk temperatures have been braved by many to pay honor to former President Jimmy Carter. I believe this is the U.S. Coast Guard band that is playing here.
And President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden. He will give the eulogy this morning.
This beautiful structure that we're seeing here, the National Cathedral, historic in its own right, it took 83 years to build it, Jeff. As we see the back of the hearse opening now for the body of former President Jimmy Carter to be carried inside.
With faith in Jesus Christ, we receive the body of our brother James for burial. Let us pray with confidence to God, the giver of life, that he will raise him to perfection in the company of the saints. Deliver your servant James, O sovereign Lord Christ, from all evil and set him free from every bond, that he may rest with all your saints in the eternal habitations, where with the Father and the Holy Spirit you live and reign, one God, forever and ever.
Let us also pray for all who mourn, that they may cast their care on God and know the consolation of his love. Almighty God, look with pity on the sorrows of your servants for whom we pray. Remember them, Lord, in mercy. Nourish them with patience. Comfort them with a sense of your goodness. Lift up your countenance upon them and give them peace. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. I know that my Redeemer lives, and that he shall stand at the latter day upon the earth. And though this body be destroyed, yet shall I see God, whom I shall see for myself, and mine eyes shall behold, and not as a stranger. For none of us liveth to himself, and no man dieth to himself.
Ready, stop. 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 Forward, march. March. Prayers, off. Center, ace. Ready, down.
For if we live and if we die unto the Lord.
Ready, 3. Ready, face. Ready, up. Ready, face. Forward, march.
For none of us liveth to himself, and no man dieth to himself. For if we live unto the Lord, and we die unto the Lord. Whether we live, therefore, or die, we are the Lord's. Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord. Even so saith the Spirit, for they rest from their labors.
The Lord be with you. Let us pray. O God, whose mercies cannot be numbered, accept our prayers on behalf of your servant James, and grant him an entrance into the land of light and joy in the fellowship of your saints. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen.
grandfather started teaching Sunday school when he was a midshipman at the Naval Academy. He taught the Bible every Sunday from World War II to COVID. For all my grandfather's travels, he structured his life so that he was home in Plains to teach at Maranatha on Sunday. It was central to his life. Every time I went to church with him, it was packed. The line started before sunrise, and I was always very thankful that I got to walk in with my grandmother. And as soon as we sat down, Sunday school would start. My grandfather always began by asking if anybody had been in his church before. My grandmother and I raised our hands, and almost no one else did. And then my grandfather would poll the congregation, and we'd quickly find out that the church was full of people from all over the country, of all different backgrounds and beliefs. And my grandfather would address the most diverse Sunday school class ever assembled, again. Before he delivered his Bible lesson, my grandfather talked about his week. If he monitored an election, he'd talk about it. If he stopped a conflict, he'd talk about it. If he eliminated a disease from a village or a country, he would talk about it. When my brother Jeremy died, he announced that news in Sunday school. In fact, I remember that my brother died on a Sunday because it was the only time my grandfather was ever late to teach. When my grandfather won the Nobel Peace Prize, his Sunday school class learned first. At the end of his Nobel Peace Prize lecture, he stated the most serious and universal problem on our planet is the growing chasm between the richest and poorest people on Earth. For the next 2 decades, as the problem compounded, he returned to this theme with stories from the Bible and stories from today of the richest people in the world using their enormous wealth to buy a nation's poverty. Many of the people that my grandparents helped lived on less than $1 a day. My grandfather spent the entire time I've known him helping those in need. He built houses for people that needed homes. He eliminated diseases in forgotten places. He waged peace anywhere in the world, wherever he saw a chance. He loved people. And whenever he told these stories in Sunday school, he always said he did it for one simple reason. He worshiped the Prince of Peace, and he commanded it. The bedrock of my grandfather's faith comes from the Apostle Paul's letter to the Romans, chapter 8, 1 through 18, 38 and 39. Therefore, there is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus, because through Christ Jesus, the law of the Spirit of life set me free from the law of sin and death. For what the law was powerless to do, in that it was weakened by the sinful nature, God did by sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful man to be a sin offering. And so he condemned sin and sinful man in order that the righteous requirements of the law might be fully met in us, who do not live according to the sinful nature, but according to the Spirit. Those who live according to the sinful nature have their minds set on what that nature desires. But those who live in accordance with the Spirit have their minds set on what the Spirit desires. The mind of sinful man is death, but the mind controlled by the Spirit is life and peace. The sinful mind is hostile to God. It does not submit to God's law, nor can it do so. Those controlled by the sinful nature cannot please God. You, however, are controlled not by the sinful nature, but by the Spirit, if the Spirit of God lives in you. And if anyone does not have the Spirit of Christ, he does not belong to Christ. But if Christ is in you, your body is dead because of sin, yet your spirit is alive because of righteousness. And if the Spirit of him who raised Jesus from the dead is living in you, he who raised Christ from the dead will also give life to your mortal bodies through his Spirit, who lives in you. Therefore, brothers, we have an obligation, but it is not to the sinful nature to live according to it. For if you live according to the sinful nature, you will die. But if by the Spirit you put to death the misdeeds of the body, you will live. Because those who are led by the Spirit of God are sons of God. For you did not receive a spirit that makes you a slave again to fear, but you received the spirit of sonship. And by him we cry, Abba, Father. The Spirit himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. Now, if we are children, then we are heirs, heirs of God and co-heirs with Christ, if indeed we share in his sufferings, in order that we may also share in his glory. I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing to the glory that will be revealed in us. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. The word of the Lord.
Before I start, the Carter children, my wife and I were sitting several rows behind you, and we were praying for you, and I was humbly reminded that it was 18 years ago, almost to the day, that our family sat in that very row and supporting my mom. And it was your dad and his great faith that supported my mom and gave her hope that week. He traveled with us for several days, and we were blessed. So thank you. God did a good thing when he made your dad. Jack, Chip, Jeff, Amy, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, former presidents, and first ladies, members of the House of Representatives and the Senate, justices of the Supreme Court, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In the twilight of my dad's life, Dad and President Carter spoke by phone, and Dad asked President Carter if he would do a eulogy at Dad's funeral. President Carter graciously agreed, and then he also asked if Dad would deliver a eulogy at President Carter's funeral. Now, Dad was thrilled to agree. After that call, as you can imagine, both of them got off the phone and had a pretty good chuckle, considering which one of them would return in person to deliver that second eulogy. As you know, Dad died in 2006, and President Carter's eulogy continues to bring comfort, smile, laughter, joy, pride to our family. And thus, on behalf of my dad, it's an honor to share Dad's eulogy to his old friend. I can just see my dad getting his yellow legal pad out with his pen and writing this for his beloved friend. By fate of a brief season, Jimmy Carter and I were rivals. But for the many wonderful years that followed, friendship bonded us as no two presidents since John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. It is said that President Adams' last words were, "Thomas Jefferson still survives." Now, since Jimmy has a good decade on me, I'm hedging my bets by entrusting my remembrances of Jimmy to my son, Steve. According to a map, it's a long way between Grand Rapids, Michigan, and Plains, Georgia. But distances have a way of vanishing when measured in values rather than miles. And it was because of our shared values that Jimmy and I respected each other as adversaries, even before we cherished one another as dear friends. Now, this is not to say that Jimmy never got under my skin, but has there ever been a group of politicians that didn't do that to one another? During our 1976 contest, Jimmy knew my political vulnerabilities, and he successfully pointed them out. Now, I didn't like it, but little could I know that the outcome of that 1976 election would bring about one of my deepest and most enduring friendships. In the summer of 1981, the two of us found ourselves together again, this time aboard Air Force One, bound for the funeral of the great peacemaker Anwar Sadat. There's an old line to the effect that two presidents in a room is one too many. Frankly, I wondered how awkward that long flight might be to Cairo, and it was a long flight, but the return trip was not nearly long enough, for it was somewhere over the Atlantic that Jimmy and I forged a friendship that transcends politics. We immediately decided to exercise one of the privileges of a former president, forgetting that either one of us had ever said any harsh words about the other one in the heat of battle. Then we got on to much more enjoyable subjects, discussing our families, our faith, and sharing our experiences in discovering that there is indeed life after the White House. We commiserated over the high cost of building presidential libraries and the even more regrettable fact that most of that fundraising for these otherwise admirable institutions fell to us personally. On the spot, we agreed to participate in programs at each other's library, beginning with a series of conferences on arms control. And if that wasn't newsworthy enough, we told reporters on the plane that a lasting Middle East peace would require the United States to make tough decisions, like confronting the Palestinian issue directly thereby building on the work to which President Sadat had literally given his life. It was the first time, but by no means the last time, that our unlikely partnership ruffled feathers in the Washington establishment. Now, honesty. Those traits were instilled in him by his loving parents, Lillian and Earl Carter, and the strength of his honesty was reinforced by his upbringing in the rural South, poised on the brink of social transformation. He displayed that honesty throughout his life as a naval officer, state legislator, governor, president, and world leader. For Jimmy Carter, honesty was not an aspirational goal, it was part of his very soul. Now, I think Jimmy wrote more books than any former president. Once asked if he really enjoyed writing, he replied with that familiar twinkle in his eye, "It beats picking cotton." But I think he enjoyed writing for another reason. As an author, he was under no pressure to tailor his opinions to some political constituency or potential contributor. Now, both of us had experienced the harsh reality that defeat at the polls can be painful, but we also came to know a more important consequence. Political defeat and writing can also be liberating. If it frees you to discuss topics that aren't necessarily consistent with short-term political popularity. Now, Jimmy learned early on that it was not enough merely to bear witness in a pew on a Sunday morning. Inspired by his faith, he pursued brotherhood across boundaries of nationhood, across boundaries of tradition, across boundaries of caste. In America's urban neighborhoods and in rural villages around the world, he reminded us that Christ had been a carpenter. And in third world villages, he successfully campaigned not for votes, but for the eradication of diseases that shame the developed world as they ravage the undeveloped one. Now, of course, not all of Jimmy's time was spent building houses, eradicating disease, brokering ceasefires, monitoring elections. While Jimmy is probably the only former president to conduct a weekly Bible class, I know for certain he is the only former president to perform a duet of On the Road Again with Willie Nelson. Georgia wasn't just on Jimmy's mind, it was in his blood. However far he traveled, he never forgot where he came home to, or where now, in the end, he would finally come home to. Of the many things Jimmy and I had in common, the most important is this: we both married way above ourselves, way above. With Jimmy, every step of the way was his first lady from Plains. In a life rich with blessings, none was greater for Jimmy than the love he shared with Rosalind and the love the two of them shared with their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Like Jimmy, Rosalind was and is a symbol of American compassion. Like no other First Lady in our history, Rosalind Carter is indeed a true citizen of the world. And she became a beloved friend to my wife Betty and me and to all the Ford family. While the Carter and Ford men were decidedly mixed record when it came to lobbying Congress. Rosalind and Betty were unbeatable in their advocacy for millions of people whom they brought out of the shadows of despair and shame. Now is a time to say goodbye. Our grief comforted with the joy and the thanksgiving of knowing this man, this beloved man, this very special man. He was given the gift of years, and the American people and the people of the world will be forever blessed by his decades of good works. Jimmy Carter's legacy of peace and compassion will remain unique as it is timeless. The entire Ford family, we extend our love to you, and we add our prayers to the prayers of tens of millions of people around the world. May God bless and watch over this good man. May he grant peace to the Carter family as they say goodbye to a man whose life was lived to the fullest, with a faith demonstrated in countless good works, with a mission richly fulfilled, and a soul rewarded with everlasting life. As for myself, Jimmy, I'm looking forward to our reunion. We have much to catch up on. Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome home, old friend.
My father wrote this in 2015, and clearly he edited it a couple times since then, but here we go. Today we join in sadness to honor our dear friend President Carter for his extraordinary years of principled and decent leadership and his courageous commitment to civil rights and human rights. I remember the emergence of Jimmy Carter on the national stage, in particular his 1971 inaugural address. For the first time, a Georgia governor called for a commitment to the traditions of Martin Luther King Jr. and for the decency that his leadership stood for over his lifetime. I was surprised when then candidate Carter asked me to join in him as his running mate in 1976. He amazed me then, as he has every year since. He, of course, was brilliant. He also had a great sense of humor. And while we had only 4 years in the White House, he achieved so much in that time. It stood as a marker for Americans dedicated to justice and decency. Carter was a man of his word. I remember when he talked about the concept of the vice presidency. I told him I'd like to do it and had only 2 requests. I wanted to make a real contribution, and I didn't want to be embarrassed, as many of my predecessors have. He agreed, welcomed my full participation, and directed his staff to treat me as they would him. He was very careful to protect me from the frustration and too often humiliation that had cursed the lives of many vice presidents. I want to thank the president for the good choices he made with his key personnel. We don't have time to mention many of them, but Stu Eisenstadt comes as close as possible to rivaling President Carter's formidable work ethic. Hamilton Jordan and Jody Powell were blessings every day, to me, to the president, and to the nation. One of the things that dawned on me during the course of our time together is how well we worked together and how we understood each other. I think one of the realities was that Carter was a devout Christian who grew up in a small town and was active in his faith for almost every moment of his life. I was also a small-town kid who grew up in a Methodist church where my dad was a preacher, and our faith was core to me, as Carter's faith was core to him. That common commitment to our faith created a bond between us that allowed us to understand each other and find ways to work together. He allowed me to take a leadership role on issues that never would have happened before. For instance, he directed and trusted me to take a central role in trying to bring decency to the Vietnamese and Southeast Asian boat people who were fleeing their country. With President Carter's orders, the boat people were picked up by our great Navy from their flimsy boats, which were capsizing, and taken to safety. Most became good American citizens working for a healthy and prosperous nation. Joan loved her time as the second lady. And we have Jimmy and Rosalind to thank for helping her champion the public arts and for just being so kind to her. These were good years for Joan and I. President Carter and I became very close friends. We often spent hours together throughout the day. We were working on real problems, not wasting time. The personal relationship we established while in office continued throughout our life. Carter was far-sighted. He put aside his short-term political interests to tackle challenges that demanded sacrifice, to protect our kids and grandkids from future harm. Very few people in the 1970s had heard the term climate change. Yet Carter put his presidency on the line to pass laws to conserve energy, deregulate new oil and gas prices, and invest in clean, renewable alternatives to fossil fuels. It wasn't a perfect program, but thanks to President Carter, U.S. energy consumption declined by 10% between 1979 and 1983. In many ways, he laid the foundation for future presidents to come to grips with climate change. Some thought he was crazy to fight so hard to pass these laws, but he was dead right, and we know that now. We also know that President Carter elevated human rights to the top of his agenda. Sometimes we forget how seriously he pushed to advance the rights of women. He proposed and signed the law extending the period for states to approve the Equal Rights Amendment. He appointed women to head the departments of Commerce, Education, HUD, and what is now HEW. Women on his White House staff played crucial roles in developing his highest priority energy and environmental proposals. And he dramatically increased the ranks of female circuit and district court judges, including Ruth Bader Ginsburg. In all, he appointed 5 times as many women to the federal bench as all of the previous presidents had from the beginning of our country. 2 decades ago, President Carter said he believed income inequality was the biggest global issue. More recently, in a 2018 commencement address at Liberty University, he said, "I think now the largest global issue is the discrimination against women and girls in this world." He concluded that until stubborn attitudes that foster discrimination against women change, the world cannot advance and poverty and income equality cannot be solved. Towards the end of our time in the White House, the President and I were talking about how we might describe what we tried to accomplish in office. We came up with a sentence which remains an important summary of our work. We told the truth, we obeyed the law, and we kept the peace. That we did, Mr. President. I will always be proud and grateful to have had the chance to work with you towards noble ends. It was then and will always be the most rewarding experience of my public career. Thank you.
Jimmy Carter was as close to being a Renaissance man as any president entering the Oval Office in modern times. He was skilled in an astonishing array of activities: farmer, businessman, nuclear engineer, naval submarine officer, woodworker, painter, fly fisherman, music lover, poet, author, Sunday school teacher, creator of the Carter Center, and yes, loving husband, father, grandfather. And frankly, there were many. Much of his agenda passed with bipartisan support, a quaint notion in today's hyper-polarized politics. Independent surveys indicated he had one of the highest success rates in passing his major legislation of any American president. And he was remarkably accessible to the press and to the American people. This president from the deepest part of the Deep South championed civil rights, appointing more people of color and women to senior executive positions and judgeships than all previous 38 presidents before him. He created the Department of Education and dramatically increased funding for low and moderate income students. And we can thank him for all the ethics in government laws, comprehensive civil service reform, the creation of FEMA to coordinate natural disaster relief and rebuilding that remain crucially important today, and we see it in Los Angeles. Jimmy Carter was also the greatest environmental president since Theodore Roosevelt, adding 80 million acres in Alaska to the national park system. And his Global 2000 report forecasts climate change. His energy bills were critical to move our country from dependence on foreign oil to energy security. We are now, as a result, the largest oil and gas producer in the world. He provided the first incentives for conservation and inaugurated the era of clean energy and symbolized it with solar panels he installed on the White House roof. Underappreciated at the time, but now widely recognized by Republicans and Democrats alike, President Carter was the great deregulator, winning legislative battles to loosen the regulatory bonds and shackles on airlines, thereby democratizing air travel, on trucking and rails, therefore helping our supply chains be more efficient, telecommunications leading to the cable TV era, and even the beer industry, which encouraged local craft beers. And he did so without compromising health and safety. These laid the foundations for today's innovative economy. Nothing better embodies President Carter than how he dealt with the inflation that beleaguered the nation under three presidents, two Republican, Nixon and Ford, and himself, during the 1970s. Over the objection of all of his advisors, he chose Paul Volcker to lead the Federal Reserve, knowing in advance that Volcker's tough monetary policy would raise interest rates and unemployment because Paul told him that, and would do so in a presidential election year. You take care of the economy, Paul, I'll take care of the politics. Inflation indeed dropped like a rock after he left office and remained low for decades. Abroad, Jimmy Carter laid the building blocks for a better world. He was the first president to make human rights a priority for U.S. foreign policy. And this led directly to the release of thousands of political prisoners in Latin America and stimulated them to a lasting democratic transition. He ushered in a new era of hemispheric relations with the Panama Canal treaties, the toughest legislative battle of his presidency. He uniquely combined the soft power of human rights, championing freedom for the communist East Bloc countries and tripling the emigration of Soviet Jews. He combined that with hard power, rebuilding America's military strength after its post-Watergate decline. He negotiated a major nuclear arms treaty with the Soviets, while at the same time initiated every single weapon system that came online in the 1980s. Those new weapons helped end the Cold War. He normalized relations with China, and even his critics applauded his tough measures after the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. Jimmy Carter's most lasting achievement, and the one I think he was most proud of, was to bring the first peace to the Middle East through the greatest act of personal diplomacy in American history, the Camp David Accords. For 13 days and nights, he negotiated with Israel's Menachem Begin and Egypt's Anwar Sadat, personally drafting more than 20 peace proposals and shuttling them between the Israeli and Egyptian delegations. And he saved the agreement at the 11th hour, and it was the 11th hour, by appealing to Begin's love of his grandchildren. For the past 45 years, the Egypt-Israel peace treaty has never been violated and laid the foundation for the Abraham Accords. On the other side of the ledger was Iran. Jimmy Carter did not lose Iran, the Shah did. But the hostage crisis was a major factor in denying him a second term, despite his support for the Shah, because he placed the safe return of the hostages above his own political fortunes. He took full responsibility for the failure of the bold hostage rescue mission and worked tirelessly even after his bitter re-election defeat to Ronald Reagan, securing their release on the last day of his presidency. In the end, Jimmy Carter taught all of us how to live a life fulfilled with faith and service. He said, "I have one life to live. I feel like God wants me to do the best I can do with it, to let me live my life so that it will be meaningful." Well, Mr. President, you've more than achieved that goal. He may not be a candidate for Mount Rushmore, but he belongs in the foothills of making the U.S. stronger and the world safer. Jimmy Carter has earned his place in heaven, but just as he was free with sometimes unsolicited advice for his presidential successors, the Lord of all creation should be ready for Jimmy's recommendations on how to make God's realm a more peaceful place.
In my church, we sing a song that says, "From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God." I don't know how many people in here can say that. I know I can't. But my grandfather certainly can. From the moment that he woke up until he laid his head, his life was a testament to the goodness of God. And I thank all of you for being here to celebrate this life. To the presidents and first ladies, it is a great honor to have you here. You know the human side of the American presidency like no others, and we appreciate you. To the vice presidents, other distinguished guests and friends of all kinds, thank you for being here. To those of you who came from all across the world, thank you for being here to celebrate and pay tribute to my grandfather. I say grandfather, but we called him Papa, as many of you know. We called my grandmother Mom Carter, so we spent our time talking about Mom and Papa, and mostly, speaking of the human side of the presidency, just letting people know that they were regular folks. Yes, they spent 4 years in the governor's mansion and 4 years at the White House, but the other 92 years they spent at home in Plains, Georgia. And one of the best ways to demonstrate that they were regular folks is to take them by that home. First of all, it looks like they might have built it themselves. Second of all, my grandfather was likely to show up at the door in some 70s short shorts and Crocs. And then you'd walk in the house and it was like thousands of other grandparents' house all across the South. Fishing trophies on the walls. The refrigerator, of course, was papered with pictures of grandchildren and then great-grandchildren. Their main phone, of course, had a cord and was stuck to the wall in the kitchen, like a museum piece. And demonstrating their Depression-era roots, they had a little rack next to the sink where they would hang Ziploc bags to dry. And demonstrating that they changed with the times, eventually he did get a cell phone, and one time he called me sort of early on in that process. And on my phone it said, "Papa Mobile." So I answered it, of course. I said, "Hey, Papa." He said, "Who's this?" I said, "This is Jason." He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm not doing anything. You called me." He said, "I didn't call you. I'm taking a picture." It was a nuclear engineer, right? I mean, they were small town people who never forgot who they were and where they were from, no matter what happened in their lives. But I recognize that we are not here because he was just a regular guy. As you've heard from the other speakers, his political life and his presidency for me was not just ahead of its time, it was prophetic. He had the courage and strength to stick to his principles even when they were politically unpopular. As governor of Georgia half a century ago, he preached an end to racial discrimination and an end to mass incarceration. As president in the 1970s, as you've heard, he protected more land than any other president in history. 50 years ago, he was a climate warrior who pushed for a world where we conserved energy, limited emissions, and traded our reliance on fossil fuels for expanded renewable sources. And by the way, he cut the deficit, wanted to decriminalize marijuana, deregulated so many industries that he gave us cheap flights and, as you heard, craft beer. Basically, all of those years ago, he was the first millennial. And he could make great playlists, as we've heard as well. Maybe this is unbelievable to you, but in my 49 years, I never perceived a difference between his public face and his private one. He was the same person no matter who he was with or where he was. And for me, that's the definition of integrity. That honesty was matched by love, it was matched by faith. And in both public and private, my grandparents did fundamentally live their lives in an effort, as the Bible says, to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with their God. Sometimes I feel and felt like I shared my grandfather with the world. Today is one of those days. But really, he shared the world with me. The power of an atom, the beauty and complexity of a South Georgia forest. When we fished, he celebrated the majesty of everything from the smallest minnow to that grand circulation of waters. And he shared this love with my boys, taking these Atlanta public school kids out into the fields to show them about row crops and wild plums. In the end, his life is a love story. And of course, it's a love story about Jimmy and Rosalind and their 77 years of marriage and service. As the song says, they were the flagship of the fleet. And rest assured that in these last weeks, he told us that he was ready to see her again. But his life was also a broader love story. about love for his fellow humans, and about living out the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself. I believe that love is what taught him and told him to preach the power of human rights, not just for some people, but for all people. It focused him on the power and the promise of democracy, its love for freedom, its requirement and founding belief in the wisdom of regular people raising their voices, and the requirement that you respect all of those voices, not just some. That conviction made him a naval officer who believed and demonstrated, as you've heard, that the greatest power of America was not the military, but its values. And those values were personal to him, and he lived them both publicly and privately. As you heard Stu say, as president, he gave voice to dissidents, stood up to dictators, brought countries together in peace. His heart broke for the people of Israel. It broke for the people of Palestine, and he spent his life trying to bring peace to that holy land. And he talked about it at the dinner table. It was the same in public as it was in private. And for the last 40 years, as you've heard, he spent his time living out that love and that faith alongside the poorest and most marginalized people in the world. And that work, again, has been based fundamentally on love and respect. The Carter Center has 3,500 employees, but only a couple hundred in the United States. The rest are spread throughout the countries where we work: Ethiopia, South Sudan, Chad, Bangladesh, and all of the Carter Center's programs are based on a respect, that same respect for the power of regular people, even if they are in tiny villages miles from anywhere else. To give one example, we've all heard a lot lately about guinea worm disease. It's an ancient and debilitating disease of poverty, and that disease will have existed from the dawn of humanity until Jimmy Carter. When he started working on this disease, there were 3.5 million cases in humans every year. Last year, there were 14. And the thing that's remarkable is that this disease is not eliminated with medicine. It's eliminated essentially by neighbors talking to neighbors about how to collect water in the poorest and most marginalized villages in the world. And those neighbors truly were my grandfather's partners for the last 40 years. And as this disease has been eliminated in every village in Nigeria, every village in Sudan or Uganda, what's left behind in those tiny 600-person villages is an army of Jimmy and Rosalind Carters who have demonstrated their own power to change their world. And that is a fundamental truth about my grandfather. It begins where it ends. When he saw a tiny 600-person village that everybody else thinks of as poor, he recognized it. That's where he was from. That's who he was. And he never saw it as a place to send pity. It was always a place to find partnership and power, and a place to carry out that commandment to love your neighbor as yourself. Essentially, he eradicated a disease with love and respect. He waged peace with love and respect. He led this nation with love and respect. To me, this life was a love story from the moment that he woke up until he laid his head. I'll conclude with this. As Andy Young told me, he may be gone, but he's not gone far. The outpouring of love and support that we have felt from you and from around the world shows how many lives he has touched and how his spirit will live on in many ways for us. He'll be in the kitchen making pancakes, or in his wood shop finishing a cradle for a great-grandchild, or standing in a trout stream with Mom Carter, or for me, just walking those Georgia fields and forests where he's from. Thank you.
Leaders of the clergy, distinguished guests, most importantly, the Carter family. In April 2021, Jill and I visited Jimmy and Rosalind on a warm spring day down in Plains, Georgia. We wanted to see them. Rosalind met us at the front door with her signature smile. Together, we entered a home that they had shared for almost 77 years of marriage. An unassuming red brick ranch home that reflects their modesty more than any trappings of power. We walked into the living room where Jimmy greeted us like family. That day, just the four of us sat in the living room and shared memories that spanned almost 6 decades. A deep friendship that started in 1974. I was a 31-year-old senator, and I was the first senator outside of Georgia, maybe the first senator, to endorse his candidacy for president. It was an endorsement based on what I believe is Jimmy Carter's enduring attribute: character, character, character. Because of that character, I believe, is destiny. Destiny in our lives, and quite frankly, destiny in the life of the nation. It's an accumulation of a million things built on character that leads to a good life in a decent country. Life of purpose, life of meaning. Now, how do we find that good life? What does it look like? What does it take to build character? Do the ends justify the means? Jimmy Carter's friendship taught me, and through his life taught me, the strength of character is more than title or the power we hold. It's the strength to understand that everyone should be treated with dignity, respect, that everyone, and I mean everyone, deserves an even shot. Not a guarantee, but just a shot. You know, we have an obligation to give hate no safe harbor, and to stand up to what my dad used to say is the greatest sin of all, the abuse of power. That's not about being perfect, because none of us are perfect. We're all fallible. But it's about asking ourselves, are we striving to do things, the right things? What values? What are the values that animate our spirit? Do we operate from fear or hope, ego or generosity? Do we show grace? Do we keep the faith when it's most tested? For keeping the faith with the best of humankind and the best of America is a story, in my view, from my perspective, Jimmy Carter's life. A story of a man, to state the obvious, you've heard today some great eulogies, who came from a house without running water or electricity and rose to the pinnacle of power. The story of a man who was at once driven and devoted to making real the words of his Savior and the ideals of this nation. The story of a man who never let the tides of politics divert him from his mission to serve and shape the world. The man had character. Jimmy held a deep Christian faith in God, and that his candidacy spoke and wrote about. Faith as a substance of things hoped for and evidence of the things not seen. Faith founded on commandments of Scripture. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and all thy mind and all thy soul, and love thy neighbor as thyself. Easy to say, but very, very difficult to do. In his life, in this life, any walk of faith can be difficult. It can be lonely, but it requires action to be the doers of the world. But in that commandment lies the essence, in my view, found in the gospel, found in many faith traditions, and found in the very idea of America. Because the very journey of our nation is a walk of sheer faith. To do the work, to be the country we say we are, to be the country we say we want to be, a nation where all are created equal in the image of God and deserve to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea of America. We've never walked away from it either because of patriots like Jimmy Carter. Throughout his life, he showed us what it means to be a practitioner of good works and a good and faithful servant of God and of the people. And today, many think he was from a bygone era. But in reality, he saw well into the future. A white Southern Baptist who led on civil rights. A decorated Navy veteran who brokered peace. A brilliant nuclear engineer who led on nuclear nonproliferation. A hardworking farmer who championed conservation and clean energy. And a president who redefined the relationship with a vice president. Jimmy and I often talked about our dear friend Walter Mondale, whom we all miss very much. Together, they formed a model partnership of collaboration and trust, because both were men of character. And as we all know, Jimmy Carter also established the model post-presidency by making a powerful difference as a private citizen in America. And, I might add, as you all know, around the world. Through it all, he showed us how character and faith start with ourselves and then flows to others. At our best, we share the better parts of ourselves: joy, solidarity, love, commitment. Not for reward, but in reverence for the incredible gift of life we've all been granted. To make every minute of our time here on earth count. That's the definition of a good life. The life Jimmy Carter lived during his 100 years. To young people, to anyone in search of meaning and purpose, study the power of Jimmy Carter's example. I miss him, but I take solace in knowing that he and his beloved Rosalind are reunited again. And to the entire Carter family, thank you, and I mean this sincerely, for sharing them both with America and the world. We love you all. Jill and I will cherish our visits with them, including that last one in their home. We saw Jimmy as he always was, at peace, with a life fully lived, a good life, a purpose and meaning, of character, driven by destiny, and filled with the power of faith, hope, and love. I'll say it again: faith, hope, and love. As he returned to Plains, Georgia, for his final resting place, we can say goodbye in the words of the prophet Micah, who Jimmy so admired until his final breath. Jimmy Carter did justly, loved mercy, walked humbly. May God bless a great American and a dear friend and a good man. May he be raised up on eagle's wings and bear you on the breath of dawn and make you to shine like the sun and hold you in the palm of his hand. God bless you, Jimmy Carter.
A reading from the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Now when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up on a mountainside and sat down. His disciples came to him, and he began to teach them, saying, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven, for in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything, except to be thrown out and trampled by men. You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before men, that they may see your good deeds and praise your Father in heaven." The word of the Lord.
The Apostle Paul, in writing to the Ephesians, the 4th chapter, the 32nd verse, "Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you." Jimmy Carter, for me, was something of a miracle. I was born in the Deep South, shortly a few years after him, and it was always a place of miracles. I couldn't see how we could have had the differences in background, the coming from different places on the planet, the experiences of slave and slave owner, the diversity of color and creed and national origin, and still become the great nation that we are in the United States of America. It was something of a miracle. And I don't mean this with any disrespect, but it's still hard for me to understand how you could get to be president from Plains, Georgia. I knew Plains from my pastorate in Thomasville, Georgia, about 60, 70 miles south of there. And I was even nervous driving through Plains. And Plains and Sumter County gave us one of the meanest experiences that we had in the civil rights movement. So much so that Martin Luther King said that the sheriff of Plains, of Sumter County, he really thought was the meanest man in the world. And when I first met Jimmy Carter running for governor, and said, the only thing I know about Plains and Sumter County is Fred Chappell. And he said, oh yes, he's one of my good friends. And that was the last thing I wanted to hear. And yet time and time again, I saw in him the ability to achieve greatness by the diversity of his personality and his upbringing. Dr. King used to say that greatness is characterized by antitheses strongly marked. You've got to have a tough mind and a tender heart. And that was Jimmy Carter. And he grew up in the tremendous diversity of the South, and he embraced both sides. He was a minority in Sumter County. Just about 20-25% of the population was white. But growing up as a minority, he became the friend of the majority. And when he went to the Naval Academy, he asked that his roommate be the first black midshipman to come to Annapolis. And he said, I know minorities. I've been a minority most of my life, and maybe I can help him in his adjustments. And he went out of his way to embrace those of us who had grown up in all kinds of conflict. But that was the sensitivity, the spirituality that made James Earl Carter a truly great president. James Earl Carter was truly a child of God. Not only a good farmer, but a nuclear physicist chosen by Admiral Rickover to assist him in developing a nuclear navy. But at the same time he was working on a nuclear navy, he was thinking of peace on earth and goodwill toward all men, and especially women and children. I've known President Carter for more than half of my life, and I never ceased to be surprised. I never ceased to be enlightened. I never ceased to be inspired by the little deeds of love and mercy that he shared with us every day of his life. It was President James Earl Carter that for me symbolized the greatness of the United States of America. And I am truly grateful for him, because in spite of the harshness of the Depression and the explosions of inflation, he never wavered. from his commitment to God Almighty and his love of all of God's children. Jimmy Carter was a blessing that helped to create a great United States of America. And for all of us, and many who are not able to be here, I want to say thank you. You have been a blessing from God, and your spirit will remain with us. And as Jason said, he may be gone, but he ain't gone far. Thank you, President Carter, and thank you, Almighty God.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. No religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. Imagine no possession. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
Our Father, who art in heaven,
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever.
Amen.
Welcome, sir.
For our brother James, let us pray to our Lord Jesus Christ, who said, I am the resurrection and I am life. Lord, you console Martha and Mary in their distress. Draw near to us who mourn for James, and dry the tears of those who weep. You weep at the grave of Lazarus, your friend. Comfort us in our sorrow. You raise the dead to life. Give to our brother eternal life. You promise paradise to the thief who repented. Bring our brother to joys of heaven. Our brother was washed in baptism and anointed with the Holy Spirit. Give him fellowship with all your saints. Lord, comfort us in our sorrows at the death of our brother. Let our faith be our constellation, and eternal life our hope.
Father of all, we pray to you for James and for all those whom we love but see no longer. Grant to them eternal rest. Let light perpetual shine upon them. May his soul and the souls of all the departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace.
Amen.
Give rest, O Christ, to your servant with your saints, where sorrow and pain are no more, neither sighing but life everlasting.
You only are immortal, the creator and maker of humankind, and we are mortal, formed of the earth, and to earth shall we return. For so did you ordain when you created me, saying, you are dust, and to dust you shall return. All of us go down to the dust. Yet even at the grave, we make our song, Alleluia, Alleluia, Alleluia.
Give rest, O Christ, to your servant with your saints, where sorrow and pain are no more, neither sighing, but life everlasting.
Into your hands, O merciful Savior, we commend your servant James. Acknowledge, we humbly beseech you, a sheep of your own fold, a lamb of your own flock, a sinner of your own redeeming. Receive him into the arms of your mercy, into the blessed rest of everlasting peace, and into the glorious company of the saints in light.
Amen.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace.
Amen. Let us go forth in the name of Christ.
Thanks be to God.
right, you've been looking live here from Washington, D.C. at the state funeral at the National Cathedral honoring President Jimmy Carter. I'm joined here by Brenda Wood and Jeff Hollinger. What a beautiful service we've seen.
Absolutely magnificent, and you know, it matched the setting here, that majestic cathedral, the National Cathedral that has seen many presidential funerals, has taken part in ceremonies associated with the inauguration. So many historical touchstones and milestones that have been just serviced by the National Cathedral. And there you're looking at the end of what was just a poignant, thought-provoking, moving service in honor of President Carter.
It was so moving. The words were emotional. They moved all of us. And the pictures that we saw were also equally stunning. The pictures that we saw of President-elect Trump coming in, shaking hands with Mike Pence.
Sitting next to Barack Obama, and the exchange of so many smiles and laughter between the two of them.
And the Clintons' arrival, not making any eye contact toward the Trumps.
The Bush's arrivals,
very little acknowledgement there as well.
Shaking the hand.
But this sort of choreography of presidents, ex-presidents, president-elect, made for some certainly curious theater today.
Lots of people want to know. Wish there could be just a fly on the pew there. Well, to hear how the conversations unfolded between all of them. It's very interesting. You have to know that you realize that they realize that the cameras are pointed at them. Politics doesn't stop apparently at the cathedral door. They were all there, unified in memoriam to this great president, and so they were on their best behavior. Let's put it that way.
I thought the eulogy of Ambassador Andrew Young was, you would expect nothing less from him. It was extraordinary. Here he is speaking from his heart. He's 92 years of age, and he is speaking of Jimmy Carter as a contemporary and a blessing from God. And from there, the eulogy was a celebration of Jimmy Carter's heartbeat.
Yeah, he called him something of a miracle. He said the word miracle, I think, a couple times when we were referring to Jimmy Carter, talking about the contrast in their lives growing up. Two people in the Deep South with very different lives, different backgrounds, but found this common ground that really became something really special.
And you know what, that really is a hallmark of Jimmy Carter, who was able to synthesize and put all of that together in how he conducted his life. He came from a divided South. And he, of course, knew the history. He knew his life was very different from the lives of Black Americans in the South. And somehow he was able to bring all of that together in how he valued his life, how he lived out his life, and just put all of those things into his heart and created this one viewpoint from which he operated, which is that all people are created equal, no matter where they come from, no matter their background, no matter how they got from point A to point B, that we all are deserving of respect, and respect and honor and good deeds between each other.
And this table of Jimmy Carter was set by his mother, Lillian, who he described oftentimes. Sumter County has always been majority African American, and he knew what it was like to be a minority in that environment. And Miss Lillian was one who operated in the midst of racial segregation in the South, but it did not define her and her interactions with Black people.
Which made them a standout, I think, for many in the Sumter County area, in all of South Georgia, especially.
That's right. Right now we want to get live to 11 Alive anchor Cheryl Preheim. Cheryl, you're out there outside the cathedral as we are all watching the president's casket that's going to be brought out before the motorcade leaves, heading back to Maryland. Tell us what you're seeing out there right now.
We see all of the grandchildren coming out of the church. You see them lined up here as they bring the casket down the steps. They are the honorary pallbearers. We're going to take a moment and just watch silently as they take President Carter's casket to the hearse. casket of the 39th President of the United States, now in the hearse as that row of his grandchildren, the honorary pallbearers, look on, flanked by members of all the military branches. Those flags in the wind as service members are holding on tightly on a very gusty, cold day here in the nation's capital. But somehow such beauty in the flags waving in the wind as people watch the door close to the hearse one final time here in front of the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. The end of the services for President Jimmy Carter as the motorcade will now travel to Joint Base Andrews, where he will make his final trip home to the state of Georgia. As people here were watching the service, many tears, some laughter too, in those touching personal tributes we heard from both Joshua and Jason Carter, grandsons. A beautiful way to tie in the humanity of the man who sat in the Oval Office for 4 years, and as Jason pointed out, spent 92 other years centered and rooted in the state of Georgia as the family makes its way to the vehicles that will follow the barricade. It was notable just to see the emotion in the family after a remarkable week plus of tributes to an incredible man, starting in Plains, of course, and fittingly starting in Plains. Then they traveled alongside him to the Carter Center, where 23,000 people stopped by to pay their respects. Then traveling here to Washington, D.C., the family had a private moment in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda with President Carter as well. And it is both impactful and certainly exhausting as they say goodbye in such a public way to someone they knew in the most intimate way as only family can. So they will make that trip back to the private service in Georgia as well at Maranatha Baptist Church.
Cheryl, I want to jump in here.
It was really something. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I want to jump in here and
Please.
Just make note of how poignant and moving it was to hear the recounting of Jimmy Carter's accomplishments and the love that he had with his staff members, his friends, people who were across the political aisle, and yet he, still forged very close friendships with Gerald Ford's son, who gave a eulogy for his father.
That was a great eulogy, wasn't it?
It was a terrific eulogy,
really
very,
unique,
very moving, and really underscored how close those two men were, in spite of the fact that they had waged such a tough political battle against each other during the presidential campaigns.
And their friendship began on the trip to Egypt. Richard Nixon was on the flight as well
funeral.
For this, the funeral, and when they came back, they discovered they had so much in common. They had a certain commonality of the United States and of spirituality and raising families, and quite frankly, they just liked each other.
They did indeed, and their families became good friends. As it turned out, President Carter did the eulogy for Gerald Ford. And now, full circle moment where Gerald Ford's son was able to fulfill the promise that those two men made to each other.
I watched the eulogy that President Carter gave in 2007 for Gerald Ford this morning, and I was struck by how it mirrored what President Ford had written for his son Steve to read. That they were very similar in terms of what they had to say about each other. And I was struck by President Carter saying that he was always sad, and they both shared this view, that they were always sad that when their journeys, whether it was on a plane or in a vehicle, when they were going somewhere together, that it came to an end because they had so much more to say to each other, so many laughs to have, and so much wisdom to share.
Bipartisan friendship is what we're talking about here, and it's almost you wonder if it's possible in today's climate politically, if that kind of friendship between two people who really saw the world from very different points of view legislatively and with policy, that they were able still to find common ground because of their values.
We saw President Trump and former President Obama, President-elect Trump and former President Obama certainly sitting next to each other, interacting, which has gotten a lot of attention on X at this hour. It is a common discussed scene that we saw today that everybody's talking about.
Right, I think largely because there's such a divide in this country. Like we're wondering,
well, the rhetoric
how is
rough.
that even
it's
possible?
Tough. I mean, it's really tough on both sides.
But it is possible. I think these politicians on this level of politics, they understand that is one thing. It's a job. One part of it is a job, and then there's another part where we're just people. And so maybe that's what we saw playing out today as we looked at all of those living presidents and vice presidents and their spouses sitting there together, paying homage to this great man. It's really telling. All of the things that were talked about, the friendships, the bipartisan across the aisle accomplishments, all of his accomplishments over the decades. And still we're talking about a man who served just one term in office. He lived a large life, and it didn't matter whether he was in the White House or not. He was still there to make a difference.
I think that illustrates as much as anything the great complexity of Jimmy Carter. I mean, there's so many moving parts to Jimmy Carter. Even looking at interviews, I've been looking at some 60 Minutes pieces that Mike Wallace did with him in 1985.
He was not a fan of Mike Wallace.
And those two had some very strong interactions, as you allude, but a very different Jimmy Carter in 1985, along with Rosalynn, where they were talking to 60 Minutes. They still weren't totally focused on what they were going to become in the post-presidency, but very spirited, very hard comments about Ronald Reagan and Ted Kennedy.
So Cheryl Preheim is there again in Washington outside the cathedral. Cheryl, we're all watching as the hearse is now leaving the cathedral.
Yes, the hearse just pulled out from the cathedral, making its way to Joint Base Andrews now, followed by these big vehicles you're seeing are full of the immediate family and closest friends. That motorcade will be greeted, of course, the public invited to line the street. And from my vantage point, about a half a block away, indeed, I see people bundled up in the cold get a final chance to say goodbye as the motorcade makes its final trip out of Washington, D.C. before heading back home to Georgia. You all were talking about some of the messaging during the service, and I thought it was really poignant as we talk about a president who was known to bring people together in his time in the White House and in all the decades since, and it felt as though some of those messages might be directed to some of the people in the room. Let's pause as the honor guard moves forward out of the church. Blue sky against the National Cathedral is quite striking as the conclusion here to the ceremony and the services of the funeral of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. And what a remarkable service it was, starting off Joshua Carter, who started off with a story of Sunday school, which really stood out to me. It seemed like a simple story, but it had such a deep message when he said every week he would just talk about his week, meaning that he put his faith into action. And just in a week's worth of time, he would always have a lot to talk about in terms of bringing people together, diplomacy, peace treaties, working in remote places, putting feet to his faith, and then talking about that and drawing the connection between the Bible that he would teach and the work that he was doing, very important in his entire life, not just to say words, but to be a doer of those words. So seemed a very fitting way to start off as we talked throughout so many different parts of his life, through people who were significant in so many parts of his life, sharing all of the different facets of the former president. And we look at the motorcade making its way to Joint Base Andrews Air Base, that will bring on Special Mission Flight 39 back to Georgia for the private service in planes. Steve Ford, the son of President Gerald Ford, I thought was so touching. He said honesty was a part of Jimmy Carter's very soul, and to hear his father's words, especially at this time in our country, really was very, very significant. I think just from the perspective of being here at the cathedral, I'll tell you the moment where everyone teared up and laughed simultaneously was when Jason Carter was sharing the story of Papa, who would come to the door in his short shorts and his Crocs, and when he was learning how to use his new phone and called him by accident and said, "No, I'm not calling you, I'm taking a picture." I mean, the most relatable stories and those really special moments I thought was so touching. And then to see particularly Amy and Chip Carter in those moments, just kind of tears flowing, maybe a chance to take a deep breath and take in a long week of services, just felt the family deeply in that moment, in a personal connection they all felt with a man they said was just a regular guy who happened to be in the most powerful position in the world for 4 years.
Yeah, Jason describing those as 1970 shorts. And for those of us who were wearing those shorts in the 70s, that was a very vivid image.
It was personal for you?
It was.
Brought back memories for you?
Yes.
Yeah, that was really indicative of just how much he eschewed, the trappings of wealth and status. Jimmy Carter was not about that at all. As a matter of fact, he said he had no desire ever to be rich. He did not, after his presidency, he did not take advantage of presidential opportunities to make money, to make large sums of money from speeches, and to join corporate boards where he would make lots of money that way as well. He was not interested in doing that at all. I think
now, why do you think that
stands out. I think a lot of it had to do with his background, just where he came from.
But there have been a lot of presidents who have grown up without, who have morphed into these sort of regal figures. Richard Nixon grew up with very little, went to Whittier College, and he was one who became very, very regal.
His faith, his religious grounding, I think had a lot to do with how he saw the world, how he saw himself in the world. He really wanted to model his life after his Christian perspective of Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ was not a man about wealth and wanting to, achieve status and all of that. I think that was a large part of it.
Yeah,
he
President
really
Biden
took that to his
talked
heart.
about that as well. Like President Biden talked about visiting President Carter in 2021, going to Plains, and just how modest of a home they had. And so I think for a lot of people who got to go to Plains and see it for themselves, it really was something to say, this is the president, former president, but living in this home that they've lived in for many years.
With linoleum flooring, and the Ziploc bags hanging by the kitchen.
You would see the living room where he watched the Braves in kind of a lazy boy recliner over the summers and spring into fall, and you would look at the paneled walls around and things that were framed like Georgia maps and the kind of things that you would see in your grandparents' homes. Right. That had been framed that that really showed that they were of a different generation.
This is unheard of today. This is not the world in which we live in. All the past presidents, Gerald Ford among them, who after his tenure in the White House did in fact take advantage of opportunities that come along.
Had a great home in Vail in Beaver Creek, Colorado, where he spent all of his summers.
Yeah, he lived a very comfortable life
in Palm Springs in the winter.
And he had one term as well. But Carter, this is one of the reasons why Carter stands out. Though just 4 years in office, this is a man who, still put his feet to the fire. He got up every morning. He was a very, very disciplined man, disciplined long before he got into the military, but that, underscored the importance of discipline, the importance of getting up early, working hard. This was who President Carter was. He was not a showboat at all. He did the work.
Mm-hmm. And he was so multifaceted. Jeff, you talked about this over the few days that some people say he was a peanut farmer. But yes, I liked how President Biden talked about he also stood for civil rights. He was a Navy veteran, a nuclear engineer, a hardworking farmer that we mentioned, the president too. So it was great that you also, because here, all these layers of who Jimmy Carter was. And I love that that was touched on today. Even though this was such a formal service, it still spoke to the humanity of a former president.
He had an insatiable appetite for learning, and whether he was learning how to be a woodworker who became the best at making furniture, or he was a tremendous fly fisherman. I hear stories about him in Habersham County with a fly rod in his hand where he was just absolutely a master.
He would practice how, now, you know, I've only seen, I don't know anything about fly fishing, so forgive me.
I know a little bit.
But you know, when you twirl the I don't even know what you call it, the casting, he would practice that on his own property. There's a pond there on his land, and he would practice that. I'm understanding. And you know, he made himself better.
That's right.
Better and better.
Or his
Just
artwork
practice.
over the Carter Center. You know, you look at his paintings, how wonderful they are. They're tremendous. Or he found great solace in writing poetry.
He was a poet, and he spoke Spanish. And as I've come to learn, he taught himself Spanish by reading the Spanish Bible. He read a page. He said he read a page of the Spanish Bible every day in order to teach himself how to speak Spanish. So this is a man like you. He was a constant, never-ending learner.
I want to bring in right now 11 Alive anchor Faith Jesse, who is joining us live in D.C. from the Capitol. Faith, even though this service happened in D.C., we certainly heard several Georgia ties.
That's right, Jonathan. We're here at the Capitol. 9 a.m. We saw those cannons blast before the motorcade slowly went to the cathedral. We do want to talk about some of those Georgia ties. One of the ones that stood out to me was that beautiful rendition of Amazing Grace performed by Phyllis Adams and Layla Bolden. Phyllis Adams is a Delta flight attendant who actually met the Carters back in 2017. She was a musical guest for Carter's Human Rights Defenders Forum. As she was asked to sing at the funeral, we can all remember that beautiful, beautiful performance that she did. Speaking of the Carter Center, there are so many representatives from the Atlanta headquarters here in D.C. As Jason was talking about in his speech, the Carter Center, those in Atlanta, just a small part of so many offices across the world, but really seeing the heartbeat of it here in D.C. Speaking of Jason, he was one of two grandchildren speaking at the podium, and I would say that, I mean, his speech was very memorable because it really painted Mr. Carter as a regular old grandpa, right? Somebody who he said would answer the door in Crocs. He gave the funny story about him mistakenly dialing him on his phone, saying that, what are you talking about? I'm not trying to call you. I'm trying to take a picture, something that many of us can really relate to. And I also thought it was notable when he said, sometimes I feel like I shared my grandfather with the world. This is one of those days, but he really shared the world with me and talked about just the memories of him and his children going with who would be their great-grandfather and all of those experiences. I also like that he said, he talked about Mr. Carter's involvement with those tiny villages, those 600-person villages that he saw as home because he grew up in a small town like Plains. Another memorable Georgia tie that we all saw was Andy Young, who was, of course, Mr. Carter's ambassador to the UN during his administration. What was so notable about that was that Mr. Young, he spoke a couple of times, but that second time, it was a chair that he sat down next to the casket as two friends, as they would be tennis partners or just having lunch, would sit down and talk. And he spoke to the audience there, the service. He talked about how a story that many of us know, that when he first met Mr. Carter, when he first heard about him, he was a little skeptical of it. He says, it's still hard for me to understand how you can get to be president from Plains, Georgia, talking about how Plains in Sumter County was one of the meanest counties for those in the civil rights movement. And he says that changed after he saw the work of Mr. Carter, how he saw his heart and his light. I believe it was a time when they were at Pascal's and he went and spoke to every single person in the kitchen through the work that they've done, and that developed. And I thought that was so symbolic of America and the civil rights movement and the what he said, the slave and the slave owner, right? Developing that relationship and really moving forward and really displaying that unity that we saw all through the week here at the Capitol, where I am right now, that congressional service where we saw people from both sides of the aisle come together, all of Washington really pause really take a moment to pause to remember the life and legacy of Mr. Carter, someone who was not really political. When you talk to lawmakers that I spoke with, Jack Watson, one of his chief of staff, his second chief of staff there in his last year of the White House, saying that, you know what, Mr. Carter wasn't political. He said Miss Rosalind Carter was a little bit more political and knew the ramifications of politics, but Mr. Carter, you know, he just made the decision that he felt was right for the people. And I think that's something that we saw this week with the lines of people that first night when the gates behind me opened here for the public to come and pay their respects. The lines of people standing in those below freezing temperatures, slush on the ground. It was not comfortable outside, but they stood there, they waited, and they were patiently waiting because they wanted the moment to go in there and say their final goodbyes to someone who they knew and loved, whether they knew him in person or just knew him as president, whether they were alive during the presidency or born after he left the White House and knew him for his humanitarian work. People were very touched by him, and I think that we saw that in that service. Of course, those in the service, family, dignitaries, people around the country coming there. It was a very emotional service inside of the cathedral, but also very emotional here on the streets where people line the streets to see Mr. Carter and that motorcade come through. So just a beautiful service, a lot of Atlanta ties, and of course the ultimate Georgia tie is going to be tonight when we see him take his final resting place back in his hometown of Plains.
So well said. I want to pick up on your observation regarding Ambassador Young and how he positioned himself right next to the casket there as he paid tribute to his dear, dear friend. They have such a long history, both of those gentlemen, President Carter and Ambassador Young, so active in the South, so active in the world. Championing human rights, championing justice and equality. Both of those men working together to advance humanity, to advance the idea that everybody deserves to be treated with respect and honor. And the fact that Ambassador Young spoke from his heart as he sat there next to his friend and talked about the life that he had lived and how he even was inspired by this great man. It really was quite an interesting, quite moving moment, a visual that I think I will not forget.
You know, of all the great lions that we have seen here in Atlanta in the civil rights movement and Jimmy Carter and all of these gifted people that we have been lucky enough to find ourselves in the company of, only Ambassador Young really is left.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. We're looking at two Georgians right there in the center of this majestic cathedral, with one paying tribute to the other. Both Ambassador Young, he himself a hero of the world.
And not just two Georgians, but two giants. I mean, we think about that, like that generation. We talk about, John Lewis, we talk about President Carter. There's only a handful of those people that we had here in Georgia, in Atlanta, that represent that era.
And those of us who live here in Georgia, I think I'm imagining, because this is how I feel, but I'm imagining that those of us who live here in Georgia have a heightened sense of pride about honoring this man, the only president, of course, to come from the state of Georgia.
Well, we lived among them, whether it was Reverend Orange.
So they know them differently.
Ralph David Abernathy, Reverend Orange, Hosea Williams, Reverend Lowry, and Andrew Young. I mean, the list goes on and on of these people that made such an incredible difference in the lives of all of us, whether we're black or white, or the trajectory of the country. All came out of Atlanta, and we took that for granted. You would go to a charity event, Brenda, as you know, and you would find yourself sitting next to these people, in their
great
company,
powerhouses,
and you're doing things like you're auctioning things with. I did a couple of events with Congressman Lewis where we're auctioning like trips to places, trying to raise some money, and nobody's paying any attention to us. But there has been, in their absence, I think there has been a sense of what they were, who they were, and how it's framed totally different as opposed to in the 1980s when they were among us, or the early 90s.
Yeah, one of Carter's very good friends, Jimmy Carter and Rosalind had a second home up in the North Georgia mountains, and one of Carter's good friends who built that cabin up there near Eulogy, he said this. He said of his friend Jimmy Carter, he's greater in every way than the people he walked among, but he never made any of us feel that way.
And that's something we heard from his grandson, Jason, in a previous interview. He talked about his grandfather knew he was a big deal, but didn't necessarily act like he was a big deal, which I think is. All right, with Cheryl Preheim, our Cheryl Preheim is there in D.C. Cheryl, we're watching as the motorcade is making its way toward Joint Base Andrews. You've been in D.C. for several days now. How beautiful to see just how many people have come out there to pay their respects.
You know, it's been impressive to say the least, because people from Washington, D.C., despite a snowstorm that kept kids out of school, were lining the street. But we met people from Seattle, from Pittsburgh, from parts of the West Coast. We saw people from all over the country who made the trip despite the weather to be part of the moment in history. They just felt compelled to come, and a number of those people also told us that over the years they had at one point or another gone to Plains, Georgia, because they wanted to sit down and hear the most famous Sunday school teacher in the world give a lesson as well. So I thought that was really telling as well, and I thought there was such a consistency of the number of people who came out from that very first moment, leaving Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus, through Plains, at the Carter Center, then here to Washington, D.C. I think it really speaks to what President Carter was wanting this to be, and that would be something where the public would feel not only welcome, but that they were an integral part of this way to honor him. That was always such a benchmark of who he was and who he wanted to be, and we saw that on his inauguration day, where by surprise, at the prompting of his son Chip, he got out of the car and he and Rosalind, she in that beautiful bright green pea coat, walked down Pennsylvania Avenue as a visual symbol to the people that we are among you and we are relatable, and they certainly are. Salt of the earth would be such a fitting way to talk about both Jimmy and Rosalind, because you can't really talk about one without the other. So it was really special to hear those stories, hear from inside the church as well. Another, I think, really poignant moment was Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood singing Imagine. It was a beautiful rendition, simple with the guitar, and people may not know that the Carters really passed the baton to Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood for Habitat for Humanity, and for the last 12 or so years, that couple has been with the Carters on many, many builds, sort of this next generation. And we've heard that theme, I think, a lot in the service about what young people can take away from the lessons and the legacy that Jimmy Carter left behind. And number one on that is service, humanity, thinking of others over self, using positions of power, if you are fortunate enough to have one, for the greater good and not just for self and to build up ego or title or personal wealth, but to use those things for a greater good. So here on this day, a cold, windy day here in Washington, D.C., in front of the National Cathedral, as we watch that motorcade make its final stop to the flight that will take him back to Georgia for one final time. So much to reflect on, as we heard so many different people speaking, from a domestic advisor from the White House to the son of a former president and once rival, then deeply close friendship, to the grandchildren, and to the Honorable Ambassador Andrew Young. The thread that tied each of those together was the humanity of a man who impacted not only people around this country, but all around the world.
Not an empty seat in the House today, and people from both the Democratic and Republican Party and all in between. Not an empty seat. Everybody there to pay respect to this great man, and yet it really sort of underscores the significance of time, the passage of time. Because when President Carter left office, there were so many harsh critics of him and his presidency, and you know, he had a lot of trouble during his presidency, and there were lots of people who, even the Democratic Party was divided once he left office. But now, all these years later, decades later, after Carter ruffled so many feathers when he went to Washington, D.C. in his flannel shirts and carrying his own suitcase on board Air Force One, you know, there were lots of politicians, Tip O'Neill, House Speaker among them, who just felt like Carter just kind of rubbed the shine off of the luster of the presidency.
The Democrats ignored him at their conventions. They didn't want him to speak, or if he did, they gave him absolutely the worst time possible.
We're not supportive at all. Nope. We're happy to see him go. And all these years later, you know, it is amazing to see how you know, time changes things. Insight changes things. This was a very intellectual man. He was progressive, visionary, ahead of his time. Lots of people didn't understand, you know, what he was about or where he was coming from or why he did the things that he did. He was this man who brought a lot to the office that people didn't really count as important. And they certainly discounted him. You know, the visual persona was not in tune with the flannel shirt. The flannel shirt,
you're absolutely
you know,
right.
It gave off a different air that was not reflective of who this man truly was at heart.
The video that we're seeing right now is one that sort of makes you think a little bit about President Carter in this sense, as we very seldom see President Carter surrounded by snow or framed by snow. But in 1976, there are the famous pictures of him traipsing in the snow in New Hampshire when New Hampshire was such an important primary, and it was sort of a make or break place for any nominee or prospective nominee. Or Iowa, which also was full of the peanut brigade as they were marching around in snow that was up to their waists. But this snow really makes you think of almost 50 years ago, really 50 years ago to the month, 49 years ago, when President Carter was just beginning to ascend with the primary season around the corner.
Yeah, you're looking live right now. In case you were just joining us, on the right, the motorcade making its way toward Joint Base Andrews. You can see those folks in formation, the troops ready there. We know from there they will depart Joint Base Andrews on Special Air Mission 39. We'll have a brief ceremony when his casket arrives there. The family will get back on the plane heading back here to Georgia for one final journey, which of course, as we've been reporting, will all end later this afternoon in the president's hometown of Plains, Georgia. And really special that we've been saying all during this coverage that this service started in Georgia, right near Plains, and it's going to end there. A lot of presidents choose not to be buried in their hometowns. I don't know if there are many that do, most at their libraries, but it's very significant that this will all end today in small town Plains, Georgia.
Which is appropriate because he remained the small town kind of guy. He's every man's president. He did not take on the trappings of anything other than who he actually was.
But he was also a pragmatist in this sense, that he was always looking forward, thinking ahead. Great concern from the Carter family about the future of Plains and that area in Sumter County. To get to Plains is an unusual place. You don't just roll through Plains on your way to somewhere else. Right. You have to seek out Plains to find it, whether it's from Columbus or from Macon. And there was great concern about the Carter family. The Carter Family Foundation has been very active with Habitat, trying to repair homes. They were sending money to make sure that these homes were taken care of before the Carters passed away. And there is concern about Plains. What does Plains look like 3, 5, 10 years from now? Well, the Carters are doing their part, even in perpetuity, in death. They are being buried there for people to come see them and to help buoy the community. In part, not entirely, it's why Jimmy Carter was also teaching Sunday school, granted his spirituality and his need to do that, but he was also doing that to help buoy the area economically, because, you know, so many people came to see and stay in the hotels, to eat in the restaurants, to, you know, lift this community, and he was doing that in any way he possibly could.
$4 million, it's estimated about $4 million every year that was poured into the Sumter County Plains area economy.
And it's not there anymore.
It's not there, but people will continue to come. The Carter property has been deeded to the National Park, Historic Park Service. The people will come for a while to pay tribute there where Rosalind and Jimmy Carter will be buried on his property. The long-term plan, now that property is deeded to the National Park Service, is to make a museum there. Whether or not that comes to fruition is yet to be seen, and how long people will continue to come to Maranatha Baptist Church, will continue to come to Plains. Your point is well made. Plains is out of the way. It's not an easy place to, I'll stop off at Plains on my way to. It's not that. And so, how long that area will be able to, garner additional visitors and, an economic boost as a result.
In the warmer months, you have the issue of the gnats and below the gnat line. And I think for a lot of Northerners, people that are not familiar with our part of the world, that's some destruction too. It's a challenge to spend time in Plains as you seek to get there, but the hope is that people will still come and honor this great family.
Cheryl, we're just a few minutes away from the motorcade arriving at Joint Base Andrews. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
The church is clearing out for the most part, but what I think is really interesting is how many people have not wanted to leave as we continue to see, things moving towards the air base for kind of the next phase after the cathedral service. What I can tell you is I in the distance from where I'm standing, I see a group from the Carter Center just spending time together, just people not really wanting to go. I think there's just a finality of the end of the service that you can feel with people here. It's interesting. I talked to someone yesterday inside the Capitol Rotunda who had worked with President Carter for many, many years, and she said that as she was standing in front of the casket and reading his quote on the wall about it is our duty, our obligation to do whatever we can for as long as we can with whatever we have to make a difference, she looked at that casket and she said, he did that. Every day that I knew him, he did that, and I want to do that too. And then she said, and then I could have sworn I heard his voice, like, keep it on time. That's what she said she heard in her mind, because he was a taskmaster too. He was efficient. He ran a tight ship, and so she said, I knew my time was up and I needed to move on. It was kind of a sweet story of just how much people are taking away from their time with him. Here in the nation's capital, so many people, it was like a family reunion of sorts. Yesterday, there were people that worked within his administration here in the White House. Some were very young when they joined his administration back in the day. Some had worked on his second campaign for governor in Georgia at the time, and they had wonderful stories about that. I don't know if anyone watching the service might have noticed, but each of the family members for the Carters was wearing a lapel pin, very significant. It was given to them by the Secret Service, and each pin had a gold center representing the Oval Office, and the outer ring was green, and a lot of people wondered what the significance of that. Well, green was the Carter campaign color. So there was care and love in each of the tiniest details that we saw throughout the day. I thought that meant a lot. Those will be wonderful mementos for the family to have. Each of them had one, from the youngest to the oldest. That moment when the family was following the horse-drawn caisson carrying the flag-draped casket, and the whole family, as a nod to the walk on Inauguration Day to the First Lady and President Carter, they walked behind that caisson, and the littlest one in the back looked to be about 4, and he just run through all his family members, and just really a visual symbol of the many generations of the Carters that were here in Washington, D.C. I had a chance to talk to Congresswoman Nikema Williams. She is, of course, over the 6th District, where 2 of President Carter's children currently live, and they spent a lot of time together while they were in D.C. and sharing some really sweet stories. But she said her takeaway from the time with the Carters is that even though the world knew that the end was near when he shared with us all that he was going to hospice about 2 years ago, it doesn't lessen the loss that they feel that he's no longer on this earth. They have just arrived at Joint Base Andrews as we're speaking, so we want to make sure to share with you that that leg has now started. But really, our thoughts with the Carter family, and we saw that emotion in the service, feeling the finality of this moment, and Jason Carter sharing that in those final days where he was with his grandfather when President Jimmy Carter said, I'm ready to see Rosalind again. And I think many people who are close and connected to the Carters feel a great sense of comfort with the idea that they are reunited once again. They will be buried side by side under a willow tree right off the front porch on the longtime family property that Jason Carter shared such funny stories about. I laughed when he talked about drying out Ziploc bags on the fridge. I think that's incredibly relatable, especially some of us who've seen parents or grandparents do that, or talking about how long he had a phone with a cord connected to the wall or the wood paneling on the wall, but also something very sweet about a conscious decision to live simply so others could simply live. And that is something that he lived, and I think that is what draws people, whether you agreed with his politics or not, to have a great respect and admiration for the humanity of a man who lived his faith, not just every once in a while, but as Jason Carter said in his sharing inside the service, from the time he woke up till the time he laid his head, and he said he saw that every day of his grandfather's life. It says a lot when someone who knows you most intimately says that someone was absolutely the same person, whether a camera was on them or not. And I think that was telling too. So some observations here in Washington, D.C., as we have seen nothing but respect and admiration as we've talked to delegations from Georgia on both sides of the political aisle, even as we are a week and a half out from inauguration at a very divisive time in our country. Even in this moment in the nation's capital, President Jimmy Carter was bringing people together, and I think that is a powerful sentiment here at this particular time in our nation and in our world. Back to you.
Just a couple of weeks before the inauguration, a very busy Washington, D.C. right now, as preparations are also underway for the inauguration of President-elect Trump. You know, your points are well taken there, Cheryl. The word that comes to mind as we say goodbye to President Carter, this beautiful ceremony that we've just witnessed, and more ceremony to come in his home church. But the word that comes to mind is consistent. If nothing else, he was consistent. You always knew, pretty much, you could always guess where Jimmy Carter was going to land. It was all, and I've said this over and over, all of his decisions were rooted in principle. The principle of justice, the principle of respecting your fellow man, the principle of equality. All of his decisions were rooted in that. He was consistent. And his decisions were not based on convenience. He didn't make policy decisions. He didn't make decisions, whether he was in office or not, based on what was convenient at the time, what was politically convenient at the time. It did not matter. Stu Eisenstadt in the service today talked about how President Carter chose Paul Volcker to be head of the Federal Reserve. He knew that Volcker was going to raise interest rates in order to contain inflation, which was at a ridiculously all-time high. He knew that that was what was going to happen, but President Carter put him in that position anyway because he knew what the end result would be, and it was not a politically convenient thing to do. It was going to hurt him. In fact, it did. Interest rates came down, but they didn't come down until President Carter left office. And the benefit of the interest rate coming down went to Ronald Reagan, who succeeded President Carter. So he was consistent, and it didn't matter whether it hurt him or helped him. That was the man that he was.
Consistent through all of his life, not like you said, not just in politics, but throughout. I mean, I talked to some people who had worked for him for 40 plus years, and they said he was the same all through those years. People, and that's why I think he was able to keep some of those people with him throughout the journey at the Carter Center in Washington with Habitat, because they felt he was the same person and they knew who he was going to be. You're looking live right now, where we are just moments away from the president's motorcade and his casket arriving here at Joint Base Andrews. His remains will be transferred to the military aircraft that you have been watching, along with the family who will board Special Air Mission 39, making its way back here to Georgia, specifically Columbus, Georgia, before going down to Plains.
I want to add something here. This whole week has been in honor of this great man, and we've seen one service after another, one movement after another, very reflective of the stature that he represented. This great president. He did not always have a good life. When he left office, he was very depressed and trying to figure out what his next moves were going to be after his one term was over. In fact, when he got back home to Plains, he realized that he had to sell his peanut business because his business had fallen into default. It was $1 million in debt. And so he had to sell his business in the midst of having lost this election. It was a landslide election, and he lost it tremendously, spectacularly. And now, what was he going to do? And he was relatively young. He was 56 or so, and relatively young. What was he going to do with the rest of his life? He had all of that to figure out, as well as selling his peanut business. It was not a comfortable time for him and Rosalind.
Inauguration Day in 1981, I still remember. I remember Jimmy Carter wearing a raincoat, and it was a very, very bleak day in Georgia, and arriving in this state, and there were the stories about how the White House staff had tried to figure out what to get him. Initially, they were going to get him a vehicle, like a Jeep that he could run around in Plains. And instead, they opted for woodworking equipment, and they went to Sears and purchased a jigsaw for him, and that was going to be installed in the garage in Plains. And that's how he sort of spent his time initially, thinking, woodworking, getting better and better making things. And it's just typical Jimmy Carter.
Right. The eternal learner.
The eternal learner, but using it as a means to try to regroup and reload, if you will, and figure out what the future would hold for him. And that future would then be tied to a handshake at Emory University with President James Laney, who offered him an opportunity to come and speak. And that sort of evolved along with Ken Stein and all of that crowd into the Carter Center.
That was huge at the time, because here's this. Because he only served 4 years for the federal government, he didn't acquire a federal pension. He didn't earn a federal pension. He didn't have federal retirement. He didn't have health benefits, because he only worked for the government for 4 years. And so his health benefits came from working at Emory University as a professor.
I've really been struck, too, by how different this funeral is. It has a certain populism feel about it. And by that, I mean, oftentimes with men and women of great accomplishment who die, whether it's presidents or U.S. Supreme Court justices or senators or people that have had these high-profile, impactful lives. This one is different. He lived to be 100. There's nothing else to do. This is a life from beginning to middle to end is complete. Very seldom can we look at lives and say, wait, there was work to be done. He set or she set the course for others to follow. But for Jimmy Carter, it's different. He accomplished what he set out to do. He did it. His life is complete. And there is a celebration of that life in a way that we're not used to dealing with in funerals.
That's a good point, yeah.
It really is a fine point, which speaks to the hymn that I don't know whether the hymn has already been played or will be played once he gets to Georgia, but it is well with my soul. It is really sort of indicative of his full life, 100 years. It is well with my soul.
The departure ceremony getting started here in any moment, at any moment right here at Joint Base Andrews. You see the hearse, and the president's remains, as I mentioned, will be transferred to the military aircraft, followed by the family, and we will also hear shortly from the U.S. Air Force Band. The music, "O Master, Let Me Walk With Thee," coming up here again before the flight arrives here in Columbus, Georgia, before traveling down to Plains where, as we mentioned, the final resting place will be for President Carter.
I love those great Christian anthems, those anthems that were penned back in the 19th century that just have this great resonance, that just feel like birth and life and death.
Which is what Jimmy Carter lived. I mean, he's sort of the walking the walking epitome of all of those beautiful anthems and hymns. And we heard some beautiful music today. The military chorus and orchestra, absolutely beautiful music that was performed in the service today. That setting just so perfect for the man that we are honoring, the man who lived such an extraordinary life. Though down to earth he was, the height of the cathedral, all of that space, the length of the corridor down which his casket was brought, all of that just huge majesty was really so perfect for this great man who lived a huge life.
But the contrast of what we'll see later today when he has his final service at Maranatha Baptist Church, a very small church.
Yes.
I don't know how many people it fits. It's not very many, right?
No, it's
about 400 people, I think, at most.
And that's squeezing them in.
Right. And they squeezed in too.
And the other thing about that church is when you walk, it's like walking in a really old home. Like you hear it creak. It has such a feel that you would expect in that part of the world.
All right, we're going to pause now as the casket is being transferred to the aircraft. right, you're taking a live look here as the family, the Carter family, boards Special Air Mission 39. We all watched as the president's casket was there loaded onto the aircraft before it now makes its way here to Georgia. It'll be arriving here within a couple hours in the Columbus, Georgia area, specifically at Lawson Army Field, and they'll have a ceremony there to arrive. But the president's final trip to Washington, D.C., we're watching.
His personal pastor will give the sermon of his life at Maranatha Baptist Church in a private service once the family and the casket arrive in planes. That service will happen at the beloved Maranatha Church, Baptist Church, where President Carter taught Sunday school every other Sunday, always planned his calendar, no matter what he was doing, as much as possible. He planned his calendar around his commitment to teaching Sunday school there at Maranatha. Every other Sunday, people would line up outside the doors at sunrise in order to get seats to hear the president speak Bible lessons. And people were coming from all over the country, sometimes from faraway places around the world, just to hear the president, to sit at his feet as he taught Bible lessons. And he would be very candid as he spoke to folks in the church there, talk about his week, as Jason told the audience today during the service. He would talk about the things that he had done during the course of that week. He would have a Bible lesson attached to it, and then when it was all over with, he would stay there and take pictures with whoever wanted to take a picture with the president once church service was over.
It was his longest job. His grandson Jason said out of any title he held, Sunday school teacher was the job he held the longest, and perhaps the one, other than being a grandfather, that he was most proud of.
Rightly so.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting as we see these live pictures, it makes you reflect, and it makes you reflect about how the South was seen by the rest of the United States before his election in 1976, and how it's been seen after. I've looked at some of the coverage from that night, and certainly I'm old enough to remember the coverage as a teenager watching it and all, but the view of the South was like it was another country, like it was some foreign capital, like Atlanta was treated in a way that, wow, nobody really seemingly knew a lot about Atlanta in 1976, at least nationally. We were just beginning to emerge in so many ways, whether it was with professional sports or Ted Turner buying the Braves around that time. The Atlanta that was Jimmy Carter's of that era was such a different place. I mean, it's just incredibly different as you think about its evolution in the years to come after Jimmy Carter.
Well, you know what? Your point is a good one, because it adds to the list of accomplishments of President Carter. All the many things that he did, they include bringing the South into the mainstream when it comes to people's view of the world. If it used to be, if it didn't happen in New York, or if it didn't happen in LA, it didn't happen.
Yeah, anything west of the Hudson River was hinterlands.
Right, and certainly south, right?
Right.
But President Carter really, his political career and his persona really stands as a bridge between the Old South, old Southern politics, and the New South. And it speaks to his, whether consciously or unconsciously, his visionary point of view of the world.
Look,
he thought he was progressive. He thought forward. And look at, the South is very much on the map politically.
Think about Southern politicians before Jimmy Carter, whether it's Lester Maddox or John Stennis or George Wallace. I mean, you can go on and on about these sort of demagogues, for the most part, that represented, a very troubling time in America. After Jimmy Carter, the politics began to change, and the representation of the South began to change. With Jimmy Carter's ascension, there was an appreciation of Southern culture and Southern food, Southern music, the Allman Brothers, blues, Otis Redding, all of these kinds of music choices that were born here in the South really got a second look in America.
President Carter
he opened the door on a lot.
Opened the door on so many things, as you bring up these musicians and his love for jazz and blues and rock. The rock and roll president, as the documentary about President Carter speaks to so highly. Willie Nelson coming to the White House. I love the story of Willie Nelson going up on the roof of the White House. The story initially was they went up on the roof of the White House and did what Willie Nelson does.
With Chip Carter.
Yeah. But the original story was that he went with a staff member of the White House.
We found out more.
Right. President Carter's biography, revealed the truth. He actually went with Chip up on the roof and smoked pot. President Carter just, he lived who he was with no apology at all. And Washington just had to deal with it. Washington wasn't on board with it at first. As I said, they felt like he just didn't bring enough gravitas and grandeur to the office of the presidency.
Or the curiosity the national press had with planes, or the rest of the country, the softball games that were going on, or Billy Carter, who was really smart and really eccentric and loved kind of poking the eye of the bear, as they say.
Billy Beer.
Billy and President Carter and Billy sitting in the gas station there in planes eating ribs, in a couple of recliners in a gas station. That wasn't done in America.
No president does that. No president does. Nope. Carter just he broke the veil on so many levels. He was one of a kind, and because of his very, very long life and very productive life, I doubt that we will see another like him.
No.
Certainly not in our lifetime, in this generation.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And we talk about a lifetime of service. What still strikes me is some of those images of him at 90 years old, 89 years old, still out there on those habitat bills. Who does that at that age? Right. And traveling to Haiti, traveling to Ghana, just the continual nature of what he did when he didn't have to. When you do so much for 20, 30, 40 years, but you continue to do it, that speaks to really who you are, not what you feel like you need to do.
I was also thinking about seeing him in the Braves clubhouse over the years, and baseball players are really, even as young men, they're all grizzled and just sort of sardonic and just sort of, nothing matters. But when Jimmy Carter would come in, it mattered, and everybody would just sort of have all of a sudden, yes, sir. And
which is what he didn't want.
That's President Carter, for goodness sakes.
But
wow.
He didn't want that, right? He just wanted to be, but President Carter, I want to say that, he lived kind of a dissonant life in some regards, because he wanted to be every man. He wanted to be just like you and me, just a regular guy. And he was anything but just a regular guy. He was absolutely extraordinary. Because he wore flannel shirts and cowboy boots, there were some, especially in Washington, who, did not count his intellectualism. But he was a very intellectual man.
I was always amazed
engineer.
At how much energy he always had. And by that, I mean, we would see him at these sporting events in Atlanta for years, whether it's the Hawks or the Braves or sitting down, getting ready to do the Falcons and Broncos game on the radio in Miami, and hey, look who's here, it's President Carter. And he was just everywhere something was going on. He was endlessly interested in all things that was happening in Atlanta, in Georgia. He was just that curiosity and that interest, whether it was sports or politics or habitat or helping people in need. It was just a curious soul that was insatiable.
And he would play along on the Kiss Cam.
Mm-hmm, yeah,
whenever you would see him on the Kiss Cam, at the arena, and people would, when they would see him and Rosalind pop up on the Kiss Cam, he'd play along. He'd give her a big kiss.
And all the time with Ted Turner too.
One of his very good friends.
Just. We're thinking about Ted Turner today as he is in the midst of rehabilitation and is not doing well health-wise. And I think for many of us Atlantans, Ted Turner and Jimmy Carter are forever linked, along with Andrew Young.
Absolutely.
Those three men were just, they made the quality of our lives here better.
Speaking of, as you get older, your health starts to fail. In 2015, President Carter diagnosed with brain cancer. And, I think most of us who heard that diagnosis from him, because he held a news conference, didn't expect him to live much longer. We thought
Well, we mobilized
were
here,
soon
didn't
say
we?
goodbye.
I mean, we
yes.
put together a funeral plan here at 11
As
Alive.
did every other media outlet.
I was dispatched to Plains for a couple of days, and we thought it would be the last time we ever saw him preach or teach Sunday school.
Yeah.
And
little did we know,
and
it's another 10 years.
I know it was treated that Sunday almost like death. Like, this is the end. This is the end of something. Little did we know, it in many ways was the beginning.
Of just another phase.
Another chapter.
Of this extraordinary
of
man's life.
defeating another opponent, this time death.
He defied the odds.
A great contrarian.
Again.
Yeah.
Yes.
In a good way.
I will not die.
I'm not ready to go, St. Peter. I am not ready.
I had the opportunity to interview him while he was undergoing cancer treatment. And he was doing a habitat build at the age of 90 in Memphis. And all of the reporters there were just in awe of this man who is running a buzzsaw. I don't know the official term of the piece of equipment, but I'm just going to say buzzsaw. And you're right, he was doing something with a saw and working very hard like everybody else on the build. And in the back of your mind, you're looking at this 90-year-old man. It's like, wait a minute, you're trying to overcome brain cancer. He was undergoing, he had gone through elective surgery, he did radiation, he did had to agree to a bold and progressive immunotherapy, which is a lot more common now, but at the time was not. We know the treatment now was Keytruda, but he agreed to do that, and within a matter of weeks after this treatment, he was declared cancer-free. And I interviewed him and asked him about that, and he said, well, I'm feeling pretty good. I was, well, aren't you tired from working that buzzsaw or whatever? We was just, well, I may have to soak a little bit when this is all over this evening. But he was undaunted. He would, if he committed to doing a habitat build or speaking somewhere or teaching Sunday school, if he was committed, he had put his word to it, he was going to be there.
Even when we saw him showing up at Rosalind's funeral, a lot of us were not sure if he would be well enough to attend, and there he goes, right there on the front row with his blanket. So
that was incredible.
He was determined, and he was going to be there.
He was true to his word.
He was going to show up, and like we talked about before, at these habitat builds, he was working, not just the photo op, but he was present and he was there and he was working.
He had an undefeated spirit.
Yeah, his last habitat build was in Nashville, I believe, in October of 2015, and he had committed to that build in Nashville, but on the day, which was his birthday, the day he was supposed to be there, he had a fall in his home. And it was a very hard fall because he had to go to the hospital, and people were not sure in Nashville if he was going to be able to make it. And of course, they, knowing what had happened, would be forgiving if he didn't make it. But at the end of the day, he still showed up. He showed up with a black eye, swollen black eye, and a bandage over his brow. But he showed up there in a Braves baseball cap, sleeves rolled up, ready to work.
We're talking. This is such a big part of Jimmy Carter. People, the three of us are swapping stories here and tales and anecdotes, and everybody around Atlanta and Georgia has their own Jimmy Carter stories because he lived among us so much. In small stories just seem to pop to your head. For me, sitting here, as I was looking at 747, I was thinking, Jimmy Carter was one of those guys that when he threw out the first pitch at a Braves game, so many celebrities, so many politicians, so many luminaries look foolish throwing a baseball. They just want to go out there and throw it. Jimmy Carter looked like he knew what he was doing. He was playing catch with Smoltz or Glavine or Maddox. He knew what he was doing with a ball in his hand. He knew what he was doing all the time. He's one of those rare human beings who learned and had so many abilities to do such a myriad of things. I'm hard-pressed to think of anybody who could do as much or who did as much as Jimmy Carter did during his lifetime of unique skills, whether it's fly fishing or throwing a ball or writing poetry or art or woodworking. I mean, you pick it, he did it.
And he did it well.
I also think it's been so great to see how during this state funeral he's included so many members of the Carter Center. We saw that in that first service. I know we saw a lot of them here at the Cathedral today in Washington, and he really wanted to do that because I understand he wanted to say thank you to those people who really will be the ones now to continue on his legacy. They already have been, but now in his death, we know his grandson Jason Carter is among the trustees there, the leader. But I think that was very significant that he wanted to make sure those people were a part of this service, as they will really now be a part of the Carter Center that we will see in the future.
Yeah, that was a very gracious thing. The bar is high for all of those who are still here to carry on his legacy. But he has laid out the roadmap very clearly. They know what he wants, what he stands for, what his beliefs were, and how to function around the world. And so the Carter Center, though the bar is high, I think will continue very strongly in the legacy that President Carter has laid out for them, and will continue to promote peace, wage peace, and promote global health, advance democracy around the world, eradicate diseases. Those missions will continue. Even though he is now gone, he has left a lot of people with the roadmap, and he's left it in good hands.
I think the expectation of what the Carter Center would become, no one could possibly imagine. I always wonder if President and Mrs. Carter really knew that it would evolve in the way that it has. And I guess conversely, you know, when it was built and Ronald Reagan came here for the opening and all of that in 1985, those neighborhoods around the Carter Center were all dilapidated mostly. The old Fourth Ward was in serious duress, and Candler was in bad shape, and Inman Park was mostly deserted, and Ponce Highland was really rough, and the area along Ponce was a place you didn't want to mess around with after dark, after the Krispy Kreme, chasing some donuts. And you look at these neighborhoods now in the Renaissance and the renovation. The old Fourth Ward has some of the most costly real estate in the South. You can't get into Candler anymore unless you really have a big-time job, or Inman's homes are so cost prohibitive these days. You look at Ponce Highland, and you look at Ponce with the fancy new Chick-fil-A that's opening here in the days ahead. I mean, it's just incredible what's happened to the city, and the tie to the Carter Center. It's incredible there too.
It's perfect because
it is perfect,
wherever Jimmy Carter passed, he improved things.
It's like the old John Kenneth Galbraith line, The Economist, about a high tide lifts all ships.
Yeah. There you go. And that is exactly what Jimmy Carter did. That was his mission. That was his purpose. That's how he lived the rest of his life. And here again, I'm reminded, it's good to remember, this is a man who spent just 4 years in the White House. And yet the accomplishments are vast. The memories are vast.
It really is incredible. You're taking a live look right now, in case you're just joining us, here in Maryland, where right here at Joint Base Andrews, where we know Special Air Mission 39 will be taking off, headed toward Georgia any moment now. It'll land here in Georgia at Lawson Army Field in Fort Moore, right there in Columbus, where we know they'll have a arrival ceremony there before the motorcade makes its way to Maranatha Baptist Church, where it will all end with a special service this afternoon in Plains. Things running a little bit behind schedule, but we expect this will all, be maybe about 30 minutes behind. We're expecting now, as you can see on the screen, the funeral service in Plains to start around 5:15 this afternoon.
And this is sort of going a different path here, but again, we're sort of having these moments of electricity in our brain thinking about the Carters. But with the Carter Center was at a place in Atlanta when there was nowhere to eat. Your only options for the Carters to eat nearby would have been Manuel's. It was Babette's Cafe, which they used to frequent, which closed about a year and a half ago, or Wisteria. It was a place where there weren't many restaurants, or Everybody's, which has since closed, the pizza place that was right there on the turnabout at Emory, where you would see the Carters as well. But these were places we saw the Carters. We saw the Carters in Midtown and in town. We saw them in restaurants, and that was a time when the proliferation of restaurants in that area was, thin. But they were people that didn't just hide in the Carter Center, but they were always out. They were walking around, they were traveling around, they were in these communities, they were a part of these communities.
I'm sure they drove the Secret Service crazy.
Well, they had to. But you know, we would just see them all the time, and you know, when I moved here in the early 80s, I would have friends from Denver and my native Colorado would say, "Hey, you ever see the Carters?" And, "Oh yeah, all the time." "Well, what do you mean you see them all the time?" "Well, they're like in the restaurants, they're like at ball games, they're like in the studio here at the television station. We just see them all the time. They're available people."
They were.
You're taking a live look now as Special Air Mission 39 is leaving Maryland and making its way, as I mentioned, toward Georgia, where it will land here in a couple of hours in Columbus, Georgia. But what a very special service we saw earlier today at the National Cathedral, and the ceremony that we saw there as the plane gets ready to take off.
We saw for some time there the military personnel there standing at attention. It was a moment of silence here again, out of respect as President Carter makes his last departure from the Washington D.C. area, as family and friends there on the tarmac, I should say friends on the tarmac, and those associates and the military personnel who paid their final respects there in Washington. It is a national day of mourning, as declared by President Joe Biden, who is wrapping up the final weeks of his presidency, who gave the eulogy today and spoke from what appeared to be really spoke from the heart, as Joe Biden is often known to do, praising President Carter, profusely thanking the Carter family for giving President Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter to the nation and to the world, for the sacrifices that family members, his children, made, because the parents were traveling here, there, and everywhere, doing good around the globe. And President Biden, as I watched, I was just curious, you know, what was going through his head? What were his thoughts about this great man? What was his thoughts about his own presidency, also a one-term president? And his thoughts about what he will do. He's a much older man than President Carter was when Carter left the office. Carter was a relatively young guy in his mid-50s. Joe Biden, you know, much older now. So, you know, I would imagine that Joe Biden is just thinking about his own legacy, what he leaves behind, what he has energy left to do. If anything, I would love to know, you know, what his thoughts and feelings were as he gave the eulogy today.
Fort Moore, of course, is named after Hal Moore, as various bases around the country changed names with a Confederate background from Fort Benning to Fort Moore.
Of course, you would know that piece of information. You are a walking encyclopedia.
If you have any time today, you want to Google Hal Moore and see This American Life and this hero in Vietnam and his extraordinary military life, which in many ways, and this is saying something, is unrivaled in the history of this country. And Hal Moore died recently, has not been dead very long, but his life is amazing, and his name now replacing Benning is certainly one of great honor.
You know, after we've talked about this all this week, the legacy of Carter's administration. He had very harsh critics during his administration and afterwards. But as time has passed, I am wondering and thinking perhaps that history will be much kinder to President Carter as we think about his many, many accomplishments and how forward-thinking he was when he held office, starting the Department of Education, advancing in the number of national parks. This man who forged a peace between two strong warring nations between Israel and Egypt. So many more accomplishments. Started the Department of Energy when nobody was talking about alternative clean energy at the time.
One the Republicans can certainly agree on as well, and certainly with Jimmy Carter, is on deregulating the airline industry. Before Jimmy Carter, you had to be a wealthy person in this country to fly, and when everybody talks about, well, you know, it was a much different time flying, you were wearing a suit. Yeah, this was the 1% of America that was flying, and the rest of our families were either riding buses or taking trains.
Yeah.
All right. You were just taking a look at Joint Base Andrews, where Special Air Mission 39 is now taken off, making its way here to Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, before it arrives at Maranatha Baptist Church. We'll have more coverage in just a moment. Stay with us. Big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impact.
Welcome back. We do want to get over to our other big story we are following today, which is the weather. We do have a weather impact alert. Meteorologist Melissa Nord standing by with more on this and school closings we've just learned about.
And Jonathan, in the last couple of hours, those school closings have been flooding in. So I'm going to list a couple of them off, but there is an entire breakdown and list on 11alive.com. A lot of schools are choosing to either close tomorrow or go to virtual learning days. Atlanta Public Schools closed tomorrow. Cobb, DeKalb, Gordon, Polk County is going to a remote learning day. Rockdale County remote as well. Paulding, Jackson, Griffin, Spalding. University of Georgia is even closing their campuses tomorrow. Henry Pickens, Bartow, Marietta City Schools, Douglas, Gwinnett has a digital learning day tomorrow, and new just in Fulton County is also saying they're going to have a remote learning day tomorrow. So a lot of schools taking the safe route tomorrow because there are still some uncertainties with how much snow, sleet, and freezing rain we can see, but better to play it safe than sorry with how much we're going to end up seeing out here. So Friday winter storm, we're tracking that. Accumulations likely north of the metro area of just snow in the metro, and for a lot of us, the forecast models today are leaning a little bit more towards a wintry mix. That means more icing risk that is increasing. So with that, you don't want to mess with travel. Travel gets more significantly impacted by ice than it does by sleet or snow out there. You can see we've got sunshine here in North Georgia right now. It's a cold, dry Arctic air day, but here is the winter storm in the southern plains right now. The cold side of this system is going to spread snowfall all the way up into the Ohio Valley. You can see in purple, these are winter weather advisories, and pink, winter storm warnings all the way from the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex down to the state line. The National Weather Service here in Atlanta Atlanta has a winter storm watch in effect. This will get upgraded within the next hour to 2 hours to a winter storm warning or winter weather advisory. Why they haven't upgraded that yet is because models run by run have been trending with more sleet and freezing rain and less in the way of snow, and they just want to get a concrete idea of realistically what we could be really looking like tomorrow before they decide who gets a warning and who gets an advisory. It's all considered an upgrade. We're going to see winter weather tomorrow. So, precipitation types. Far north Georgia still looks like mostly snow. There will be some sleet towards the back side of things, but in the metro, now looks like we transition from snow into that wintry mix a little bit earlier in the afternoon, and it may be a situation where we end with a lot more freezing rain and less in the way of snow and sleet. Then south of I-20, you'll be starting with that mixture, sleet, some freezing rain, some snow in the morning, transitioning over into a cold rain by the finish of the event. So with that, this was our third call for snowfall map, updated at 9 o'clock last night. One more model run is coming in right now. We are going to put a new map out or finalize this tonight as we come in with the news as well. So 2 to 4 inches up high. We might end up on the lower end of that, especially in some of these counties right here. 1 to 2 inches of sleet in the metro, but likely towards the lower end of that with, look at this, up to 2/10 of an inch of ice. So ice amounts going up. We could even see those ice amounts coming up a little bit more than that. Let me show you the hour by hour picture. As you wake up tomorrow morning, the snow, the wintry mix is already starting to move in. This is 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. West Georgia getting in on it. East Georgia may still be dry at that point, but here comes our snow and wintry mix with that snow being in blue. And then as the morning transitions into the afternoon, that wintry mix starts to push into the metro. So there could be several hours between late tomorrow morning and middle of the afternoon when we're switching back in between snow, sleet, freezing rain, maybe back over into sleet again for the heart of the Atlanta area. So this is going to be a sloppy, not all snow system rather for the Atlanta area. You notice at 1 tomorrow, still some good accumulating snow up in far north Georgia. And then later in the day that we go, that warm air tries to press in. This model changes us over into rain south of the city by 5 o'clock tomorrow. This could be a longer duration freezing rain setup, though, if our temperatures don't climb above freezing. We'll see everything tapering off tomorrow early in the night, but some freezing drizzle or some flurries could last into early Saturday morning. Now, let me talk a little bit more about freezing rain. This is a weather model. It's showing a couple spots up to 1/4 of an inch. Don't take verbatim where those spots are with what's going to happen. But what I want to point out is if we see a glazing of ice up to 1/10 of an inch, it's impacting conditions on the roads. It doesn't lead to a lot of power outages. If we start to see our freezing rain numbers coming above 1/4 of an inch a lot more, that really weighs down the power lines a lot more, the trees a lot more, and we start to see the power outage threat increasing. Right now, we don't feel we'll see accumulations of ice above 1/2 an inch, but if we were to see that playing out, getting close to 1/2 an inch, that increases the power outage threat big time. So right now, high risk hazardous roads, medium risk of power outages with that window in the metro of freezing rain being kind of the determining factor of that, and then a high risk of closures. We've got that full breakdown on 11alive.com. So let me just kind of recap with this before we close and pivot back to Jimmy Carter coverage. In the morning, that's when everything's moving in. If the roads have not been treated, meaning you don't see the brine lines on them tonight, they will quickly become snow covered and or slick depending on what is falling from the sky. For the afternoon, North Georgia mountains is still all snow, but in the metro, we will transition and go between snow and that sleet, freezing rain combo, and then to the south of I-20 start to move into a cold rain. If you're still dealing with wintry weather, those roads will still be slick out there if they were untreated. If they have been treated, they're going to be slushy. It's going to take a while for them to keep up with plowing the roadways out there. And then for the evening, everything's going to be tapering off by midnight. Far north Georgia may still see snow, but everywhere else, it's that sleet and freezing rain. And then to the south, just plain rain. So a lot of hazardous travel coming for the day tomorrow, and that's why schools are deciding to close, and I'm sure we'll see more of those coming in. By the way, if you do see the brine trucks out there, avoid them. They are doing a very good job pre-treating the roadways. Give them their space, let them do their jobs.
Melissa, thank you so much. A lot of good information, and you can always be prepared even if the power goes out by downloading the 11 Alive app. So you can scan the QR code right here on your screen to get it for free. You also can sign up for weather alerts and take the 11 Alive weather impact forecast with you wherever you go. Glad to be back here this afternoon with Brenda Wood and Jeff Hullinger. We've really witnessed a beautiful service today, and now we're waiting for the President's Air Force mission, Special Air Mission 39, to arrive back here in Georgia.
Yeah, for the private service for President Carter at his beloved Maranatha Baptist Church. His personal pastor, Pastor Tony Loudon, will give the sermon there at Maranatha. I'm sure it will be a full church as well, and then that will be followed by the casket being taken to the Carter home property where President Carter will be interred and buried right next to his beloved Roseland.
When I think about Maranatha, I obviously think about him and his Sunday teachings, and Rosalynn Carter would always come in just moments before Mr. Carter would begin. But I guess what I always think about is at the end of the service, the Carters would sit in these chairs, and it was an opportunity for everybody to file up and have their picture taken with the Carters. And I have seen those pictures, as you have, both of you have, for years and years and years, and they always make me smile because they make sure that everybody gets a picture with them.
You would imagine that after all of these decades, that the Carters would be kind of tired of that by now, and maybe, you know, want to just kind of escape out the left or right door and go back home. But they took the time, year after year, Sunday after Sunday, to allow people the chance to take a picture with them.
I plead guilty to this. When I was there after the Emory diagnoses, all the reporters were trying to be really cool, and nobody was going up to have their picture taken. I thought, you know what? I am not cool.
I'm not that guy.
I am not cool. I'm going up to have my picture taken.
Good for you. Good for you. Good
All right,
for
you're
you.
looking at some of the pictures from earlier inside the National Cathedral, where we saw just earlier the state funeral here in Washington. It really was, as we said, a remarkable service. We heard from the Honorable Andrew Young. We heard from the former president's personal pastor, Tony Loudon, who we will also hear from later. You're looking right now at some of the dignitaries, including former presidents. We talked about this being a sort of a big thing that a lot of people were talking about, seeing President Obama sitting next to President-elect Donald Trump. And at one point, it looked like they're saying a few words to one another. I'm not sure exactly what was said, though.
Yes, we all want to know exactly what was said, because there was quite a bit, I think, of all of them sitting there. The busiest conversation was between Obama and Trump, it appeared. When President Bush and Laura Bush arrived, they did not acknowledge President-elect Trump. They spoke to President Obama and then took their seats. Lots of very interesting dynamics here as all of these former presidents and their wives and vice presidents as well took their places there in the cathedral. And everybody is wanting to know, what was the conversation? Especially look there, President Obama and Trump engaged in a conversation that looked like it was very interesting to the both of them.
And I thought it was interesting, too, to see President George W. Bush spin around to former Vice President Al Gore and their contentious battle for the White House back in 2000 with the hanging chads. Mr. Gore had more votes than Mr. Bush, but of course did not become the President of the United States.
I think it's worth noting that these are still human beings, and politics is their profession. But at some point, I think you put your professional skills and animosities and divisions and all of that, you put that aside for a minute.
Don't see much of that in American life these days.
You don't see much of it anymore. But we're looking at it a little bit right here.
There's a closer look at the conversation. Whatever it was, Obama seemed to smile.
All wanted to be the fly on the pew right there. What are they talking about?
I want to turn now to my colleague Faith Jesse, who was there in D.C. Faith, we heard from you earlier, really just some special moments during the service, including hearing from Ambassador Young and many others who had special ties here to Georgia.
And I really love what Brenda was saying, that these are not just politicians, that's their career. These are human beings. And we heard President Carter humanize so much throughout all of the beautiful speeches that were given about him, from Ambassador Andy Young to several members of his family, the family members of his vice president, as well as President Ford, and of course his eldest grandson, Jason Carter, who just painted out a really cool picture. A picture that maybe most people haven't heard of about his grandfather, that he was just a regular old grandfather from Georgia, that so many people knew him as President Carter and governor of Georgia, state senator of Georgia, but not many people knew him as grandfather, because he's not everybody's grandfather, right? Let's take a listen in to this really sentimental speech that had people in tears and even laughter at some points.
We called him Papa, as many of you know. We called my grandmother Mom Carter, so we spent our time talking about Mom and Papa, and mostly, speaking of the human side of the presidency, just letting people know that they were regular folks. Yes, they spent 4 years in the governor's mansion and 4 years at the White House, but the other 92 years they spent at home in Plains, Georgia. And one of the best ways to demonstrate that they were regular folks is to take them by that home. First of all, it looks like they might have built it themselves. Second of all, my grandfather was likely to show up at the door in some 70s short shorts and Crocs. And then you'd walk in the house and it was like thousands of other grandparents' house all across the South. Fishing trophies on the walls. The refrigerator, of course, was papered with pictures of grandchildren and then great-grandchildren. Their main phone, of course, had a cord and was stuck to the wall in the kitchen, like a museum piece. And demonstrating their Depression-era roots, they had a little rack next to the sink where they would hang Ziploc bags to dry. And demonstrating that they changed with the times. Eventually, he did get a cell phone, and one time he called me sort of early on in that process. And on my phone, it said, Papa Mobile. So I answered it, of course. I said, hey, Papa. He said, who's this? I said, this is Jason. He said, what are you doing? I said, I'm not doing anything. You called me. He said, I didn't call you. I'm taking a picture. Nuclear engineer, right? I mean, they were small town people who never forgot who they were and where they were from, no matter what happened in their lives.
You know, it's really a speech that brings laughter. It brought tears to people's eyes as they reminisce the beautiful life of both Mr. and Mrs. Carter. And imagining Mr. Carter just opening up his front porch in those Crocs, having those Ziploc bags drying out there. Such a relatable story for so many people, for their grandparents and, of course, great-grandparents. Mr. Carter leaves behind a lot of family, a lot of immediate family, and people who have become like family. Because when you speak to people who are here just in D.C., everyday people, as well as the dignitaries and politicians, there's one common theme, that Mr. Carter was a people person. When he met you, he looked you in the eye, he listened, he remembered you. Even if he disagreed with you, he was still going to listen to you, right? And that is something that I think so many people just hold on to, and why he's so special to so many people, even if they disagreed with his policies. As we know, he served one presidency, and he was not reelected again. So people clearly disagreed with him, as we have a little bit of police activity going on here in D.C. You hear those sirens here. But it's also important to note that Jason Carter, just like so many members of the Carter family, they are a part of a public family. They are experiencing this. Many of them are mourning. Many of them are trying to take the time, but they are experiencing it with the world. Jason mentioned that throughout the presidency. You know, this was his grandpa, but he was almost sharing his grandpa with everyone. So it's something that we think of. Jason, of course, is going to continue taking over the legacy of the Carter Center. Mr. Carter left that to him, and he will continue to do that there in Atlanta and, of course, around the world. And we do see a motorcade coming here. I believe it's Prime Minister Trudeau here at the NBC studios, but we're going to send it back to you all in the studio.
Our Faith Jesse live for us in D.C. Faith, thanks so much for that perspective. Real quickly, we want to get over to 11 Alive's Joe Ripley. He is in Plains, Georgia for us right now. Joe, we know that the final part of this funeral will end today in Plains, where the president will have a final service and a burial. We also understand there's an updated timeline for when this will all happen today.
That's right, Jonathan. Good afternoon to you and to all of you watching here on 11 Alive. We are standing outside Maranatha Baptist Church. Very fitting that the final leg of the state funeral here of President Jimmy Carter is at the church that he called home for over 4 decades. We expect a very intimate atmosphere and setting here inside Maranatha, and we've already seen a few dozen, maybe even a couple of hundred guests arrive early for this funeral. You mentioned the updated timeline for that. By the way, we are still waiting for Special Air Mission 39 to touch down there at Lawson Army Airfield over at Fort Moore in Columbus. It's then an hour-long drive here to Maranatha Baptist Church. We understand that there will be a lot of circumstance, pomp, and ceremony there before President Carter eventually makes his way here to Maranatha Baptist Church. There will be another ceremony and a scheduled flyover. 21 F-18 fighter jets will be doing a flyover here in Plains to mark and commemorate President Carter's service in the Navy as well as Commander-in-Chief. So Maranatha Baptist Church, President Carter, the two intricately tied together. 1977, that is the year that Maranatha held its first service here. Ironically, also, the same year President Carter took office. And as we've heard throughout the last couple of weeks or so, President Carter's faith, very important to him. He fed that faith right here, giving Sunday sermons, Bible studies. He would have lines out the door of Maranatha, which only seats maybe about 300-400 people, but you would have hundreds of thousands of visitors show up here throughout all the years that President Carter taught Sunday school, up until 2019, just to hear a snippet, get a glimpse of the 39th president, teaching sermons on self-sacrificial love, of giving of yourself, loving the person in front of you, living as Christ would. That meant the world to Jimmy Carter. It formed and shaped his worldview and how he lived his life. And of course, he couldn't just bottle that up, right? He had to share that with the world. And we expect to hear more of the wonderful, not just achievements, but the way he touched family and friends. The guests inside here at Maranatha for this final funeral service for President Carter will include family. They will include close friends and church members who have known the Carters for many, many years now. You mentioned the events that are happening from here in Plains to Atlanta to D.C. The country and the world saw President Carter, respected him. And President Carter would tell you himself that he'd rather be respected than liked. And so we will hear a lot about how he touched the lives of those who knew him closely and knew him best. After the church here, President Carter will have a motorcade take him throughout downtown Plains and ultimately to his final resting place, Carter residence, where he will finally be reunited with whom he calls his equal partner. That would be his wife, Rosalind Carter. For now, we will send things back to you.
If you're not a Christian or you're not familiar with the Bible, Maranatha is from Corinthians, and it is 2 words that mean essentially the Lord is coming.
Yeah, the start of Maranatha Church is very interesting. It is, as you just heard him say, that Joe say that it was started in 77, 78. The original church of the Carters was Plains Baptist Church, and that was his church throughout his time in Plains, his family church, until there was a race issue. There was a black reverend who called the church and asked to be the pastor there. And he was denied that simply because he was black. And there were several members, including the Carters, who decided to leave Plains Baptist Church and start a new church that would embrace people of other races, black people specifically. And President Carter was among those who built that brand new Maranatha Church.
I've always wondered if the congregants there knew that was coming, or to reject him on the basis of race? They had to have known the fallout of that, right?
Well, I don't know, because we're talking in the early 70s, so maybe not.
But the Carters were not going to be a part of it.
They were not going to be a part of it. About 75 people left that church, started Maranatha, and in time, they got their first black pastor, who is going to be preaching the sermon this evening, Pastor Tony Loudon.
That's remarkable, full circle there. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more of our coverage of this state funeral.
Issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Welcome back here again, joined by Brenda Wood and Jeff Hullinger as we continue to follow this final leg of the state funeral, which really has been remarkable the last 7 or 8 days. We've seen it go from here in Georgia to Atlanta to D.C. and now making its way back here to Georgia.
Yeah, it has been a long and most grateful remembrance of this great man. I think here in Georgia we take it personal. He belonged to us. He belongs to us, his whole family, and so from a Georgian perspective, it was very fitting to take these many days to honor this man.
He's always a favorite son, even in times when he was being rejected by the Democratic Party and by the Washington establishment. Was not the case here in Georgia.
No,
it was not the case
not.
here in Atlanta. In 1980 against Ronald Reagan, this was one of the few states that he won. His loyalty to Georgia and conversely, Georgians' loyalty to him have never wavered.
And it stands solid.
Solid.
I want to get right now to 11 Alive anchor Jennifer Bellamy, who is joining us also live in Plains. Jennifer, we know that we can see some people behind you. I imagine that a lot of people in that community will want to come out and see as that motorcade makes its way into Plains.
That is certainly the case indeed, Jonathan. We have been out here since about 9:30 this morning, and the action has been picking up ever since the end of that ceremony, that service up in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. I'm going to step out so you can see the crowds are starting to build here. This is the downtown area. You see a big, huge sign that says Plains, Georgia, home of Jimmy Carter, our 39th president, and we are seeing more and more people start to line these streets where we expect a procession Recessional. We see marshal vehicles going by from Fulton County. We have seen other law enforcement vehicles from other parts of the state, including Bibb County and Central Georgia. And that law enforcement presence has increased as well. Maranatha Baptist Church, just a short distance away from this location. And we are seeing people start to line not only the street behind me, but the other street going down toward the church as well. So again, we are anticipating that procession following the service at the church, where the community here in Plains, the community that knows so well and loves so well the Carter family, will have a chance to say their final goodbye as Mr. Carter and his family travel to the residence for that private service and internment. We know not just only people here from Plains coming out to show their love and support, folks from other parts of the state also traveling here to Plains, Georgia, to pay their final respects and homage to the nation's 39th president, Georgia's own Jimmy Carter.
All right, Jennifer Bellamy, thank you so much. Jennifer, we'll be checking back with you throughout the afternoon as, again, the motorcade will make its way there after landing in Columbus. But right now, we are following another big story here, the weather. I know it's a thing a lot of you are concerned about. Let's get over to meteorologist Melissa Nord for an update.
Yeah, and this just in, Jonathan, a couple of minutes ago. You may see it going across the bottom of your screen. We've now been upgraded from a winter storm watch to a winter storm warning for the bulk of the metro through North Georgia in pink, and a winter weather advisory for the rest of our counties to the south. So most of us are in this winter storm warning. In this area, up to 3 inches of snow and sleet combined possible, with the higher end of that scale being across far North Georgia, but also up to 1/3 of an inch of ice accumulation. And that's really critical. What I was talking about 20 minutes ago when I was talking to you on air is how the freezing rain amounts looked like they were coming up some. That coats the power lines, coats the trees, and it weighs them down. So when we see more freezing rain, it increases the potential for power outages. So again, this is about 1/3 of an inch of ice accumulation possible. We're also looking at accumulating snow first thing tomorrow morning. So what does this mean for your Friday? Well, there have been school closings coming in for the last couple of hours, almost by the minute. So a lot of our schools have already decided to cancel or move to virtual learning days, and that's because travel is going to become significantly impacted. As you're walking out the door tomorrow morning, it might be snow, but then it will transition into that wintry mix as we make our way into the afternoon. You can see dry, cold sunshine over North Georgia right now. Here's the winter storm back across the southern plains, and now we have been finally added to that winter storm warning. So in the North Georgia mountains through northwest Georgia, we still expect mostly snow for most of the event, but as we get into the end of it, a little bit of sleet and freezing rain will mix in. In the metro area, upgraded to the winter storm warning. It is the ice that is increasing. We're going to see less in the way of snow. So you will still see some snow accumulations, especially through noon if you are north of I-20, but then later in the afternoon, it's going to be a sloppy mess. We're going to go into some sleet periods, maybe some freezing rain, maybe back to sleet. It'll be one of those very messy winter storms that will unfold for the Atlanta area, not straight snow for the whole event. And then to the south, we are dealing with that wintry mix first thing in the morning, not much in the way of straight snow, and then ending with things transitioning into a cold rain. So the impacts have increased in terms of the ice. We'll see less snow, but ice can be a bigger player on the roadways and a bigger player for power outages as well. With that being said, let me show you the forecast track hour by hour again. This is 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The snow may not arrive in Atlanta until after 7. As it initially moves in, our air is pretty cold, so a lot of us will start off with snow. But as we get our way into mid-morning, we start to see that rain-snow mix line setting up on the south side of the metro. This is 8:30. Everywhere except for maybe far east Georgia is already seeing the snow coming down. That's the best time of the day for the kids to get out and play in it, okay, because there's not a lot of ice yet. But as we push our way towards midday, notice this pink area, which is our wintry mix, some snow, some sleet, some freezing rain, getting into a large portion of the metro. So that's when that warmer air, a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, sneaks its way in, even though we might still be right at or below freezing at the surface. So that could mean sleet and freezing rain. Meanwhile, at 1 in the afternoon tomorrow, all snow up in far North Georgia. Let's push this forecast track out. Again, this is just a model. This is not exactly what things are going to look like tomorrow, but it's an idea of what it could look like. This shows at 5 o'clock tomorrow a big area with likely some sleet or freezing rain north and east of Atlanta. This tries to warm us up to 34 in the afternoon by 5 o'clock. It may not happen. We may be stuck at 32, and that means freezing rain versus just a cold rain. So we're dealing with that at 5 o'clock, and then later in the evening, everything's going to start tapering off. We might be left with a little bit of freezing drizzle or some flurries all the way into Saturday morning. So tomorrow morning, as you're waking up, everything is moving in. It's not going to clear out until we get into tomorrow early overnight. So long duration event moving in for us across North Georgia. This was our map from last night. We've got new information in. Chris just walked in the door as well. We're going to have a new map for you likely as we get into the 6 o'clock show this evening. So we'll see how, with more freezing rain coming in this afternoon model, we end up shifting this. So I want you to know in the metro, especially the north side of the metro, the ice potential is increasing. You will still see some snow first thing in the morning, but it's going to be a really messy, sloppy situation going back and forth between multiple types of wintry weather. So Jonathan, high impact weather event tomorrow coming in. Dangerous roadways if they're not treated. And if you are out there on the roads driving this evening, give some space between you and the brine trucks that are out there. They are doing great work now. They're going to be working around the clock to keep those roads in decent shape, at least the main arteries.
Melissa, thank you so much. And as you just mentioned, the roads are very important. And as the Metro is preparing for this winter weather, our Joe Hinkie is checking out how the roads are right now and how Atlanta crews are getting them ready. Joe, you're in Cobb County, so tell us what you know.
Well, that's right, Jonathan. Over the last day or so, we've been talking with GDOT and seeing how the state highways are being treated. As you mentioned, right now, I'm in Cobb County. We've been all around the metro today with our cameras. In Cobb, you can see the trucks are all lined up here right now to start treating the roads. That will happen later this evening, around 6:30. I'm told that DOT crews here in Cobb, they will show up, and then about 7 o'clock is when they will begin 12-hour shifts going out, treating the roads, first with brine. They're going to do that through the night until about 5 in the morning, and then once the moisture starts hitting the road, then they will switch over to a salt sand mix and continue to treat the roads. We started the day down in Brookhaven. You're seeing video of that right now where they've already started pre-treating their roads with a mixture there. After that, we headed over to the city of Atlanta and their Department of Transportation yard. They are going to start treating roads this evening as well, pre-treating them, and then they will continue to treat roads 24 hours a day until this storm leaves our area. When I was there, Mayor Andre Dickens was asking people during the storm, call 311 if you have road issues in your area. Unless it is a true emergency, then flip over to 911 and use that to report any issues. But those crews in Atlanta, they're going to be treating 4,500 miles of roadway. They have a lot of road to treat. Their focus initially is going to be on primary roads, roads that emergency crews will need to use to respond to any emergencies during the storm. They want to make sure that those are clear first. When I talked with Mayor Andre Dickens, he said once the crews are out there treating the roads, they need the public's help to both keep those crews safe and also drivers safe out on the roads. Here was his message when we talked to him a short time ago.
As we're treating the roads and as we go through this event, you need to stay off the roads because this equipment needs to get out there and do its job. And so if you're on the roads, it's hard for them to be on the roads, or it's hard for emergency vehicles to be on the road. So, plan your trips now so that you're not on the roads tomorrow. The city of Atlanta's, all of our operations, our buildings will be closed. Our employees will be working remotely tomorrow. So again, city of Atlanta buildings will be closed, but our employees will be working remotely tomorrow. I think the governor has said the same thing about state offices. And I also hear that Atlanta public schools are closed tomorrow, Friday, as well.
And Mayor Andre Dickens said that they are trying to lead by example. As you heard, employees for the city, they will be working remotely tomorrow. He said if any employer out there, if you can have your employees work remotely, that is perhaps or is the best approach as this storm heads our way. And once it is here to keep everyone safe, if you can stay home, stay there until this storm has passed. Here in Cobb County, also that same message is being sent out to residents here. Once they start treating the roads and the storm is here, if you can, stay home. So right now, is sort of that crucial window. If you need to get out to the grocery store, if you need to head anywhere before the store comes, take advantage of that time and do it right now. Jonathan, we'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, great to remember. Our Joe Hinkie live in Cobb County. Thanks so much. And remember, you can be prepared even if the power goes out by downloading the 11 Alive app. Just scan that QR code on your screen and you can get it for free. You can also sign up for weather alerts and take the 11 Alive weather impact forecast, again, wherever you go. We'll have much more coverage of the weather and of the state funeral for former President Jimmy Carter when we come back.
Your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had
And we thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. So honored and glad to be joined by former 11 Alive anchor Brenda Wood, who's been here with us, really offering some great perspective during your time covering the Carters as we all watch this history being made during this final stage of the state funeral.
A beautiful, majestic service that transpired and unfolded before us from the Washington National Cathedral, where President Carter was memorialized in grand style. We heard from a number of his former co-workers and people who worked with him in his administration, members of his family as well. We heard from the son of Walter Mondale, the son of Gerald Ford, with whom President Carter and Mrs. Carter had a very, very close relationship, despite the fact that they had waged a bitter campaign against each other for the presidency. Gerald Ford, eventually lost in that campaign, but they became very, very dear friends with each other throughout the years. President Carter giving the eulogy for Gerald Ford, and then full circle where Gerald Ford's son gave a eulogy for President Carter today. And now you're looking at Ambassador Andrew Young, who served, of course, as the ambassador to the United Nations during the Carter administration and is one of our very own here in Georgia. Ambassador Young had two responsibilities today as he spoke, read scripture as the casket was brought in for the beginning of the service, and then at the very end, Ambassador Young wrapped up that service with the words spoken from his heart as he sat in a chair right beside the casket, his dear friend, Jimmy Carter, with whom he has had a relationship for decades. Both of them engaged in the transition from the Old South to the New South here in terms of the political world. Jimmy Carter supporting Ambassador Young and those who engaged in the civil rights movement. Ambassador Young supporting President Carter in his bid for president. They forged a long-lasting friendship and deep respect for each other. Both men who are deeply rooted in their faith.
Yeah, I think Ambassador Young, perhaps one of the most memorable voices we heard from today during the state funeral, talking about their different upbringings, but how somehow they found this common ground. Here's a little bit of what the ambassador said during the funeral today.
Time and time again, I saw in him the ability to achieve greatness by the diversity of his personality and his upbringing. Dr. King used to say that greatness is characterized by antitheses strongly marked. You've got to have a tough mind and a tender heart. And that was Jimmy Carter. And he grew up in the tremendous diversity of the South, and he embraced both sides. He was a minority in Sumter County. Just about 20-25% of the population was white. But growing up as a minority, he became the friend of the majority. And when he went to the Naval Academy, he asked that his roommate be the first black midshipman to come to Annapolis. And he said, I know minorities. I've been a minority most of my life, and maybe I can help him in his adjustments. And he went out of his way to embrace those of us who had grown up in all kinds of conflict. But that was the sensitivity, the spirituality that made James Earl Carter a truly great president. James Earl Carter was truly a child of God, not only a good farmer, but a nuclear physicist chosen by Admiral Rickover to assist him in developing a nuclear navy. But at the same time he was working on a nuclear navy, he was thinking of peace on earth and goodwill toward all men, and especially women and children. I've known President Carter for more than half of my life, and I never ceased to be surprised. I never ceased to be enlightened. I never ceased to be inspired by the little deeds of love and mercy that he shared with us every day of his life. It was President James Earl Carter that for me symbolized the greatness of the United States of America. And I am truly grateful for him, because in spite of the harshness of the Depression and the explosions of inflation, he never wavered from his commitment to God Almighty and his love of all of God's children. Jimmy Carter was a blessing that helped to create a great United States of America. And for all of us, and many who are not able to be here, I want to say thank you. You have been a blessing from God, and your spirit will remain with us. And as Jason said, he may be gone, but he ain't gone far.
What a beautiful, sort of moments from Ambassador Young sitting there right next to the casket, a man who is really held a hero himself, really speaking so just so in a special way about President Carter. I think that is what really stuck out to me. Andrew Young, we all see him as a giant here in Atlanta, but him speaking about the president in that way.
Yes, and it's from the heart, sincerely, no notes, just speaking from his heart about the man that he knows so well. And he said, President Carter, a blessing to the United States, helped made the United States what it is today. And I'm just thinking, yes, the United States, in fact, helped shape President Carter. President Carter also had a hand in shaping the country that we know today through not only his administration, only 4 years albeit, but through his administration and the decisions made there, but post his administration as well. He has made an impact here in the United States, changing lives, building homes, inspiring people, including those in the military who want to follow in his footsteps, but he has made changes and impact and changed the lives all around the world.
Lives that will continue to be impacted for many years and generations to come. Right now we want to get out to Plains, Georgia, where 11 Alive's Zach Merchant is standing by. Zach, we know that within the next hour or so we'll see the President's Special Air Mission 39, the plane land in Columbus and make its way toward Plains, where you are right now.
You're right, and we should note off the top here, we are expecting about a 1 hour to a 1.5 hour delay on many of the events that are scheduled here in Plains. The most important thing, if you're still trying to get here, if you're on the road watching us as you drive in, we are told by a Department of Defense spokesperson that the road closures that will effectively lock down Plains are set to begin around 3:15 this afternoon. So you still have about 30, 45 minutes to get in here to Plains, and a lot of people have been doing that. The crowds have been building over the course of the day. We've been here since 4 o'clock this morning, and we've seen a lot of folks coming out, and we expect many, many more over the course of the day. This is not our first day here in Plains. We've been here for the better part of the last 2 weeks, and it's really been our honor to get to know some of the people who call this place home, who call President Carter's hometown home. And if you listened to some of the eulogies and some of the speakers at the National Cathedral at the National Funeral Service earlier this afternoon, President Carter's grandson, Jason Carter, really summed up what so many of the people here in Plains say when they talk about President Carter. And our Faith Jessie pointed to this too, and we heard from her a little while ago. Jason Carter started his eulogy talking about how his granddad, who he called Pawpaw, was at heart a regular guy. He told this great story about how President Carter would answer the door when you came and visited him in his 1970s style short shorts and the Crocs on his feet, and he looked and acted like a granddad that he very much was. But Jason Carter, as his eulogy continued, came around to the other half, the other aspect of President Carter, and said he was a regular guy, but he also very much was not. And you feel that when you're here in Plains. This is a town of fewer than 1,000 people. You look around, it looks almost identical to what it looked like 100 years ago. There's a great photo in one of the National Park Service buildings here that shows the skyline here in Plains. It looks almost the same. Just to my left here, out of camera, you see the Plains Depot, which was the headquarters of President Carter's campaign for the White House. It was chosen, there's a great plaque on the wall inside, it was chosen as the headquarters because it was one of the few buildings here that had a working restroom. This was in 1975 and 1976, not 1875 and 1876. For somebody to come from a place like this, to go to the governor's mansion, and then to the White House, and then to become a world-changing humanitarian, regular people, normal people, everyday people don't do that. They don't have the fire inside of them. They don't have the drive to pull something off like that. President Carter did, but what was remarkable is he always kept coming back to Plains too. That humility that staying in touch with his roots here, and so many people feel that and honor that. Woman we've spoken to here throughout the week is Jill Stuckey. She's the superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park. She's a close friend of the Carters as well, and when you talk to her, she points to that humility as part of President Carter's legacy that he shares with his partner throughout life, First Lady Rosalynn Carter.
It's hard to speak of President Carter without talking about Mrs. Carter, because they were so one. They were married for 77 and a half years. They built their house here in Plains in 1961, and they didn't remodel. They didn't, they didn't need the granite countertops. They didn't need to knock out a wall. It was good enough for them. They weren't showy individuals, and they would rather spend their money on helping others.
And so many people you talk to here in Plains have deep personal connections and memories with the Carters, and even the folks who maybe are in from out of town who didn't know the Carters personally, they point to that aura, that way of living that President Carter and First Lady Rosalynn Carter showed through the way they lived, through the way they carried themselves, that humility, that selflessness, that service. And the folks here in Plains, they take that legacy seriously. Their lives and this city, this town's piece of history is so closely intertwined with the arc of the century-long life of hometown son, President Jimmy Carter. We want to end with this. Just a few days ago, we were in one of the small cafes here in Main Street, Plains, and as you can imagine, it was packed. It was a really busy day. There are lots of people visiting here, and we spoke with the woman who was running it, and she looked like you'd expect somebody who's running a small cafe on a busy day. She was working hard. But she had this look of earnest, heartfelt desire to get it done. And we talked to her and we asked her how it was going, and she just so heartfeltly said, we really want to make sure that we show the Plains that we know to the world as the world is watching us this week. And that is a sense we have felt, and I hope and I think you all can see it and feel it too as you're watching, guys.
Yeah. Absolutely. Plains, Georgia, nobody ever heard of it until Jimmy Carter. It's a small rural town, out of the way. It's not easy to get to. It's really a living museum to Jimmy Carter. The entire town, if you will, the Jimmy Carter National Historic Site is pretty much the city of Plains, and it has benefited greatly economically and as well as just in thought with the Carters having ascended to the heights of global awareness for so many. The Plains, Georgia, there, Jimmy Carter returned home, one of the few presidents who actually returns to his boyhood home to finish out his days there. And this is a place that only has like 700 people. The population is around 700. It's 40% poverty. And as you heard the ambassador say, it's majority black. Jimmy Carter grew up as a minority, which I think is an interesting piece of information that gives you insight into why this man was able to live a life as he did, a life that embraced so many people of so many faiths, so many backgrounds, and a man who really and truly respected everyone.
He really did, and he walked, as people say, they talk the talk, but he also walked the walk. And that's why it's no surprise that we're seeing so many people show up in Plains. I believe we have a live picture right now of just some of the people who are lined up here to pay their respects, kind of reminiscent of what we saw several days ago when the departure ceremony happened, when he stopped by his boyhood home in Archery, made his way through Plains. So really special. And one quick thing I thought was interesting when Andy Young said, he said, no offense here, he said, but it was one of the lighter moments. He says, it's hard to understand how somebody from Plains, Georgia, became president. And people laugh, but that's the story of Jimmy Carter and part of the fascination I think a lot of people have with his rise to the White House.
Yeah, I'm also, I'm also given the thought that he was designed, he was birthed for this very purpose, living a very purpose-driven life there. The town has benefited greatly, as I said, from Jimmy Carter's presence and his global stature. An estimated 70,000 people would come to that town year after year and pour in millions of dollars into the economy. It remains to be seen what will happen to Plains now that that President Carter has passed away.
We will see. We will see. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back, and we'll be joined by my colleague Ron Jones in just a moment. We'll be right back.
Continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live at
So at the other side of the commercial break, you just saw Chris Holcomb alerting you about that winter storm. We actually issued our weather impact alert on Monday because we saw the signs there could be a winter impactful event coming into North Georgia and Metro Atlanta, and that's exactly what's going to unfold tomorrow. But this is not going to be a pretty all snow event for us. It is going to be a sloppy setup where we start with snow and a lot of us spend a large majority of the event kind of going back and forth between a couple types of precipitation. That could mean some sleet, the little ice pellets. That could mean freezing rain that falls as liquid and freezes into a glaze of ice onto the trees and power lines. And for some of us, that also means some snow. But again, you've probably got the alert on your phone. We just sent an alert on our 11 Alive app as well. Winter storm warning for the heart of the Atlanta metro area and far north Georgia. In this area, snow and sleet accumulations in far north Georgia could be generally up to 3 inches. In the metro, it's going to be lower than that, generally 1 to maybe 2 inches. But what has changed since yesterday is that the freezing rain potential has increased. This may not be an all-out ice storm for everybody, but a 1/4 inch of ice doesn't sound like a lot. That's enough to start weighing down some of the power lines and could lead to a few power outages. So not everybody's going to see that. It's going to look different everywhere across the state. Everybody's getting a little bit of everything. I want to point out, though, to the south. So we're talking about Troup County, Meriwether County, Pike, Lamar, Upson. You are in not a winter storm warning, but a winter weather advisory. You'll transition to rain much earlier in the day tomorrow than places to the north, and for that reason, your impacts will be lower overall. But road impacts will be out there, high impacts for the roads. You've seen a lot of the closures coming in. Atlanta Public Schools, Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, DeKalb. They've all either canceled or moved to virtual learning days for tomorrow. I would say pretty much all the schools are going to end up doing that. And this is why. We bring in snow, we bring in freezing rain. It creates hazardous travel conditions. This is one of our weather models, the European. This is not what will actually play out. But what I want to show you is you see a few areas of purple on the map. That's the models picking up on over a 1/4 inch of ice for a few spots. When we talk about ice impacts, when we get up to a 1/10 inch, that is a glazing of ice. If you're trying to walk on that, it's slick, but it's not enough to cause many power outages, right? When we get to 1/4 of an inch, we start to see that, like this, coating on the trees and the power lines, and that's when we can start to see a few power outages. They really increase, though, when you get above 1/3 of an inch to 1/2 an inch, okay? So I think some of us could end up around that 1/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit more than that. I don't think we're going to see widespread 1/2 inch power outages, but something we will be watching. You notice to the west, this is the winter storm right now, still several hours away from arriving, but again, this is going to move in tomorrow, bring a sloppy mess of winter weather to the area. I'll just end with this. Mostly snow far north. A lot of our area, you see the word mix. You see the word mix. That means it is a mixed bag. Snow, sleet, freezing rain. We get it all tomorrow, and we break it down hour by hour on 11alive.com. And we'll be back here throughout the broadcast, also updating you with new information coming in.
All right, Melissa, thanks a lot. Welcome back to our special coverage of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. I'm Ron Jones, along with former news anchor here at 11 Alive, Brenda Wood, as well. And, you know, just think about the timing of this. So we have this storm that's happening tomorrow, and everything is wrapping up the day before.
Well, you know what, why are we not surprised?
Yeah.
I mean, things just came together for Jimmy Carter. The snow that just inundated Washington D.C. But then the skies cleared just in time for his arrival there to be honored at the National Cathedral, which we saw today, just in time for the National Day of Mourning.
Yeah.
The roads were cleared in Washington. The skies blue, lots of sunshine, despite the fact that there was snow, but it was on the side of the road.
Right.
The roads were made clear for the passage of this great man.
You know, we want to introduce someone that you're very familiar with. She's Linda Williams. She's actually a former Secret Service from back in the day, from 2008 to 2011. And obviously, this is your friend.
Well, Linda, it's good to see you. Good to see you in person. You were working as the lead agent, Secret Service agent with President Carter post-White House. Tell us what exactly your duties were.
So I was fortunate to cover President Carter the entirety of my career, from 1988 to my retirement in 2017. But I had a more personal relationship with him in my role as country attaché for the United States Secret Service on the continent of Africa. And that was that 2008 to 2011 window.
So whenever the president would come to Africa, you were the one who monitored all of his movements. You were in charge of orchestrating the protection for him for the entire continent. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. I had all the jurisdiction over 21 countries on the continent, so Sub-Sahara and 5 countries West Africa, so all the American speaking. But absolutely, every time the President Carter would come there, either for his global initiatives, he also served as a member of the Elders Group with Nelson Mandela, as well as all of his humanitarian roles that he came to the country, whether it was from monitoring elections to any and every movement to include the FIFA World Cup.
How difficult of a job was that? Because I'm thinking how President Carter, how we know him to be a man who shakes everybody's hand, who's every person's friend. How hard was it for you and your agents to keep up with all of those movements, especially a man who, liked to touch the common man?
Well, after being with him, you learn his mannerism and you get to expect the unknown, that he is very outgoing. He was very outgoing, that he touched the people. He liked to be in the midst of the people. So it was a pleasure. You just had to remain flexible because you knew that the president was going to do what he wanted to do when he wanted to do. Even in the midst of a movement, he would turn and say, I want to go X, Y, Z. Being that, the former president doesn't get all the assets that a sitting president does. So there was a lot of flexibility. There was a lot of coordination and partnership with our foreign nationals to get him from point A to point Z safely and well received wherever he went.
That said, were there ever times when you said, no, Mr. President, you can't do that? Did you ever say that?
There was only one time, and we were monitoring the elections in Sudan, and it was such a crisis. It was bigger than even his visit, just the terrorist activity that was going on. So we were sequestered to our hotel. Now, I think that was the only time that I remember the president sequestering to our our demands during that time, because it did come down to a life and death situation, not only for him, but everybody that was there on that protection move. So other than that, we had to be very flexible, very creative to do exactly what President Carter wanted to do.
You know, Ms. Williams, I'm a kid of the 60s and the 70s, and every time that I saw Secret Service, they were not people of color. They weren't women at all. And obviously, this is a role that you played back in the 1980s. What was that selection process like? And when you got the call, what did that mean to you as a person of color and also as a lady?
You know, I stand on the shoulders of many in greatness, and it's from endeavors and politics and governance of President Carter and so many that they leveled the playing field, that I had a right to be here, that I had a right to compete. So I always said that, no, there were no shortcuts into becoming a special agent. I had to do everything, and I had to be twice as good to be considered half as good. So that was a role that I served in proudly. And looking back reflectively, I'm proud to have served for since President Ronald Reagan until, you know, when President Trump came into office. But being an educator now and getting to tell the reflections and stories and allowing other students to see that they can too become Secret Service. So it's a badge of honor that I carry, and that it's a legacy that I'll always be proud of.
Yes, well, we are so proud of you and the fine job that you did in protecting our president. Finally, I know that President Carter had a special name for you, so tell us about that.
So, on the norm, a special agent does not talk directly to the protectee. Now, of course, if the protectee addresses us, and most certainly we will respond. So there was a shorter buffer as he came on the continent of Africa in a post-presidency role. So as I stated, 99.9% of the times that he was there, I was there orchestrating and overseeing the protective venture that he was on. So he said, "You sure are bossy." And so that became my name. He called me Miss Bossy. And it was so funny, on his final visit, he told Mrs. Carter, he said, "Rosalind, she sure is bossy." And Mrs. Carter laughed and said, "Jimmy, I like her." And so from that moment on, I was known as Miss Bossy. And he always asked for me, even after I had left my post on continent of Africa.
Well, Miss Bossy, I mean, Miss Williams, thanks for stopping by. I mean, you got to be bossy if you're part of Secret Service, but we really appreciate you stopping by and giving us that context and perspective as well.
Thank you so very much.
It's my honor, and thank you, and I'm honored to have served such a wonderful president.
And we salute you as well. All right,
Indeed.
thank you. We really appreciate that. We have a live look right now at Fort Moore. This is where actual Special Air Mission 39 is going to be landing, and hopefully in the next hour or so. We saw Special Air Mission 39 leave the nation's capital on its way here to Georgia, where finally, the 39th president will be laid to rest in Plains, Georgia.
We cannot anticipate exactly how many people will be inside the church, the Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains, where the final funeral service will take place. That will be a private ceremony, but we can imagine that every pew, every seat will be taken there. People have already begun arriving for that private service. Pastor Tony Loudon, the former pastor of Maranatha, he left in 2021, but he was the first only black pastor so far to pastor Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains. He became the personal pastor of Jimmy Carter at Jimmy Carter's asking. He was there when President Carter passed away, along with family members, and he will be giving that final funeral service sermon, perhaps the biggest, most important sermon of his life.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, stay with us, folks. We're going to be right back as we continue to cover the life and legacy of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. That could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and
And welcome back to our special coverage of the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter. And with me right now is Brenda Wood. And you had a special relationship with the Carters. You went to Africa with them, but you also have a book that he signed.
I do, and I am excited and really honored to share this with all of you. I do have a signed copy of this book, Talking Peace, that President Carter wrote, one of the 33 books that he wrote. But it's personally signed to me, best wishes to Brenda, signed Jimmy Carter of September 93. And of course, I will treasure this. As you can see, I did a lot of note-taking there as I was reading this book. But this is, a piece of just importance I will treasure forever, having his signature, this great man who always was humble and was always kind to reporters in general. He was kind to me, I'm happy to say. And one of my last interviews with him was at the Carter Center, and shortly before I retired in 2017. He was gracious enough to take a picture with me. I was there covering a news conference that he held regarding work that he was doing globally. But during that news conference, afterwards, he spoke to children there, took the time to talk with them. And then as he and other staffers lined up to take pictures following the news conference, he did not move without holding Rosalind's hand. If you look there, every picture that I snapped, he was holding her hand. And there was a lot of movement getting everybody in place for the official picture, but he never let go of her hand. That was his partner. She was always by his side when he was making tough policy decisions, by his side before the White House, after the White House, during the White House. She was always there. That was his partner in life, his partner in everything that he did. And I was just so honored always whenever I was greeted by him with a handshake and that toothy smile that he was so famous for, always so very kind.
And anytime you see Jimmy Carter, especially when there's something significant, you do see Rosalind there with him, holding his hand, or at least somewhere in the room. And I know that he followed the good book back in the day where it says you leave your mom and your dad and the two will become one. Right. They absolutely were one. They were partners in everything that they did.
And more evidence of a man who lived by his faith. He walked the walk, talked the talk, and walked the walk, and that's a perfect example. He did not leave her behind in any way. As a matter of fact, one of his greatest achievements, the Camp David Accords in '78, where he forged the peace agreement between two warring nations, Egypt and Israel, which no one thought was even possible. That settlement came at Camp David.
Camp David.
And that was the idea of Roseland, because he wanted to do this peace agreement. He wanted to bring these two presidents together, Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begum, together to forge this peace agreement. He just didn't, wasn't sure how to go about doing it, what the logistics were going to be. And it was Roseland who suggested they go to the private presidential retreat in Maryland, the Camp David. She suggested they go there, get away from the spotlight of the media, get away from the goings-on in Washington, and work this out with these two leaders in the Middle East, and he did that.
And you think about it, and it worked, and guess what? It's still working today.
Still stands today.
Both of those two countries still working together, which is sometimes impossible in the Middle East when you think about what's taking place right now.
And I truly believe that was the impetus for President Carter post-presidency to dedicate the rest of his life to waging peace, not war, waging peace, trying to advance democracy and bringing conflicting sides together. Of course, despite the fact that that accord is still in operation, still being honored by both countries, Egyptian President Sadat gave his life for that. He was assassinated.
Really did. He was assassinated by his own military. Assassinated just years later. Now, I know that you have a lot of treasure inside that book right now. Putting you on the spot, is there anything in particular that you like, or any story in there that you read that you...
I can't pull out one story because, as you can see, I've made a lot of notations there. But this book was really written for young people. To tell them about the importance of talking peace. That's the name of the book. The importance of pursuing peace, not war, pursuing peace, not conflict, why it's important, how you go about doing it, why he put that at the center of anything that he did. That was the purpose of this book. And, I can't pull out any one thing, but it's simply written because it's written for middle schoolers and on. And he inspired a lot of children and a lot of young people with this book who are now adults and hopefully have taken pieces of this and attached it to their own lives, and that's how they're living it out.
And thinking about that he's writing it for middle schoolers, he's thinking forward but also reaching back to the next generation to try to keep that legacy moving forward as well. So we really appreciate you having that book here today. Also, we have Zach Merchant. He's still down there in Plains, in President Carter's hometown right now. So, Zach, we're looking behind you. We're seeing all the folks lining up there on the street. Set the scene for us right now as they await the 39th President of the United States.
Well, we've been talking not just all day, but really almost every day for the last 2 weeks about these personal connections and personal memories so many people here in Plains have of not only President Carter, but also First Lady Rosalynn Carter. A great example, just a few minutes ago before we got back on the air here, a couple wandered over and we got to talking to them. They said they were visiting today from Alabama, but it was not their first time coming to Plains. They said many, many, many years ago, just a few months after President Carter's electoral victory that sent him to the White House, they visited Plains then. And while they were here, President Carter was taping a segment for the Today Show with Tom Brokaw. And they say they watched as Brokaw and President Carter were walking down the street here in Plains, and as they were watching, this couple, as they were watching, their 4-year-old daughter, who was along with them, out of the blue, ran up to President Carter. And you can imagine the moment of, oh my gosh, how is this going to go, that a parent would feel. And they tell it, President Carter, without missing a step, he picked up the 4-year-old daughter and gave her a big hug. And that spirit of reaching out and being open to anyone and everyone is really embodied by a family friend, Andy Walker, who we spoke with just a few days ago. She knew the Carters well. She loved to cook for President Carter. She was a next-door neighbor, and she tells this great story about a very memorable dinner party they had just a few years ago. Take a listen.
We were having a low country boil, and so, you eat all of it with your hands, and everybody sat down. President Carter had his plate. Miss Rosalynn had her plate. And my granddad said, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to eat this. And President Carter went, Well, I don't know how you guys do it up there, but in the South, we pick it up with our hands and take a bite. And then it just chilled the room because, you know, again, 39th president, oh, wow, I've got to be on my best table manners. No, he's just going to pick up the shrimp with his bare hands or eat the corn off the cob and not cut it with a...
Just a regular guy.
Just a regular guy.
You're just a regular guy who was anything but as well. You look around here, President Carter started from such humble beginnings and rose to the heights of world power and world fame, but he always kept his roots right here, and that ability to do both things and to encompass both elements of that life is something that you feel so many people here see and appreciate and respect. Guys.
Zach, you know, absolutely appreciate somebody who can be that humble, that normal. It's someone of the stature of Jimmy Carter. I mean, we're talking about a man who not only was president, but he received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002 for his decades of work waging peace. As I said earlier, he received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton actually, as he was bestowing that medal on President Carter, said, never has one person done more things for more people in more places than this man. He has done more than anybody on the face of the earth. So that's President Carter, someone who can pick up a corn cob and just with his hands and just do, you know, go in. He was a normal guy, but certainly an extraordinary human being.
But approachable and reachable. All right, we're going to be right back, folks, on the other side of this break.
3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
And welcome back to our special programming as we remember the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. And of course, we all know that he's from Plains, Georgia, but also there's a very famous Baptist church down there, a small one that he's connected to as well.
Maranatha Baptist Church, established in 1978, established by a group of parishioners who used to attend the Plains Baptist Church, among them, President Carter and the Carter family, many of them left that church when the church denied a black reverend from becoming the pastor of the Plains Baptist Church. And President Carter and many of his fellow church members thought that was not acceptable. And so they literally left Plains and built the Maranatha Baptist Church in 77, 78. And from then on, that's where President Carter has had his membership and has taught Sunday school every other Sunday for decades.
And that's where we also find 11 Alive's Joe Ripley standing by live at Maranatha Baptist Church. And Joe, I know that you've been there for the past couple of days. Are some folks coming up to the church, and what are they talking about?
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. We have seen dozens of guests come here to Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains, just down the road here on Bond Street from downtown Plains, if you're familiar with this area. And you can really tell that this is a solemn moment here, people wishing to pay their respects. And some of the Carter's most intimate friends and family, other guests as well, church members who have been longtime members here at Maranatha Baptist Church. In fact, among those selected guests getting an opportunity to go inside is Congressman Sanford Bishop, who represents the 2nd Congressional District here in Georgia, which includes Plains. Congressman Bishop, I'm told, had the opportunity to either attend the funeral service at the National Cathedral there in Washington, D.C., but he opted to attend this one in his district because of his close connections with the Carters over the years. Maranatha Baptist Church and President Carter are intricately tied together. Jimmy Carter didn't just attend this church. He gave of himself. He served as a deacon. You've heard stories about how he picked cotton and farmed peanuts, but President Carter used his gifts and put them to the test here, making the iconic cross that hangs in the sanctuary inside Maranatha Baptist Church, where you're going to get a chance to see that very cross. He also made the collection plate, but a man who didn't want the the accolades or any of the praise that went along with that. He was simply serving the Lord. Obviously, he is a man of faith, built his morals right here in Plains and at this church. And just as you've heard plenty of stories about how Plains shaped President Carter, so too did President Carter help shape this entire city and this church behind me, where, as Brenda mentioned, that he would give Sunday Bible study sermons here, most notably on agape love of oneself, self-sacrificial love, loving the person in front of you. That's what Jimmy Carter was all about. And he would stay to greet the dozens and hundreds of people on a weekly basis that would come here in total. Who knows, maybe hundreds of thousands of people lining up just to hear what a former president had to say. He used his pulpit here at the church just as he used his life that started the boyhood farm in Plains and will end at the Carter's residence. Of course, we are a little under 2 hours away as we expect this final funeral service here in Plains at Maranatha Baptist Church to honor our 39th president, Jimmy Carter.
Joe, thank you so much. Plains, about 150 miles south of Atlanta, a very, very small town that nobody ever heard of, really, until the emergence of Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter onto the political scene. Of course, all eyes will be on Plains today, have been all this week as we memorialize this great man. And every part of that city speaks to Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, that's right. And Brenda, the producer's just telling me right now that the plane has landed right now. We can see it right there, landing there at the Lawson Army Airfield in Fort Moore before the motorcade departs and heads down to Maranatha Baptist Church, where we talked about there in Plains, Georgia. So it's a quick flight from the nation's capital, making it here. And I know that you and Jeff Hullinger and also Jonathan Martin were here, and you saw a lot of the ceremony in Washington, D.C. And, you know, just talk about the love that you saw and you heard coming from not the pulpit, but just from that cathedral there?
Well, the cathedral in of itself is just so beautiful. It's an incredible structure that has been the site of numerous funerals for presidents, 5 presidents to be exact, and a number of services and ceremonies connected to inaugurations over the years. Lots of memorials there. Woodrow Wilson is buried there. Helen Keller is buried there. So the cathedral itself is storied and has its own unique and beautiful history. It's so absolutely gorgeous to witness the casket being brought in down that very long aisle in the middle of the cathedral as Ambassador Young read scripture. And then we saw a number of people give eulogies. The son of Gerald Ford gave a beautiful eulogy for President Carter, speaking his father's words. Of course, President Carter and Gerald Ford became very, very close friends, as did their families, even though they were political opponents. But there was a bipartisan friendship there that lasted through the years. President Carter ultimately gave the eulogy for Gerald Ford. They had both agreed that they would give eulogies for each other. They just didn't know who was, who was going to be the last one standing. As it turned out, Gerald Ford passed away before President Carter, and it was Ford's son who spoke so eloquently, reading his father's words. And then Walter Mondale's son also spoke highly. Walter Mondale, of course, the vice president of President Carter during the Carter administration. One term, but they mostly got along. Walter Mondale, a little bit more liberal when it came to the budget than President Carter was, and so there was a little tension there between them, but they were very, very close. And Walter Mondale's son remarked of how much respect President Carter gave him as vice president, which doesn't always happen between the president and the vice president. And then, of course, we heard from Jason Carter and family members who spoke so lovingly about their father and grandfather, and told funny stories as well about the man who, remained humble even though he was president.
We're going to bring in Jeff Hollinger, former news anchor here at 11 Alive. And Jeff, I was watching some of the ceremony, and what was remarkable to me is seeing all the living presidents sitting together, right? You had Barack Obama sitting right next to President-elect Donald Trump. And it was so civil. Everyone was getting along because they were celebrating the life of Jimmy Carter.
And the cameras were on them.
And the cameras were on.
It was, but there were a lot of things to see in the midst of all of this. Most notably, I thought it was curious to see President-elect and Mike Pence together for the first time since January 6th.
Wow.
And certainly Karen Pence did not look at either Melania or at Donald Trump.
Well, nor did the Bushes.
And did not get up, did not, there's the issue of the Trumps with the Bushes that go back to what they perceive, the Bushes' mistreatment of Jeb Bush, the former Florida governor, when he was running against Donald Trump in 2016. So there are all these dynamics. There's President Bush, who went by President Obama and kind of popped him in the chest. We saw,
because they're good friends, actually.
And I thought an interesting, warm dynamic between Al Gore and President Bush, given the events of the 2000 election and the hanging chads,
right.
and all that transpired during that time.
Hillary Clinton never seemed to look in that direction of President-elect Trump and Melania.
Seeing Dan Quayle there, too, who is a figure we have not seen in a very long time.
That's true. That's true. I missed that one. But yes, the dynamics there, that will be the talk for the next week on social media,
What was seen and unseen spoke volumes, did it not?
Yes. And don't we all want to know what the conversation was about between Barack Obama and Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would like to be the fly on the wall, just to be able to hear what that discussion was all about.
Yes, absolutely.
We're a complicated country.
Yeah, we really
it mirrors that.
Right.
Yeah, it does. Right now, you're looking at some of the military walking out to Special Air Mission 39 as we are waiting for them to remove the remains of the 39th President of the United States. I believe this is the Air Force band coming out, all part of the pomp and circumstance that we saw here before he left for the nation's capital, and the same that we saw as well in the nation's capital. Now, finally, he's coming home. He's coming back home here in Georgia.
You know, President Carter was inspired and influenced by a number of people, mostly folks there in Plains and in Sumter County. Those are his roots. He never forgot them. He lived by the lessons that he learned there. Among them was admonition from his elementary school principal, Julia Coleman, who he spoke of at both his inauguration and during the Nobel Peace Prize ceremony. And he talked about how Julia Coleman really admonished him to adjust to changing times, but to still hold on to his unchanging principles. And he literally took that to heart. He was, my understanding is that he was around 12 years old when she gave him that admonition there, and he lived by that very thing. He adjusted to social changes, changes in the times. He was visionary, very forward-looking, but he held on to his principles, his unchanging principles.
Yeah. We're looking at the military. They're now getting into position, and they're what they're called marking time, standing in place. And pretty soon they're going to hear a ready halt. They're going to stand there, and possibly they may also hear present arms as his remains are brought out.
It's about 53 miles from Columbus and Fort Moore to Plains. It takes approximately an hour, and they will go the two-lane 280 down to Plains, which, you know, that's a stretch of highway that is so rural. And when you talk about Georgia, you're always talking about the two Georgias. You talk about Atlanta, you talk about the rest of the state. And certainly rural Georgia has so many issues at this point. They have fallen further and further back with health care, the great economic concerns. You know, you think about the gubernatorial races, former Governor Barnes against Governor Deal in 2010, and then Jason Carter running against Governor Deal, and Governor Kemp running against Stacey Abrams. That subject has always been paramount. It's always been at the head of the table about rural Georgia needs help. I mean, the issue of health care there is great, and it sort of illustrates the great changes that we've been celebrating and talking about in Atlanta, when in truth, the world around Sumter County and Plains and along 280, you will see the world as it was maybe 55, 60 years ago.
It's got a poverty rate of about 40% in Plains and Sumter County.
Young people leave rural Georgia. They don't stay there.
They don't stay there. They don't, give back. That is another reason why the fact that President and Mrs. Carter came back to Plains stands out so greatly, because they chose to come back. They could have chosen to reside in Atlanta. It would have made all the sense in the world with the Carter Center there, here. And, they could have bought a home of any size they wanted in the city of Atlanta and lived comfortable lives there in proximity to the Carter Center. Easy commute from to the Carter Center to do his work and to his office. But they did not do that. They went back to this very small town with a high poverty rate. And I think they did it to a large degree to help bring attention to Plains, to help bring visitors to Plains, which in turn would bring an economic boon to that part of Georgia as well.
Well, it has been successful during their living years. The question is,
how long
what will it look like with both of them gone now?
Well, the property that's owned by the Carters, where the Carters will be buried, has already been deeded to the government. The long-range plan is for the government to turn that in, the National Park Service to turn that into a museum, that whole area. It remains to be seen whether or not that even happens. I would imagine in the days shortly after all of this memoriam to President Carter, people will still be flowing into Plains to pay tribute, to see his grave, Rosalind's grave, to spend a little bit of time there at Maranatha and the surroundings. But you have to imagine that over time, that will wane.
So here's the concern, and I'm going to play contrarian to this. Warm Springs, Georgia, and Plains are separated by 70 miles. And during FDR's time, Warm Springs was the home, of course, of the Little White House. And it is there that President Roosevelt died in 1945. And if you were able to wake up President Roosevelt today and take him to that part of Georgia and to Warm Springs, he would know exactly where he was and would be surprised that it was 2025.
Yeah.
The point that I try to make here, and I hope I'm wrong about this, is Warm Springs, at least in my estimation, needs to be revered, it needs to be saved, and it needs to be renovated in some way. I don't think there's any great groundswell in the state or in Washington, D.C. to do that, and I think it's too bad. And I hope the same fate doesn't await Plains.
Well, perhaps that will change. Times are a little different now, and you know, there's a broader worldview of President Carter. Even
You're
more
always
so
more
than
optimistic
FDR.
than me, Brenda.
You know, FDR was an incredible three-term president, but his reach across the globe is not to be compared to President Carter's. You going to challenge me on that?
I think FDR certainly is one of the greatest American presidents who ever lived. I mean, he saved us from the Depression. He saved us in World War II. And his leadership is one that without him, maybe we're all speaking German.
Yeah, and I wouldn't probably be sitting here right now if not for FDR. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, but I also want to throw in that, you know, with the.
But I'm hopeful. Let me say this. I'm hopeful. Plains hopefully will prosper.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I certainly the people of Plains do. I also think that people of Plains probably don't want it to change that much. They want to keep their small hometown feel, rural feel. But with the technology of satellite and cable and social media, there are people on this planet who don't know the name FDR, but they do know the name Jimmy Carter.
That's true.
Places that the rest of the world have literally forgotten or never even knew existed, that know the name Jimmy Carter. And so FDR, yes, he made a huge difference in the way we live our lives here in the United States. He made a huge difference World War II and post, and all of the programs that he inspired and instituted and established when he was in office. But President Carter's legacy, the man lived 100 years. His legacy has a bigger breadth.
Yeah, just the arc of his life and just all the things that he did, except for the last 23 months, obviously, because he was in hospice. But if he had an opportunity to get out there for Habitat for Humanity or whatever he needed to do to eradicate diseases, even at 99, I believe that Jimmy Carter would have been out there. The only thing that confined him was what he was battling physically and mentally when he was in
Still
Plains.
building houses at 90.
Yeah.
And 91.
Right.
I was out there in Memphis when, you know, and battling cancer, which he overcame and continued as long as he possibly could, as long as his body would allow him. He continued.
Another thought that I've had today, you know, when we lose a parent or a grandparent and we have all of their possessions, we generally give them away to Goodwill or a charity entity, you know, that can benefit from that. But I wonder how that is done with an American president who dies. What do you save from his life, whether it's clothes, everything has value. Everything has that ability generationally to be saved by the Smithsonian. Or at the same time, the way Mr. Carter has taken some of the furniture that he has made and put it up for auction, selling at great sums of money for benefit.
It's all going to go in the museum that's going to be on the property of the Carters.
And the Carters didn't like that, but they didn't like that. If you look at the Carter Library right now, there is always you always, at least initially when it opened, the disappointment of people wanting to see more mementos. The Carters were not like that. They were thematic in what they wanted to share from their lives in the White House. They didn't want to share teacups with you or hats or sweaters.
There were some things, though, I think that superseded what President and Mrs. Carter wanted. Hail to the Chief is a prime example. He didn't want that played every time he made a move, but that still got played.
But he brought it back.
But
he had to bring it back, right? Didn't he have to bring it back?
Yes, he was pressured to. So, you know, there's some things that superseded his wants and desires. Most things not. They went according to what he wanted.
But trying to chronicle and catalog their possessions and their home.
And what do you hold on to? It's a really fine question.
Yeah.
What do you hold on to? Where does the memorabilia go, and what constitutes
when
the
everything
collective?
becomes memorabilia? You know?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey guys, before we move on, we're still waiting just to kind of reset the scene for those who are just joining us right now. We know already that Special Air Mission 39 has landed right there at Lawson Army Airfield at Fort Moore.
Would you say as he left or as he stepped down? Mr. Biden touched the casket? Yeah. That was my only flag. No, I think he was good. Yeah. I thought it was the best trip ever. I'm glad they're all apologizing to you. That's so nice. I'm sure it warms your the you in you, not me and I'm still doing things. I just did another one that was very, very long. But I think are you looking forward to the do one? So there's going to be a moment that this is again where I can talk. So hard to pick one. I don't think they'll come back to us again until the understanding is everybody. So it's going to be about an hour. Okay. I just want to have it back in. I'm worried about now that people are going to get cool. Yeah. I think what'd she say?
I think he's got enough. There's some I don't know if those are military photographers perspectives.
Yeah, well, and I reminded Mary Helen and Peter, hey, this would be a really good moment for evening. Make sure they're aware that Mark will happen. Make sure they'll be aware that they're going to walk right behind Mark and that we're available.
But also not expect us to.
I'm not kidding you.
Yeah.
I don't think they keep so much to No, that was Alright,
No, I'm standing up.
Thank you. Yeah. Mark knows Mark's cool with it, but I just didn't know. Nope, I already talked to our child, he is aware, but I will give you a copy. Thank you for that. Okay, but he will. No, you're not. Yep, I specifically represented him. So I went to drop them in the box here after I asked him to do that box shot.
I still think.
You should get a word from the pool, and I'll keep better on my email when I'm not doing stream and keep you awesome. We're also going to see the flyers now for flyers will happen while they're in Armored Service. So. I mean, sure. I love a challenge. I mean, it's 21 planes, so I'll have a shot. There'll be quick behind the scenes, but I'll have a shot. Yeah. We have a rough time, so I'll try to give you a rough heads up because I know more.
Ask everybody for shoes. Making your thing.
Everyone's like, no, you're fine. We're in this together. I gotta book my hotel for evening.
I came directly from the hotel.
Well, because I'm gonna do the like GEC Marriott like on the airport train.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
No, because when I took the Eulogy with you, because I now am on a 5 flight tomorrow to Los Angeles.
Yourself like
Is if yeah. I have to go cover wildfires, so I'm gonna go to Los Angeles for 2 days most likely, and then go back from LA to evacuation. I was gonna say if you don't mind dropping me off at the how long does it take to return the rental car? Or keep it and return it tomorrow.
So that's the whole shit. So you have to buy it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm gonna get back outside. It's cold over here.
It is. Once you're in that shade.
Yeah.
This has to happen to you a lot. It's a long day for one fish. How do you see like self-centered? Well, true. Yeah. But you had to develop that. It's predictable. Don't underestimate how it's like, yeah, it's like, what the? There's a button on this thing? Because he's not doing his job.
I don't know, remember that?
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. Richard.
Just water.
Yeah, sorry.
That's good. Thank you.
I saw.
was one house.
Or back with love from M Street.
Well,
5 a.m.
I should know like that.
Driving out. Expired year. LA. You're gonna be pretty sure 3 a.m. correct?
Family members.
So where are you going?
CCDC. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't know that.
Yeah. Drive safe.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it.
Georgia. Enjoy your 6th day. You and me both. And we're not gonna get it, girl.
The truck, my outside shot still going out on 8 Bravo.
It's in Florence, South Carolina. There's South Jacksonville.
When did you go to Gainesville tonight?
I drove from DC to West Palm.
They got me.
Yeah, and I've driven that stretch of 280 between essentially Columbus and Fort Moore and Plains. It takes them between an hour and 45 minutes, obviously, depending on the speed. They'll be going through a number of small communities, including Richland and Preston, before coming to Plains and eventually arriving here at Maranatha Baptist Church. The church is prepared.
I'm not going to
Many of them have gone back into the church. The Army band is actually in position around the side of the church when the first arrives. The second play ruffles and flourishes, and then hail to the chief, and then the casket bearers, of course, move Jimmy Carter's casket from the hearse and take it down the ramp through the front doors. They will actually pause at the front door. This is a change in the schedule because of the bad weather in Washington, D.C., running about 75 minutes late. They'll pause there at the front door, and then there will be a flyover of 21 Navy F-18s doing the flying.
I don't hear anything on like channel 2.
Casket will go inside, and the services will begin. Services could take anywhere between 45 minutes and an hour. Eulogy delivered by longtime Carter family to have Tony Loudon, who was at one point the pastor here at Maranatha Baptist Church.
I don't hear the ground microphone.
It heads over to the compound. We're live in channel.
Okay, good.
Am I still on the bird here? Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna at some point need to get a fresh white balance. For some reason, I don't know what that is. So I'm not going out from the outside on an ISO feed, right? I'm just part of switched. But that gets, I'm switched. I'm not a pure feed, right? Okay. When does that start? Where can we go? does that conclude? Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, it's tomorrow at 7 a.m. No. It's just more I'm on auto tracking now. I just want to get a pure clock one. Okay. All right, so I'm on auto tracking right now. I just want to have a couple of seconds to get a lockdown like I'll go to the end of it. If you're talking to me, I can't hear anything.
Give me a minute. Hey, Perry.
No worries. So I'm on auto tracking white right now as the sun goes down, and it's just a bump shot out here. But as we get a little bit closer, I'd like to get a new pure white balance.
President Carter very notably drove the Southern Baptist Convention with the issue of women's service.
Okay. So I have a 3 o'clock white balance program here, but not a 4:30, 5 o'clock white balance.
word, and this should be the final update, right? Final. One, I want to thank you for being flexible and hanging with us today. So I appreciate everyone and how patient they've been.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's what's going on. The motorcade is going to pull up right before 5 o'clock. So I am asking everyone to maintain that silence beginning at 4, because that's when the motorcade will pull up. The motorcade will stop in the driveway and the family will get out here on the driveway. The flyover is going to occur right here coming down.
make that announcement when we sit down. People want to know if we got some inside information. They're going to be 30 minutes late. That's right.
Then there's going to be rigmarole, getting him off, the band is probably going to stay out there and play.
Honor, guard.
Bam.
Attention. Ceremonial.
Ceremonial.
At ease. Come, stand at ease. Honor, guard.
Band.
Attention. Ceremonial.
Ceremonial.
At ease. Stand at ease. Honor, guard.
Band.
Attention.
instruments. Please be seated. Peace. Salam. Shalom. We are here to honor the life of President Jimmy Carter, a faithful partner to Rosalind, un padre orgulloso, a proud parent to Jack, Jeff, Chip, and Amy, a gifted poet, a neighbor in this tiny, peanut-loving town of Plains, and a global peacemaker. In this sacred space, filled with red velvety pews and feet planted on green carpet, we are united in our humanity, in our need to love and be loved. Though our stories and proximity differ, we are here because we have been impacted by the earthly presence of this remarkable human, a leader who used his power not for selfish gain, but humbly in service of all. Would you please join me in prayer? Creator, we are gathered here today with souls stripped naked with grief and silent tears stuffed with memories trickling down our faces. We know death is inescapable, and yet, when it arrives, we often are ill-prepared for the weight of its reality upon our chest. May we be attentive, tender, and protective of one another, as collectively we have been draped in a blanket of sorrow. Exhaustion has been an unwelcome companion for days. Our eyesight is blurry, our emotions frail, and our steps feel unsteady. May we ease one another's pain with tangible, skin-to-skin love, like fingers interlocking, arms wrapped in a warm embrace, and kisses on foreheads. When we lock eyes with one another, may only the language of comfort be exchanged. On our darkest days, help us to trust that hope is on the horizon. May we extend grace to ourselves as we navigate the days ahead. And when our eyes readjust and our steps feel more secure, let us again join in the work set before us, for we have been called to action. We will reap what we sow. The seeds of equality, justice, humility, and freedom were planted by President Carter and Rosalind, and they are now ours to tend, here in Plains, in the United States, and in the world. May tyrants tremble as the soil beneath them is disrupted, for our hands are on the plows. May we loosen our grip, God, on the labels that we place on ourselves and on others, so that we may see the sacred worth of each and every human, following the example set before us by Jesus and by Jimmy Carter. Whether we are clad in a hijab or kippah, wearing a cross or bindi, we are each a divine masterpiece. The Lord does not look at the outer appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. So, Spirit, awaken us to the breathtaking mystery of your indescribable and uncontainable love. Love known by many names. Love that longs to be at home within us. As Mr. Jimmy would pray, may our lives be meaningful in the enhancement of the lives of our fellow human beings, and may we never grow weary of waging peace. Amen.
For
He has showed you, oh man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God.
Be peace on earth, and let it begin with me. Let there be peace on earth, the peace that was meant to be. With God as our Father, brothers all are we. Let me walk with my brother in perfect harmony. Let peace begin with me. Let this be my moment now. With every step I take, let this be my solemn vow to take each moment and live each moment with peace eternally. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me. If we can take each moment and live each moment with peace eternally. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me. Let it begin with me. There be peace.
Praise the Lord, everybody. Praise the Lord. Somebody say hallelujah. Hallelujah. And wake the church up. It's been a long ride. We've taken JC all across the country to D.C. in the cold. in the wind, on Air Force One, to the Capitol, and back here to planes at home. Amen? Amen. Would you pray with me first, please, before I speak over my friend? Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, I just thank you for this opportunity. I pray, God, that your will be done today. Hide me behind the cross, God. May the people be blessed by you and not impressed by me. Comfort this family, God. Comfort all the friends, all the staff, all those that played a part in this great man's life. Comfort the family more than anything. Comfort Maranatha Baptist Church, God. Give them hope. Allow them to stand on their faith. Comfort those that are standing alongside the roads waving flags and honor your great servant. Father, we give you the credit and all the glory. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. Last Sunday, our God called the Sunday school teacher home. This ex-president, the governor, the senator, Jason Pop, he called him home on Sunday. Today we honor the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter, a man of faith, courage, and conviction. From his humble beginning as a Georgia farmer to his incredible accomplishments as commander-in-chief, President Carter embodied the ideas of a life of service. In 1979, America was divided. President Carter gave a speech, Crisis in Confidence, where we had a confidence problem in our government leaders. He challenged America to recover the sense of unity and purpose that binds people together. In true Jimmy Carter fashion, I believe it's only fitting that his transition into heaven coincides with a pivotal transition taking place in our nation today. Right before we swear in Congress, right before we have an inauguration, and right before we get an opportunity to pick a new government. President Carter is still giving us a lesson today on faith and hope while the world picks new leaders. President Carter has given us a lesson today on faith and hope to be the guardrails of our democracy, the guardrails of everything that we do, whether it's building houses, whether it's helping the homeless, whether it's feeding the poor, whether it's giving clean water to those in Africa. Faith and hope should be our guardrails to everything that we do. The greatest forces of human spirit, faith and hope, often seems so elusive from all of us. We see all in the media, all the different things that takes place, and we wonder whether or not we have faith and hope and whether it's going to bring change about in our nation. President Carter reminds us today that we can make a difference, that we can stand forward and make change in our nation and around the world. As I think about President Carter's unwavering commitment to serve our nation with faith and hope, his covenant to spread joy is a testament to his character and his leadership. He advocated for justice, fairness, and equality for all people, regardless of race, creed, or gender in America, all around the world. He championed civil rights, worked tirelessly to end discrimination and protect the environment, and urged us to lend a hand. He knew what it was like to live in public housing, because after he got out of the military, right down the road here, he ended up living in public housing. And he was grateful to a nation that gave him a place called home. And later on, those same circumstances, years later, He had very, very different circumstances where he ended up back in public housing called the White House. He would find himself in public housing once again. He was a servant leader who was called by two books. When I think about President Carter, taking his left hand and raising his right hand and making a covenant with his God that he would serve this nation and serve it well, he was called by two books. There's a big book standing outside of the Carter Center, his office in Atlanta. This big, massive book, Curtis. It's so big you wouldn't want to pick it up. But it's a big book, and it talks about the duties of the president, Jack. This book tells him when to appoint the Supreme Court justice. This book tells him about carrying out the duties of a president. This book tells him all the things that he should do as the president of the United States. But there's another book. The book that he put his left hand on when he was a state senator. The book that he put his left hand on when he was an officer in the Navy. Jan, the book that he put his hand on when he became governor of Georgia. That same book that he put his hand on when he became the president of the United States. That book that taught him about faith and hope. That book taught him about loving your neighbor. That book that taught him about there should be no discrimination in our country. That book that allowed him to go around and talk about, I can build homes in America for the poor. Why? Because my Savior has already built a mansion for me. That book that gave him hope when he fell. That book that gave him hope when he had cancer. That book that taught him about the love, taught him about Genesis, taught him about Exodus, taught him about Revelations, but more importantly, taught him about Galatians. Galatians chapter 5, verse 22 to 23. And it reads this. Congressman Bishop, it says, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. And some of you will catch this later on when you go up to the Carter Center and look at the big presidential book. If you have no faith, you have no hope, you have no love, you have no joy, and you don't have the fruits of the Spirit, against it there is no law. You see, when President Carter took office, the outlook for the nation was deeply divided by strife and sharp political division. It sounds like we're there today, where we need the fruits of the Spirit, where we need love, where we need joy, where we need long suffering, where we need peace, temperance, where we need meekness and faith, because against this, there can be no law for our nation. If we have not any of these fruits of the Spirit, then maybe we should just take off the words, in God we trust, on our currency. But Jimmy Carter, in the years since, America has often reflected on the turmoil of the era, which many focusing on perceived a lack of a moral compass in the political arena. A lot of the experts will judge President Carter on the big book, his political accomplishments, whether he failed or whether he did some great things. And all the commentators are talking on all the networks, talking about the big book. But to know the man, you got to know the book. To know the man, you got to know the book that made the man. You got to know the fact that he had a young lady in his life by the name of Rachel Clark. Rachel Clark, a black woman who worked on his daddy's farm, walked with him and take him fishing. A black woman who would tell him about the Lord Jesus Christ, a black woman who would tell him what it means to be a man and love your wife. In order to know about Jimmy Carter, you have to know about Bishop William Decker Bonner, an AME bishop who would stand outside his father's farm by the fence and talk to his father about the book so that he can teach those that's working on the farm about the book. And President Carter sat with me one day and he told me, this bishop taught me about Jesus Christ. I remember when he put us in the car, got the Secret Service together, and he lined them up outside the gate, and he called me on the phone and he said, Tony, where are you? Jack, I told him I was 10 minutes out. In reality, I was 15 minutes out. He said, hurry up and get here. I pushed the gas pedal a little harder through Sumter County in Americas. And when I got there, we got in this caravan and we drove to Archery, Georgia. We pulled on from the side of the road to an unmarked grave site. The 39th President, Amy, was there. The aides are pushing him in a wheelchair, Secret Service behind. I'm scared to death because some of these grave sites look like you can fall right in. Jason, I'm an old city boy. I saw the ant hills and all the things. I was afraid. But he was pushing and saying, look, Tony, over here, this is Bishop William Decker Johnson. That's him, made a difference in my life. Over here is a father who fought in World War I. A black man made a difference in this nation. Over here is his son who fought in World War II, who made a difference in this nation. Walking around, I couldn't understand and wrap my mind around why would this man, a southerner from Georgia, take this black man, his pastor, and teach him about the history of them, those that made a difference. It didn't dawn on me, Jason, until I understood that it was all about the fruits of the spirits, about him giving me this passage through the book, because in the book, even black people knew about the Savior. Jimmy Carter wanted to make sure that his pastor knew that they made a difference in his life, and it took him all the way to the White House. Yes, what will our future generation think when they reflect upon our nation today? What will our children think? I often wonder what would the world be like for my 7-year-old daughter. I often wonder what the world would be like after all this celebration is over. Will we pick up the baton? Or will we just clap our hands and take pictures and say we were there, instead of moving it forward? Picking up the fruits of the spirits from the book, not the presidential book, but the book that became the foundations of his life. The book that made Jimmy Carter who he is today. The book where he sat here in Sunday school and taught Sunday school, and every time he finished, he challenged us. Go out and do something for somebody else. Go build a fence. Go cook a cake. Do something for somebody else. It breaks my heart to know that my friend is gone. But I hear the echo of his voice every Saturday, asking me the 4 questions. Tony, where have you been? What have you done? Who have you helped? And how can I help you help them? You got to understand, George, that sometimes he was weak and struggling. Instead of asking 4 questions, he would just say, where have you been? There was times he would ask, what's going on in Maranatha? Who's sick? Who can I call? Give me their number. And members, some are sitting here today, will get a call from Jimmy Carter. Why? Because reading the book, JC had an encounter with JC. And JC became everything like his God, everything like his Savior. We're here today because of the book. We're here today because what the book did for Jimmy Carter. We're here today, all of us, black, white, brown, others, all around the world. I remember when he told me, Tony, I need you to get the black churches and the white churches in Plain to worship together. Well, President Carter, I'm trying. I can tell him today that he was able to get blacks, white, and browns, and others all around the world to sing Amazing Grace. Let there be peace on earth. I can tell him today, in this book, Why Not Your Best, Admiral Rickover asked him 2 questions. One of the questions were, what rank did you graduate in? And he asked him another question. He said, why not? Did you give your best? Today, I can tell the Admiral that JC gave his best to the world, even in his latter days. Today, I can tell the Admiral that JC gave his best all the way to his dying moments. Today, I can tell the Admiral that I saw seamen at every Air Force base we went to with the wind blowing and a seaman holding a flag, and the flag is fully extended, and he's holding the presidential flag, and it's flapping like crazy. He's wearing about $1.50, and every now and then that flag would lift him up, and he would anchor it back down. He would lift him up, and he would anchor it back down. He was freezing, he was cold, but he gave us his best. And then when we get to D.C., there was another seaman holding the flag. Wind was blowing, it was cold, and he was holding this cover falls off, he's holding it, and he's holding the presidential flag, and he's giving his best. I know we had a lot of ceremonies, and I know we walked down to the Capitol. I know we did all the things, but I would imagine the day that President Carter would have stopped and walked over to those seamen and said, thank you for giving me your best. I imagined the last Sunday when God opened up the doors and said, Jimmy, come on home, that there was an angel in the back ringing the bell 39 times. I imagine that those who've been on a detail planning his demise start running because they went before he did. I imagine that some of his friends that helped build the Carter Center come running to the gate because the angel was ringing the bell 39 times. I imagine that his mom got up and said, I hear the bell, I hear the bell. I imagine his bride start pushing her way to the gate, telling people, move out of my way so I can get some sugar from my Jimmy before he start building homes up here. You see, all along the way, Jimmy Carter gave us his best. And there's something I want to point out to you, because the only way you can see it, you have to stop and look. We got here today when the pallbearers was carrying his body. Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, all along the way, soldiers standing on the post, saluting him as they go by. Washington, D.C., at the Capitol, all of them giving Jimmy Carter their best. I had to look up some of the nation's mottos about our soldiers. The U.S. Army, this will We defend the U.S. Marine Corps, Semper Fi, always faithful. The U.S. Air Force, aim high, fly, fight, and win. The U.S. Coast Guard, Semper Paratus, always ready. But there's a phrase inscribed above the chapel doors of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis. Non-CB said, Patre I. It's Latin for not self, but country. I imagine that JC knew about that phrase. That every step along the way, when he came back to take over his father's farm, it still rang in his heart. Not self, but for country. That's what every one of our soldiers have done. Every one of the Secret Service detail for 40 plus years, keeping them safe. Not self, but for country. Every one of the A's that extended his life while he was in hospice, not self, but for country. Every worker at the Carter Center, not self, but for country. The challenge of you today, can you embrace that? Can you embrace that and let it be in you? Let it be in you and let it be your motto. Not self, but for country. And when you have that motto, you'll make an impact in the world. Because the fruits of the Spirit would allow you to go to Africa and give somebody clean water to eradicate a disease. Because of the fruit of the Spirit will make you humble and meekness and give you love, joy, and peace. That's who my friend Jimmy Carter was. I'll finish by saying this. Right there, Andrew, where you're sitting, on a Sunday morning, President Carter was sitting in a wheelchair over there. He was not teaching Sunday school. Kim was going to teach. A man in the back from Africa with his family came in. He wanted to meet President Carter. I said, well, he's not teaching today, and I doubt if he take any pictures either. He said, well, please, 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 sir, can I meet him? I just want to tell him thank you. I walked over to President Carter when he was sitting there in the wheelchair. I said, listen, sir, I don't mean to bother you. We're getting ready for service. But there's a man from Africa that wants to meet you and say thank you. He said, well, bring him on up. Congressman Bishop, we brought him up, and his family trailed him, and he fell right there on one knee. And before his knee hit the ground, tears was bawling down his face. He looked in President Carter's eyes and he said, I graduated from the University of Michigan. My family is with me. You saved my life and my family's life by helping eradicate the guinea worm. And I just came back to tell you thank you. President Carter leaned over and put his forehead on this man from Africa's forehead. And they both was bawling and crying. He took his arm and put on his shoulder. And they both was comforting each other and crying. I can only imagine the love that President Carter felt, but it reminded me when Jesus said, wasn't there 10 lepers that I healed? But only one came back to say thank you. But you see, to know JC, it wasn't all about the thank you. It was the fact that he made a difference in one person's life. Not self, but country. Not self, but country. Don't let his legacy die. Don't let this nation die. Let faith and hope be our guardrails. God bless you. Let's do the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Eternal Father, strong to save.
The last time President Carter was here and the Navy was in the choir, it was sailors from all over. And there was thousands of people who were watching online, and there was people who had spent time all out in the parking lot sleeping at night before they got here. And he would finish his Sunday school lesson by saying, "Thank you." Caregivers, could you stand, please? Please stand. Dr. Raines, you and the team and the caregivers extended my friend's life. And he is grateful. And today he would say, thank you from the bottom of his heart. And so we acknowledge you for all that you've done for him every day, making life worth living. Thank you. You may be seated. Maranatha, could you please stand? You've kept his legacy, Kim, by teaching Sunday school. You didn't want that burden, but Uncle Jimmy called you, and then you were called by a book, the Sunday school book and the book of Uncle Jimmy. But you answered the call. Maranatha, George, Jan, all of you guys, you've made life pleasant for him here. Bose, all of you guys that kept this place alive. Keep it going. Where have you been? What have you done? Who have you helped? And how can I help you? I love you. Uncle Jimmy would say, thank you, and I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. You can sit down. Just protocol, general in the detail. Curtis, the Carter Center, could you guys all stand, please? The Carter Center, all those that's been playing, all that's been involved in this. Carter Center, Ruth, Polly, Lauren, Beth. Listen, JC would say thank you for all that you guys have done for him. Curtis, thank you. Brother Wise, thank you. And sometimes they gave me your pound cake. General, thank you for the spirit of excellence for our nation, putting our nation on display in the spirit of excellence for the best. I know he would say thank you. And on behalf of the Carter family, all of them, I want to personally say thank you for your leadership. Carter Center, the baton is being passed to you. Jason, the baton is being passed. We need you. Our nation needs you to do more. Thank you for all that you've done and will continue to do on behalf of this great man. You may be seated. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. This is my benediction. To the Carter Center family, I love you. Amy, I love you. Jeff, I love you. Chip, I love you. Becky, thank you so much. Jack, I love you. Elizabeth, I love you guys. Josh, Jamie, all of you guys, I love you. Miss Sybil, I love you. Thank you so much. Miss Mary, thank you for all that you've done for the Carters. Please stand. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. You are truly family to this family. All the way from the governor's mansion to the White House to back to Plains. You've been the glue in so many cases. And this family loves you, and we say thank you. You see, at the pearly gate, blacks are all at the gate with the whites and the browns and others. At the pearly gate, everybody's there, Miss Mary. And there's no difference. And we thank you. You've been a blessing to this Carter family. If I forget anybody, hold it to my head and not my heart. My wife's trying to tell me something. Park service, please stand. Thank you. Thank you. You have a big task ahead, and the nation is waiting. The nation is waiting to be able to walk onto that compound and visit Miss Rosalind and Jimmy. The nation is waiting to go by that gate where Jimmy Carter picked some wild roses and planted them so that they can bloom every spring, so that when his bride comes out, he can see wild red roses every day. He told me to do it, Chip, but I don't have that type of talent. I just have to buy roses. Thank you. You got a big task, getting everything ready for him. Finish the race. Finish strong. Continue to mantle. And I love you guys, and ain't nothing you can do about it. That being said, we're going to have music by David Osborne with our recessional. And listen, the church knows I'm a crying preacher. I've been crying the last 6 days. But these are tears of joy because JC has an encounter with JC.
Order! Arms! Ceremonial!
Ceremonial.
At ease! Honor! Guard!
Band.
Attention! honor,